land, Britain. It's a nice balmy 5 degrees centigrade. It's a nice brown site here. We are looking at the former big Victorian warehouse and factory. Imperial was the name. Oh, how it's fallen. The nice copper oxide teal tower there. We're actually in Blackburn, but we're going to Manchester. But it's okay, don't worry. I know it's all collapsed here, but look. Oh wait, that reveal ruined. But if we come around here, they've turned a kind of office block into a mosque. The Masjid-e-Salihin. Salihin. Here's the train to Rochdale. We're at Ramgreaves and Wiltshire. Basically the posh north end of Blackburn. But don't worry, we're going to go to the city. Welcome to Manchester. I thought I'd start with a very nice classical shot here. Just off Central Street, just off St. Peter's Square. So here just off St. Peter's Square. The time is 10 to 3. I'm told by a media man that the traveller community, English traveller, Irish travellers, colloquially known as gypsies, are having a protest at 3 p.m. in St. Peter's Square. The protest against what they say is police brutality against their community by Greater Manchester Police. Now, I did a video the other day. I didn't think it was brutality per se, and I just want to see if I'm going to get shouted at by traveller people for having an opinion, but I don't think so. They've been friendly with me in the past, but we'll see what happens. Very blue. Well, already, traveller children being detained. I'm only joking. Oh, I didn't know it was you. Hey, Georgia. How's it going? Let me stop. Well, yeah, the GMP, the police city centre team, I think they do a very good job considering it's perhaps the most wild, crackheady city centre in the world. It's like the Bronx in the 80s here. A bit of Gothic Manchester here, or maybe Gothic revival, built in 1890. And we're on our way to St. Peter's Square. Got some intel. The rumours are true. The traveller community, not just colloquially but affectionately known as gypsies, are meeting at 3 because they believe they're discriminated against. Okay, welcome to St. Peter's Square, the site of most of the pro-Hamas, pro-Hezbollah, anti-Israel protests every Saturday. Well, today's a Friday. It was forecast for heavy rains as of right now, 3 p.m. The rains have not come, and I don't miss the rains down in Africa, and I don't miss them here. So this is the Manchester Cenotaph, this one here. I don't know if it's like the London one with an unknown soldier buried in it. Might be. Or did I get that wrong? I don't know. But, hello, mate. Okay. Nice to meet you as well. Oh, brilliant. Is it okay if I record? Is it okay if I... Oh, thank you. Hello. Hello. How's it going? Nice to meet you.
Let me put on my mask.
Go on.
Tell me when you're ready.
I am ready. It's recording.
Right. We're here for what happened a couple of weeks ago with the all traveller children.
Can you just speak up a tiny bit?
We're here because of young boys and girls what took place a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Where they rushed them onto trains.
Yep.
As if they were cattle.
Yep.
Like Hitler's stringlers. Remember Hitler, where they put all the people to their deaths on the trains?
Yeah, the Auschwitz trains.
Yes, that's what they done to the little traveller boys and girls. They put them on them trains as if they were dogs. Which they weren't dogs. We're all equal, we're all equal, right?
Yeah.
And we're here just to save the Irish culture. We're here just to save the Irish culture, to see what our Irish culture is. We're our grandchildren and great-grandchildren.
Yeah.
And I'm not being racist or anything. You see them tents over there?
Yeah, yeah.
Now.
Oh yeah, the kind of massive row of tents along the town hall. Yeah, yeah.
If that was Irish travellers in them tents,
yep.
it only lasts a couple of hours before they kicked off.
Yeah. I know.
So that's what we're here for, Charlie.
Yeah.
Is just to try and save our Irish culture.
I understand.
And we're doing our best to try and save it. Because half of the travellers is living in houses now.
Yeah.
Because they can't cope going on to camps and getting put off to camps.
Yeah.
Every 5 minutes they're getting dragged off like dogs.
Yeah.
So they all end up in houses now.
Yeah.
So that's just really.
So was there anything specific from like 10 days ago that?
With the children.
Yeah. Was there anything specific that the police
you know,
did?
like, right, half the police are saying they were there shoplifting, which they wasn't.
Yeah.
A pair of their trainers, it cost most probably 1 month of their wages.
Speak up again.
Right?
Yep.
They were more or less saying the children was off shoplifting, which they wasn't shoplifting. And no, I need to mask. They wasn't shoplifting.
Just so you know, that's her son saying, "Come on, Mum, you'd look much better without a mask on."
That's my son.
Yeah.
Right. That's my son.
Yeah.
That's my daughter and that's my niece.
Hi guys, you alright? Yeah.
So they're more or less saying the kids was here shoplifting.
Yeah, and they weren't shoplifting.
A pair of their trainers would be what the same price of a month of their wages.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? They came here because they meet each other, they meet young boys and girls.
Yeah, yeah.
Once a year.
Once a year to get married. Do you
Yeah,
understand me?
Which is a normal thing.
And they were barricaded on trains, not knowing where they're being pushed on trains.
Yeah.
One young lad got pushed on a train.
Yeah.
And he rung up his mother and said
Yeah.
that he told his mother he doesn't know where he's going, the police has put me on trains.
Yeah. And what about there was a guy in a blue jacket that kind of kicked off other angry protests?
He was 17.
17.
Yes, he was 17 years old.
And the way they handled him was a disgrace.
Yeah.
And
But I'm trying to be a little bit neutral, but can I interview the son together? Is that okay? But don't you think though, like if some guy came up to you, put his finger in your face and got aggressive in your face and you thought you were going to get sucker punched, you could also, give him. So the policeman, his defence will be, he thought he was going to get knocked out.
No.
Oh, go ahead.
No, because that young boy did not touch that police officer.
Yeah, but it doesn't need to touch. If someone's acting scary in front of you.
He didn't put his hand on that police officer,
Yeah.
so that police officer had no right to put his hand on that young boy. Right?
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
but he showed a police assault, yeah?
Yeah.
But there was no police assault, he never touched
That's fair
him.
enough, no, but as a YouTuber, I very often have to strike people before they strike
Yes,
me.
yes.
Even though they've not
Yes.
touched me, I have to push them back. Or
Big fan
Go
of
on.
the channel, by
Thanks,
the way.
mate. Appreciate
Big
it.
fan.
Good man.
We do
Yeah.
understand that, but
Yeah.
that young boy never put his hand
Yeah.
on that police officer, so that police
Yeah.
officer had no right putting his hand on him.
Yeah.
And they pinned him down. He was only 17 years old.
Yeah.
They pinned that young lad down. He never got brought to a police station. They brought him back to a train station and shoved him onto a train.
Hey, at least he got to go home, though. I mean, there is a positive. But anyway, madam, what's your first name?
Helen, very
Helen.
good family yours as well.
Thank you so much,
We
Helen.
are, aren't we? We're
And
very
what's your
good.
name, mate? Michael and Helen. Thank you so
And
much.
Shannon.
Hey, Shannon, that looks like she doesn't want to be on camera.
Where's Lena?
Check it out.
What's happening? You alright?
So, as you heard from the lady, I'm here with. Oh, so one sec. Let me just finish this shot and I'll chat to you. One sec. Oh, there's loads more people coming up behind the wagon. Defend Roma rights. Hello, guys. You alright? All good. So it's quite a good turnout. I'd say there's a good couple hundred here. A good couple hundred and growing. Hello. Hey, how are you? Bannerman. Oh, nice to meet you as well. You okay? Thank you very much. Let's get your sign on. What does it say? Stop police brutality and racism to gypsies and travellers. Thank you. Oh, and that's that guy getting arrested. People told me on my channel that's not a female cop, that's a male cop, a man with a ponytail. I've misgendered him. I'm going to jail.
He's only a kid.
He's only a kid. I heard from Helen that he's only 17, the young guy. Thank you very much.
Charlie, what's his?
Oh my God, you remember this lady here? I remember her. She was pretending to be Palestinian last week. Oh well. So why are you here, guys? Oh wait, there's another one. Oh, sweet.
Smile, guys. All the police and the other week was being racist to travellers and gypsies.
Racist to the police being racist. And have I got Mum's permission for this video? Okay, thank you. Oh, I got permission. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, guys, thank you. So you saw the larger lady, the kebab enthusiast, who I think she was Jewish a month ago. Then she became Palestinian. She's a traveller now. Who knows? She might genuinely be all three. But because of the infiltration of pro-Palestine sentiment, a couple of people here have asked me to F off. You're not welcome here. You support the Zionists. But let me just state, 99% of the travellers, they love me, love the videos, love that I'm here covering their event. So don't let one bad apple spoil the whole damn bunch. Maybe about 250, 300 people. Once you take the round the corners into account. Not too keen on balaclava boys joining in. Don't think there should be balaclavas. I think if you're proud of your message, show your face, show your visage. Hey, all good. And so forth. There's a couple of people came up to me covering their faces that said that they've got work that they don't want to get involved. But the thing is, though, why would you go and attend a protest if you didn't? What I'm trying to say is, you shouldn't be ashamed of your beliefs, unless your beliefs are very weird. I'll ask permission for. I've not filmed you yet, but can I include you in my video and introduce you? And
can we do an interaction to it?
Of course, yeah. So I'm here with the one and only Bannerman, who has.
With Charlie Beach, the one and only.
I'm his retarded brother. But you have reinvented your channel in terms of house evictions very well. You're getting some big numbers, man.
I live and learn.
Well, it's it. You got to keep changing, adapting. And anyway, I've enjoyed quite a few of your videos in the last 6 months.
When the bailiff went in one window and came out the other.
Yeah, and there's always a guy. Who's that older guy? Wears the kind of beret and the army hat. He's always in charge.
I don't know who he is.
Maybe I'm. No, he's like a. He's not an older guy. He's got a beard.
I think I know who you mean. I forgot.
Army man. Yeah, army man.
Oh, Mikey P.
Mikey P. Anyway, how are you? Anyway, you good?
Yeah, good. You?
Good. Very well, thank you.
I'm actually live.
That's all right. Don't get my bald bits.
Apparently, it's at the back.
Okay, yes. Look at that.
The lady said.
Yeah, thank you, Bannerman.
I saw the video. I like that.
Nice one, man.
Anyway,
Oh yeah, those. Thank you, mate. All the best. There we go. So quite a lot of people are covering. Who's that? Is that Hosier? Look at that handsome filmmaker there. It's my friend. You know, it's nice to see a lot of the very friendly people that watch my channel and other travelers, generally very friendly and nice, and they appreciate me there filming. But it's the pro-Hamas contingency, the alleged pro-Palestine. They're there race baiting, convincing a bunch of blue-eyed white Europeans, that the police are racist against them. It's always with the race baiting. Now I know, because many of you will be shouting at the screen now, I know that the Irish travellers may very well have a distinctive genetic identity, slightly separate from other Europeans. But are they a different race? The answer is clearly no. They are white. Well, I leave the protest and it's just standard handcuffy behaviour. I'm sure I've filmed this guy getting arrested at least a dozen times in the last 10 years. Standard. That lovely moment in Great Britain when the security guard has to prevent people going through the door so that they don't open the glass door and skull the guy that took too much, man. He took too much. One toke over the line. One toke over the line. Oh, and what's the shop called? Yep, you guessed it. Super Drug. Because life imitates art. What super drugs he been on? One toke over the line. African Christians. I love them so much. What have we here? Police, armed police. Look at that, he's got little blue Mickey Mouse ears on the police Volvo. So, a week ago, just over there in the covered bit, he's actually a friend of mine, very nice, peaceful Muslim guy called Usman. Usman and his friend, they do Wednesdays and Fridays, they do their prayers there. He's always treated me with immense respect. And so I'm going to treat him with respect, as that's what friends are for. He got in some incident. It's done the rounds on Twitter of like evil two-tier police shut down Christians. Hey mate, all good. Shut down the Christians and allow the Muslims to pray. Two-tier police. So I'm watching it and I was like, there's more to this story because I know Usman. So I'm going to let him give his right of reply to set the truth down so we all know what the truth is. No, not allowed. You got to, in Britain, you have to put it on a fence post or somewhere where it is visible. There you go. This is the way, says the Mandalorian. Hi, Usman, how are you?
All right, how are you doing?
Good. So many of us, well, yeah, millions have seen a video that was presented as two-tier policing, siding with the Muslims, shutting down the Christians. What actually happened that day?
Okay, so what happened that day is that on Wednesdays and Fridays, we usually set up our da'wah table where basically we give out free information about Islam. Now what had happened that day is that we usually go to a specific spot, 1 out of 2, and we went to that spot, and then I will be honest for your viewers that there was a Christian preaching on the microphone. Now what happened is that we set up our table, right? I told the person who was with me, don't basically interact with him, let him do what he's doing, we're doing what we're doing, finish, yeah? So what had happened is that basically when we was praying, right?
Yeah.
Because Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that the whole world is a mission, so we can pray anywhere we want to, apart from the graveyard and the toilet, yeah?
Yeah.
So basically what happened is that we was praying in congregation there at the table, right? And then this Christian preacher, he started speaking, he started saying, look, they follow a fake Jesus, they started talking bad about Islam, and he also spoke the fact that Muslims should be praying in the mosque and shouldn't be praying where they're praying, which is outside, right?
Yeah.
Now the thing is that, look, he himself, he was instigating it, yeah? If he's out there to preach about Christianity, then he can do that, you know? That
Yeah.
He's fine to practice it and his belief openly, and what beliefs he has is no problem.
Yeah.
What had happened is that whilst he was trying to instigate it, there was other Muslims that came and tried to interact with him, right?
Yeah.
And we're not out here on a microphone or preaching in the sense that we're shouting on a microphone, right?
Yeah.
Now, because we don't do that, and he did that, he gathered an audience himself. And when I spoke to the police, I said to him, look, he's basically instigating this whole situation himself. We're not even interacting with him, right? So yeah, that was it.
So just final question, so just so that everyone understands, the viewers, they were there first, but you went to your regular spot that you're every twice a week.
Yeah.
You started doing your quiet prayers. He started mocking Islam or mocking you guys for believing in a fake Jesus and stuff like that.
Yes. So
It's not very polite, not very
of
British,
course
is
not.
it? Not
So
very.
the thing is I've never seen this guy before in my life. We've been doing this for over a year. I've never seen him before. He's from London, right?
Yeah.
I don't know which organization he represents. And the thing is, as Muslims, we love Jesus and we love Abraham, Noah, Moses, and Muhammad, peace be upon them all. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't have no problem with you know, Jesus, but we don't, as Muslims, worship him. We believe him to be a prophet.
Yeah.
So the thing is that he's, you know, he can have his beliefs. Everyone can have their beliefs within this country. We live in a free country, right? But the thing is that, look, when you start trying to, you know, instigate something and talk bad about people, then you're going to get a response from that group of people or the people that follow that religion. And even us ourselves, we don't go around and say, oh, you know, Christians, this and that. We do what we do, and you know, peacefully. And we practice our religion. So the thing is that we weren't the instigators. It was him that was talking about the Quran, talking about Islam. And like I said, we love Jesus, peace be upon him. You know
So
what I
when
mean?
he started mocking you, it created a bit of a crowd, and then the police were worried about a public order situation.
The thing is that when the police approached me, if you watched the video by, I think it was Autistic Audits.
Autistic Audits, yeah.
When I was actually talking to the police, I said to the police, look, you know, basically he's instigating it, yeah?
Yep.
We're free from him, we're not trying to interact with him. If anything does happen to him, because obviously he's talking about, you know, he's giving his perspective on our religion, but he's given it in a wrong way, right? And if that's going to get Muslims emotional, then, you know, if anything happens, that's really on himself, right? Not that I promote violence or anything like that.
Yeah.
But the thing is if you're looking for trouble, you're going to find it, right?
Yeah. So thank you very much, Usman. Really appreciate you giving me your thoughts on that incident. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, guys, so I've just spent a bit of time with Usman, which you've just seen, and I think the Irish traveller community are here. Or something is here. Cinematic. Thank you again. Cheers, man. Take care. So someone is here doing something. I'll follow some cops. We'll follow these ones, see what happens. Have they gone that way? Have they gone that way? Oh, that way. Oh, thank you. Well, well, well. Rare nighttime. Hey, look, it looks like a Volvo advert. Now, all we need is Jean-Claude Van Damme to do a split between the vehicles as they move. Wait, oh no, there they are. Oh, that's to go around. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, you're with them. Brilliant. So how would I describe them if I said the Irish travellers or the traveller community? Traveller community. Oh, no, you're not on it. No, 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 no.
It's all of them. It's the Romanese, it's the Irish travellers.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, there you go, guys. We haven't missed them. We're on time. Big police presence. Oh my! Has he got lights under the path? No, those are side lights reflecting on the. the panel. The police are saying to the lady, no trams for 10 or... Hey, Usman. No trams for 10 or 15 minutes. Yeah. So I thought I'd missed them, but they're all still here. But the only good sensor on this camera is #1 zoom. The 3 times and the 10 times zoom, not a very good sensor. So I keep it on this. Well, there you go. We go from a clarification of a Abrahamic religious confrontation that went viral to the results of the policing of the... Hey, there he is. You all right, mate? Oh, good. There he is. The result of the policing of the Irish traveller community coming to Market Street last week. What a difference to from the river to the sea. What a difference. Okay, let's get a better angle. I can illuminate this a bit better. Let's get a better angle. Here we go, that's a better illumination. Okay, the crowd has now stopped at the position from probably the most controversial video from the young Irish travellers arriving in a city. A man in a blue jacket having an argument, squaring up against the Greater Manchester Police. Hey guys, you alright? Oh good. So he's squaring up against, and then he got arrested and he got manhandled to the ground. The big debate is, was it assault? Was the policeman right to arrest him? I've got my opinions. I'm happy to say it again right now. I don't think it was a total assault. Yeah, like, you know, I've had to strike people before for... Hello guys, you alright? Oh good. So yeah. And Unison are here, there's a union here, the Stop the War. Stop the War, they're here to rabble rouse. Look at that, defend Roma rights.
We've got it on video. The chief superintendent and everybody. We've got the proof and evidence that he's corrupt and he's despised travelling people. He's always had them. And let me tell you, we are going to fight this. Come January, the revolution is starting in this country.
Thank you guys. What?
Hello, I'm Michael, and you're watching Charlie Reed Show.
Thanks, Michael. So, oh, just a bit for my YouTube. This tall person here is a legal observer. This person is going to find all the bad examples of police. They're going to find every racist. She's going to find racists in her breakfast cereal. She's going to find everything. She saw me and she made a bunch of notes, and I wanted to see what she'd written. You know, I hope I'm not... Well, I wanted to see what... I've got a right to know what information these people hold about me. One of the guys asked me, he said, Charlie, are you for or against the travellers? And I said, well, I'm for them. I like the travellers. Never met one I disliked. They've always been good with me. Funny bunch. But I don't think that young guy got assaulted, and I don't think the police are racist against them. And he goes, oh, fair enough, fair enough. Every story's got two sides. I was like, exactly.
I bought
for a long time. I mean, I hate the idea of reverse racism. I mean, everyone should get a job based on their merit and merit only. It shouldn't matter what skin colour you are, what race you are, what gender you are. You should just get it based on your merit and merit only. I don't know why, when so many big companies just announced, I think JD Whiskey has just announced, Jack Daniels has just announced they're dropping DEI in their company because it's actually making their sales go down and their performance poorer. Why? MI5 is doing this now when everyone else seems to be rejecting it. Yeah.
So
It's discriminatory. It's reverse discrimination.
Talking to Darren about this earlier, and I looked at some proper data in the States where actually doing this in air traffic control has related in more air traffic control incidences over the last 5 years since it all started than they've ever had before, because they've got people who are not quite so able, but they tick the right boxes in the job. So what do we go for? Keeping people safe? Yeah. Or just giving the right people...
It's the Douglas Murray line. Eventually the bridges are going to fall down. You know, this has practical, real-world consequences.
Exactly. I mean, Kai, surely you're not mad enough to accept that this is worthwhile and has merit?
I can't believe that all of you are making such a mountain out of a molehill. This is one internship. There was another internship.
It's our national security.
There was another internship. An internship. Interns aren't looking after our national security, mate.
Well,
that's never been the case. What this is about counteracting communities that haven't been traditionally part of these services and trying to get more of them in. And actually, following your logic, Darren, if it's these communities, non-white communities, that are posing a threat to Britain at the minute, then we need more of them in the security services to counteract that threat. So it's a good thing, this internship. But there was another internship in the summer that invited working-class white people to attend. And you wouldn't be calling that bad,
Well,
would you?
hang on. Why, if you follow that logic, right, why are you suggesting that you have a sort of a bigotry of weak, small-willed ideas for black and minority ethnic people when you're suggesting they can't compete with white people?
I'm not saying that.
Well,
I'm just saying...
Why
no, I'm not.
Why
No, I'm
ban them
not.
from
But
the
I'm saying that
application
if those groups have been traditionally unrepresented in the services, then you have to counteract that. You have to do something. You have to do something to solve that problem.
You're not looking at the root cause of the problem then. You're just trying to solve the problem further down the chain. You need to look at what is it about supposed white people getting all these jobs? Why are they getting them? You need to solve the problem at the root cause.
MI5's not going to solve that.
Not at the top of the river where you're going to make mistakes.
MI5's not going to solve that.
But they are part of the government.
Let me say again. Interns. Let me say again. Interns aren't looking after national security. That's
all
a
I
fact.
would say to that is, look, if Muslims were overrepresented, for example, within the security services, and I said we should ban Muslims from applying for the jobs, you would be the first person to call me a racist.
No, but if there was an internship specifically targeted to white working-class men, for instance, then that would be a good thing, and that would counteract that difference. You see, it's all about the balance.
OK, we've got to move on now, because one of our viewers has just commented, I've just lost it, but they said, oh, good, I've got my Willie on the show tonight. And speaking of which, it's time to let Willie unleash upon the nation.
Thank you, Darren. It has been revealed that Sadiq Khan will be honoured with a knighthood in the Keir Starmer's next New Year's honours list. One wonders what he will be knighted for. Will it be services for early bedtime? So we're told that London nightlife, if we have some charts, I believe, coming up now, is fading faster than anywhere else in the country. Will he be knighted for services for dangerous tube trips, in which crime on the tube is up 56% under his watch? Will he be knighted for gridlock? Traffic delays are up 26% under his watch. Will he be knighted for services to violent crime? Again, up 30% under his watch. On every objective measure, London is a city which is worse under Sadiq Khan than when he entered the mayorship in 2016. But it's the subjective measure as well. Everyone who lives in London can feel that this is a city in decline, whether or not they choose to admit it. Now, admittedly, some things are out of Sadiq Khan's control. Mass migration and economic growth play a big part, although admittedly he cheers on both of those things with bells on. But on everything that he has control over, he has made this city worse. What message does this send? If ultimately this message is that outcomes don't matter. Results don't matter if you're a civil servant. What matters is that if you have a series of high-status beliefs and then you shout them from the top of the biggest soapbox, you will be lauded by a small clique amongst the elite. This is shameful. Sadiq Khan should be shamed. He should not be honoured in this way. This is a very sad day for London. It's a very sad day for the United Kingdom.
Yeah, I mean, Kai, you were calling on His Majesty the King to block this knighthood, weren't you?
You'd love that, wouldn't
even
you?
I can acknowledge that Sadiq Khan has been an utter turd upon the nation.
If he was that bad, then why does he keep getting elected by Londoners?
Yeah. Okay.
Look,
We could do a whole show on
council
that,
house
Kai.
building, the highest rate since the 70s. Fears frozen, 1,300 new police on the streets to counteract that violent crime, 16,000
It's not working,
homeless
is it,
off
Kai?
the streets. But he's doing something, and I think this is about damn time that he got lighted, and I'm thrilled.
I'm a born and bred Londoner. I've lived here pretty much my entire. I know Dr. Renee, absolutely the same. Lived here much longer than me, seen it change a lot more. I have seen this city change many times, and during the early 2000s and 2010s, while Boris Johnson was still mayor, actually the city was growing. We had capital, we had investment, we were having lots of new buildings put up, and we had a good nightlife. We had lots of things going for it. It was safe. It was a safe place to be. It was respected around the world. Since Sadiq Khan has become mayor, this city has gone to the dogs. Crime is through the roof. People can't take their phones out on the streets anymore. And what is he doing? He's renaming the Overground. Rather than fixing the broken... He's the Police and Crime Commissioner for London, let's not forget. Rather than investing that money, those 12 million or whatever it was he spent on renaming the Overground for whatever bloody reason, he's investing it in this nonsense.
He's renamed one of the lines to the suffragette line. I said, I tell you what, he wants to call it the suffering line, because that's what he's doing to this nation.
But Alex is spot on. This is the thing that really annoys people. If he was just useless, that would be one thing, but it's the fact that he doesn't seem to care about what really matters to Londoners and instead puts money towards these flights of fancy, woke, nonsense campaigns.
Right, we've only got a minute left.
Yeah,
so...
I just think that what this just goes to show is that the honours list is a complete disgrace.
Yeah.
It is gifts for the friends and the boys, and it should be scrapped immediately.
No, whatever you think, and I know that it's not perfect, and there are things that definitely need to be improved. I'm sure Sadiq Khan is the first person to admit that. But
I'm not.
But his record of public service, the years he's put into trying to
It's his
improve
job.
things
I'll
in
never
London.
ever forget. I'll never
But
forget.
fair play on him. I think he deserves this.
During the BLM madness that happened that year, and he put up on display the fist of BLM during the fireworks of that New Year's Eve, when we had just had lockdown and we were going through it as a nation, and he decided that divisive act was what our nation needed at that time. I think he is a political pygmy, and I do not in any way think that he is worthy of such merit.
Hear, hear.
OK, right, now it's time for our Great British Giveaway and your chance to become our biggest ever winner with an incredible £50,000 in tax-free cash. It's an amazing sum of money and it could make your new year your best year. Here's all the details you need for a chance to make it yours.
Imagine getting the call to tell you that you've won £50,000 in tax-free cash, our biggest cash prize of the year.
Oh my God.
That's a big surprise.
Oh my God. This is amazing.
I'm in shock. That is absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
What are you waiting for? You really could be our biggest winner so far. For another chance to win £50,000 cash, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. You can call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB10 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 31st of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Cash giveaway.
Well, still to come tonight, my friends. Are you sick of political messages in sport? I know I am. You're with the Saturday 5. We're live on GB News.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Love a bit of baking and share some hot tips. We're delighted to be joined by our baking extraordinaire, Matty Edgell, who won Great British Bake Off last year. Woo! Welcome. Congratulations as well. I'm sure you're sick of being congratulated.
And there's that reminder.
No, you like all the glory.
Yeah.
What was it like winning the Great British Bake Off? What's last year been like for you?
Winning it was I was not expecting to win. at any point until they said my name.
Oh, you're a
so
very
it was a
humble
nice
guy.
surprise. No, I was just
really?
in touch with reality. Yeah, no, I wasn't.
Was it quite a close race throughout then?
Yeah, I considered myself the underdog throughout. I think the first week I turned around after the showstopper and kind of saw how good everyone was, and then looked at mine and thought, how have I got here? And that kind of theme followed through.
But then that surely
like an underdog.
on.
Yeah,
it
did.
Actually, I'm going to get better throughout this.
Yeah, I think it made me kind of like really tune into the feedback that they was giving me and trying to embed that throughout. So that's probably why.
Could you feel yourself improving as the series went on?
Definitely, and I think also, like, kind of simultaneously, my confidence improved at the same time, and then that, like, little bit of belief in myself probably helped out as well.
What was your strength? Biscuits, cake, bread?
I think cake's my strength. I think cake, typically, if you start baking, that's probably where you start, isn't it? So that was what I knew most.
How did you start baking?
I've been asked this so many times since...
You don't know.
I attribute it to my nan.
Oh,
but, yeah, I would say, I think most people probably attribute it to like a grandparent or something that they maybe done with like their parents when they was growing up. So that's I'll give it to my nan.
Or the major lockdown baking boom.
Yeah, banana bread.
Everybody all over the place, don't it? It's good.
Yeah, it's really good. I love a banana bread, even now.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Mark Dolan tonight is your weekend dose of news, debate and entertainment.
This sounds like a wild conspiracy theory.
Don't miss my big opinion. Mark Neats.
How are we, guys? Is this open yet?
No, sorry.
No? Is this 4-star?
No, can you just come outside, mate?
Is this 4-star?
It's private.
Okay. Is the swimming pool open?
No, it's closed. You have to do swimming pool.
Have to go around?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
It's closed, brother.
Okay, let's get some.
Hello, sir. It's closed, brother. Hello, sir. You can't make video.
What?
Excuse me.
Of course I can make video. Is this an open border experiment?
There's no comment. If you can just step outside, you're on a private property.
Okay.
Sir?
Yeah.
If you can come outside. Thank
but
you. We have to...
It is taxpayer funded, isn't it?
Can you come out this way? Hi, sir. How you doing?
Hi.
You just show me a card. Yeah, no problem.
Look, we've got the NHS QR codes again. Should we give it a scan, shall we? Let's give it a scan. Welcome back, guys. Today we're in Telford, just outside the Telford football ground. There is a 4-star hotel named the White House Hotel. And look at all these men hanging around outside. These ones are a bit braver, aren't they?
Huh? What country are you from?
This is the White House Hotel in Telford. Let's see. We're in. How are we, guys? Is this open yet?
No, sorry.
No? Is this 4-star?
No, can you just come outside, mate?
Is this 4-star?
It's private, please.
Okay. Is the swimming pool open?
No, it's closed. You have to do swimming pool.
Have to go around?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
It's closed, brother.
Okay, let's get some.
Hello, sir. It's closed, brother. Hello, sir. You can't make video.
What?
Excuse me.
Of course I can make video. What are you on about?
Yeah, if you can just start. Excuse me.
Yeah. I just want to see.
Come this way, please.
I just want to see the swimming
Please,
pool.
no, it's fine, mate.
Can you show me the swimming pool?
No, if you come this way.
What, you got your gloves on for?
Can we go in the swimming pool?
No, sorry.
Can we just have a look at it?
It's a private property,
Yeah.
sir. If you can just stand
But we just
outside
want to
from
look at the swimming pool and the steam room
The swimming
and
pool's
so on.
on that side, mate.
Yeah, can we see it? Can we?
Yeah, if you go straight out.
Which side?
You got to come straight out the doors, mate.
This side or that side?
This side.
This side.
When you come out this side, you got to go on the right side. Thank you.
What's all the secrecy about this?
If you can go on this side, please.
Is this an open border experiment?
There's no comment. If you can just step outside, you're on a private property.
Okay.
Sir?
Yeah.
If you can come outside. Thank
But
you.
it is taxpayer funded, isn't it?
Can you come out this way? Hi, sir. How you doing? You can just show me a card. Yeah, no problem.
Look, we've got the NHS QR codes again. Should we give it a scan, shall we? Let's give it a scan.
Thank you very much. Hello, sir.
Signal's not very good.
Can you just come outside, please? Yeah, so if you can just
What's in this bit?
Excuse me.
Is that the rooms down there, is it?
It's closed, it's private.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, this way.
All these QR codes.
You're trespassing.
NHS again. Frequently asked questions. Why do I have to share a room?
Thank you very much, thank you.
Just getting the basic information. Basic information. Lunchtime? Tea? PG tips?
No, sir. Will you come out this way, mate, please?
Come on.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Those who want private property, you can just go over there.
Let's have a look at the swimming pool.
Do you know where the sauna and the steam room is, please? Sauna and steam room. Maybe inside? Down here.
Let's look. And look, there is the Telford football ground. And here is the White House Hotel. It is 4-star. It has the heating on full blast. It's got a sauna, steam room, swimming pool. It's got the works. But what do you expect? Dossing in the rooms, keeping warm. So yeah, the council actually sold this property to a man called Raj Handa for 2.5 million back in 2020. And this is the car park where Tommy Robinson had his car blown up. 2022, January. And then in 2023, they refused an illegal, a bed here, a room, so we smashed £12,000 worth of windows. So yeah, another 4-star that they say they're not staying in. Well, we could tell you otherwise. And that is the White House Hotel. If you've enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe and share. Thanks for watching, and we'll catch you on the next one.
Angela Rayner has literally received the worst news yet in a Saturday bombshell. In today's video, we will discuss this in detail, whilst also going over all of the latest news from up and down the country. But first, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel and join our fast-growing community. Just a quick one to say we have new Make Britain Great, again t-shirts available on our store. Go grab them now. They are available at britishstand.com or check the link in the description. Firstly, a man has died after a tree smashed into a van as storm-dower chaos has continued to wreak havoc across the nation. The man, said to be in his 40s, was driving along a dual carriageway when the tree struck his car. As a result, an investigation has been launched into the incident, Lancashire Police has said. Emergency services were contacted earlier this morning following the horrific crash, which took place on the A59 at Longton near the police station. The man was pronounced dead at the scene. Now to the main story and why Angela Rayner has been handed nightmare news. A recent poll which we covered has placed Reform UK ahead of the Labour Party for the first time, signalling a seismic shift in British politics. The survey, conducted by a polling firm, has Nigel Farage's Reform UK at 24%, narrowly edging past Labour at 23%. The Conservatives, led by Kemi Badenoch, remain in the lead at 26%, while the Liberal Democrats and Greens trail with 11% and 9%, respectively. In a stunning twist, the poll also predicts that Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner would lose her seat to Reform UK. This revelation underscores the precarious position of the Labour Party, which now appears to be hanging on by a thread in key constituencies. This significant development comes amid speculation about a potential $100 million donation to Reform UK by billionaire Elon Musk, the owner of Tesla and X, formerly Twitter. However, Farage himself poured cold water on the rumours, telling the BBC, "I've heard nothing of the kind. It's complete news to me." The prospect of Angela Rayner, a prominent Labour figure,
Hi everyone, Matt
losing
Goodwin
her
here at
seat to
GB
Reform
News. Don't
UK
forget to hit like.
marks a low point for the party. It symbolises a broader erosion of Labour's traditional strongholds, leaving its leadership grappling with the challenge of retaining its influence. Rayner's potential defeat would not just be a personal blow, but a symbolic indicator of Labour's waning grip on the electorate. A senior Labour insider, speaking
We have got an update on
alarm.
the Sadiq Khan
Angela Rayner can
knighthood
lose her
drama. In case you're not up to date and you're living under a rock, Sadiq Khan seems to be on the list to be knighted by the king in January. And everyone is up in arms saying, well, why on earth does he deserve a knighthood? This is a prestigious award for people who have done a huge amount of good. And what good has he done for London? We've got knife crime soaring, house prices soaring, tubes haven't gotten any better under him. He said that he wouldn't have any strike days, but he's had more strike days than his two predecessors on the tubes put together. London is falling apart. It's a very divided place now. There's been very little integration of the different cultures that have been brought at such a fast pace into this capital city. What on earth does he have to show for it? So this petition has gone viral, understandably. Stop the Sadiq Khan knighthood petition is now on 63,701 signatures at the time of filming this video, and that smashed through its 50,000 target super fast, hitting 60,000 signatures in 48 hours. We'll see how much further it goes. They've now upped their goal to 75,000. People are understandably angry, and I want to show you what Howard Cox had to say. Now, Howard Cox, he is the Reform candidate who ran against Sadiq Khan for London Mayor this year, and he says giving Mayor Khan such a prestigious award diminishes its credibility and demeans those who deserve or already have such royal recognition. And I think that is a brilliant point. I couldn't agree more. What is the point in knighthoods? What is special about knighthoods if they're handed out to anyone? If it's the case that you sit in politics for long enough, it doesn't matter if you do an absolutely crap job, you'll be handed a knighthood. I think that really diminishes its credibility, and I think quite rightly, as Howard says, those people who genuinely worked very, very hard for their knighthoods and did an immense amount of good for the world, those people are going to be angry seeing this, saying, oh, it means nothing now because Sadiq Khan is getting one. He's made Londoners poorer with his ULEZ scheme, which is just a cash grab and doesn't really do anything to change the air quality. All he cares about is DEI and crying on podcasts saying that everyone's out to get him because everyone is Islamophobic. I mean, it's just unbelievable. And in case you were unsure about what Sadiq Khan has done to London and how unsafe he has made it, I just want to show you this video that came out the other day from Sean Bailey speaking in the London Assembly. If you don't remember, Sean Bailey ran as a Conservative candidate against Sadiq Khan in not the last mayoral election but the one before that. He is a London Assembly member, and I think this really touched a lot of hearts.
Listen, the black community and young people in London are under pressure, under unprecedented pressure. 320 young black people have lost their lives to this scourge since 2016. I've been a youth worker for over 35 years. If you think you can distract people out of this pit of despair, you are wrong. There needs to be an enforcement piece. When you've looked someone in the eye that you've known for over 35 years and they explain to you that they want stop and search because their son had been murdered the night before, her words were, I wish somebody had stopped and searched the child who murdered my child because then his mother and me would not have to live with this pain forevermore. She's referring to the mother of the child who was about to go to jail because the police did catch him. Let's be clear. Growing up in London now has a veil of fear, be you black or you white, particularly if you're young, because of knife crime. We have to do something about it. We sit in this room all the time and people talk about DEI all the time, diversity, inclusion. Well, if you're black, you're not included in any conversation here because you're busy trying to stay alive. And if you think I'm exaggerating, speak to a young black person under the age of 25 and see what they tell you. My own nephew will not leave his house because it simply isn't safe. He's a 21-year-old man. That is what we're dealing with. So if we want to make London safe, We must not forget our victims, not forget my community, not forget your community. We are elected to represent these people, and we are talking a matter of life and death. The amount of terror that is spread and trauma through this is immeasurable. So please do support this. This is about the future safety of young Londoners and London in general, because this will give a focus to what we can do about it in the future. Please don't forget our communities in this. Please don't forget your responsibility in this. You are elected to represent people. You will be saving our children. This is a matter of life and death.
Well, pretty powerful words there. You heard that at the end. This is a matter of life and death. And, you know, I was shocked to hear there in that video that Sean Bailey's nephew cannot leave the house because it is not safe to do so. We're talking about a first world country. You would think it would be safe to leave the house in your capital city. But for young people, especially young black people, as Sean has described there, it is actually a matter of life and death on the streets. It is mere survival. That is a terrifying reality that we are living in. And that is very much down to Sadiq Khan. Okay, I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve his knighthood because he's on the left and I don't agree with his political views, right? Knighthoods, it's not a, you know, it's not a partisan thing. But knife crime, I mean, this should not be a partisan issue. I think all of us can agree across the board that if you are someone who has sat on your ass talking about DEI and Islamophobia whilst completely failing to solve violent crime in your capital, allowing many people to sadly lose their lives because you couldn't be bothered to take the assertive action necessary to bring about change, to use stop and search, to make the streets safer, I don't see how on earth you deserve a knighthood. So I think we should make our voices heard with this, because I just think it will really damage the credibility of knighthoods if Sadiq Khan is given one of these. I think it's immoral to give this man a knighthood. So go to change.org, look for the Stop the Knighthood of Sadiq Khan petition. If you just Google Stop the Knighthood of Sadiq Khan, it will come up there. Get your signatures in. Let's get this up to 75,000. I really want this to be loud and be heard so that they can have a rethink about the... I believe it's a provisional list and it's not 100% confirmed that he is getting it. So there is time to change the list, and hopefully that will happen if we make our voices heard. So get on there and sign this petition. I'm Chloe Dobbs. Thank you for watching this video. If you're not subscribed to Reasoned already, make sure you press that subscribe button below. See you soon.
Still watching? Well, I've got a quick ask for you. Reasoned UK, we're fighting the woke brigade and inspiring young Brits, but we need your help to go bigger. We're hosting a fundraiser and would love you to sign up and share the link on the big day. It's easy, it makes a massive impact, and there are prizes for top fundraisers. Click the Google form in the description to join us. Cheers very much. Let's keep going together.
Hello again, Unky Tonks. Now, I've been in this YouTube game long enough to understand how things work behind the scenes, etc. And I understand that every channel has like a dedicated following. They've got a fan base, and these fans and subscribers can sometimes, how can I put this now without offending someone, they can be really loyal to the point where they believe that YouTuber and that channel can say and do no wrong. Even some of my subscribers, I've seen my subscribers defend me in the comments and on other channel, and I really appreciate that. But I like to think, or I hope, that the majority of my subscribers would apply critical thinking. As you can see in the About section of my YouTube channel, I tell you to question everything, even me. Because there are, and I have seen some YouTubers really take the mick out of their subscribers. If it wasn't for you, the subscribers, big YouTubers wouldn't be big YouTubers. And I have to admit, when I went to film my first ever event or live stream in London, I didn't know what to expect. My heart was in my mouth. The PTSD started to kick in, and I was thinking the worst case scenarios. But thanks to so many of you coming up to me, shaking my hand, having a chat, encouraging me saying I was doing God's work, etc., it made me feel at home, and I wanted to do more of them. So YouTubers like me, we owe you guys absolutely everything. It's the least we can do. I mean, how often do you meet us as YouTubers? It's always here on screen, never really outside. And I get a lot of people coming up to me saying hello, shaking my hand, wanting to buy me a drink, as do other YouTubers, and it's really, really nice. So yeah, I kind of enjoy a very minor celebrity lifestyle because of you guys. It is a nice feeling, it's good. So when people come and talk to me, I'll talk to you for as long as you want. I owe you that. Now, I've made a few videos about Maya Tusi. I've got nothing against the guy, all right? I'm not being nasty towards him whatsoever, but you think I'm attacking him. I'm not attacking him. I'm applying critical thinking because there's just some things in this saga that doesn't make sense, and I'm keeping a close eye on what's going on. And again, the reason being, Maya Tusi is me, but bigger. And what's happening to him, apparently happening to him, could happen to me. So I need to know what the hell's going on and how to deal with that bridge when I come across it. And like I said, I'm afraid some things just don't add up. He said in a live stream the other day, he never said he was going to get arrested. And yet I think one of the first videos he made on this issue was Maya Tusi to get arrested. Apparently Nigel Farage has backed him. I've yet to see proof of that. They reckon Donald Trump is going to get involved for some reason, and Elon Musk as well now, and still nothing, nowhere. And so can you blame me and others for thinking something just ain't quite right? And then there's his latest post, as you can see here. He wrote on X saying, "Last night I fled to Scotland." Now, he's put the word fled in the title there, and fled means he's running or escaping from somewhere or someone. And this is where critical thinking comes into play again, because me personally, if I was fleeing from somewhere or someone, especially someone, I wouldn't post it on social media telling them where I'm going, would you? And besides, he's fled to Scotland, the country with hate speech laws, aggressive hate speech laws, the country which the police and the SNP themselves prosecuted Count Dankula for making a video, or a meme video, remember that one? So yeah, I think Tusi would be better off just fleeing to Iran if he wants to be safe. Don't you agree? Or perhaps that was a red herring and he's not really flying to Scotland and it's someone else, who knows? But like I said, I'm not attacking the guy. I'm just applying critical thinking because for me, there are a few things here that stand out and don't really make sense. And I think you as subscribers and viewers, you deserve the truth. Now, it's the farmers again on Wednesday in London. They're going to turn up in their tractors, apparently, and the rumour mill says they've got the support of the Met Police. Whether that's true or not, they'll be escorted to Parliament Square. I'll believe that when I see it. And I'm hoping to be there on Wednesday to film if things go to plan. Now, if Maya Tusi turns up to film it for his channel, then I think he's got some questions to answer, don't you? After all, he's fled to Scotland or another country from an organisation, i.e. the Met Police, who are, according to him, out to get him, and yet he deems it safe to return to London to make live streams. So make of that what you will. I know what I do if he does. And all I'm asking for is a bit more transparency. That's all. If this is such a big issue and he's been made to flee England for Scotland for his own safety, then the least he can do is tell his subs what really is going on. I think I'm being reasonable, aren't I? Don't you? And there we go. I'm Paz49. Thanks for watching. And until the next time, Roger Trout.
The Great Question Time Massacre. Three short clips to show you from Question Time, and for once it was an episode worth watching. Of course, the panel was all rigged against Nigel Farage. Jackie Smith, she's not even an MP. Poor old Jackie was there. She's only an advisor. God knows why she was even on the show. War criminal Alistair Campbell was on there. Again, representing Labour, unbelievably. And who else? Kevin Hollinrake for the Conservatives, who, by the way, did an appalling job of trying to represent his party. Here's the first clip.
Thank you. I was just an observation.
By the way, I've only got about 40 seconds left.
Just an observation, really. I mean, Trump's been elected into the US to be leader of the free world, and they seem so buoyant. He's hit the ground running. I mean, over here, our government just hit the ground. It seems a complete contrast.
What a great statement by that man. And look at Jackie Smith's face. She's fuming. The public don't like you. They don't like this hopeless, hapless, shitty government.
Listened to Keir Starmer's speech, and I was very pleased with myself. I managed to stay awake right until the very end. Which, given how bland the delivery was, how scripted the whole thing was, how lacking in any sense of emotion or message delivery, was remarkable. Bold, it was not. And
Nigel Farage, at this point, is enjoying himself, and he's got every right to. After he made that statement, people continued to laugh. Nigel Farage last night did something that he's never done before, connected with a question time audience that is always rigged against the right of politics. If it was representative, at least 22% of people inside that room last night would have been Reform voters, but they weren't. And the majority of the audience seemed to actually quite like and take to Nigel Farage for the first time.
Elon.
Well,
and the closeness, that Alice described, the potential, the conflict of interest.
Yeah, he's very interested in British politics.
Why is he so interested?
The reason he trolls Keir Starmer is because Elon believes in free speech, and Keir Starmer locks people up who say nasty things on Facebook.
And look at him there. He is smiling. He is feeling very smug and very, very, very pleased with himself. He's got Jackie Smith squirming, Alistair Campbell screaming, let's invade another country. And they're sitting there trying to deny what is blatantly obvious to the entire country, that two-tier Keir likes his two-tier justice system, and he has locked people up for saying silly things on Facebook. What we saw last night was something very, very special. Nigel Farage managed to cross the divide, even to a biased BBC audience. Let me tell you now, that is no mean feat. And that is a very, very difficult thing to do, especially when the odds are stacked against you so badly by the establishment. Something really is happening, in Nigel Farage's own words.
So it was announced a couple of days ago that the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, will be receiving a knighthood. But the question still remains, for what? The man is a walking disaster and is destroying London. He shouldn't be getting a knighthood, he should be getting the sack. In today's video, we're going to show a clip from a TV interview he did, where he is asked about the growing knife crime in the capital, and the Mayor constantly sidetracks and diverts the question. But first, make sure you like this video and subscribe to the channel for more things Westminster. So, as stated in the intro, Sadiq Khan has been questioned about the growing crime rate in London, and his answer is truly embarrassing. Have a watch.
I just want to make a serious point about knife crime and gun crime in the capital city, because knife crime is rising at the fastest rate in 5 years. Knife point robbery is rising by more than a third. Where is the achievement? You mentioned achievement. Where is the achievement in that?
Look, one knife crime, one homicide is one too many, but because of our public health approach in London, we've seen since I've been mayor a reduction in those under 25 injured with a knife. We've seen a reduction in the number of homicides, not complacent at all, but the public health approach means invested in enforcement, more police officers at a time of austerity, more community support officers, but also invested in youth workers and youth services as well. And the really good piece of news since 2019, when we set up England's first violence reduction unit, is homicide, knife crime, those below 25, burglaries, robberies down. Not enough, and that's why we need a new government to invest in public services, both in policing, but also youth work as well.
Well, but knife point robberies are up in London 36% to nearly 8,000 a year. There's a 5% drop in the West Midlands, 16% drop in Greater Manchester. Why is London doing so badly on knife crime and knife robberies?
Well, the reason why the Commissioner and I convened mobile phone operators, manufacturers and platforms was because actually the biggest personal robbery is of mobile phones. Now, we know 20, 30 years ago, car manufacturers managed to reduce the theft of car stereos, reduce the thefts of the tom-toms from cars by designing away the possibility of doing so. Car stereos
I'm sorry to interrupt, it's the use of knives I'm talking about, not mobile phones. It's the use of knives in these attacks that I'm talking about. And the use of knives in such attacks is up more than a third.
Yeah, but sure, but that's because they're trying to steal the mobile phones. So if you can make a second-hand phone useless to a robber or a thief, that means the temptation to do so has gone away. Enforcement's really important. So we're using data now to make sure we have police officers targeting those parts of our city which we know are, inverted commas, hotspots. So a combination of using data to target the hotspots, town centres, transport hubs, but also working with the phone manufacturers and the platforms to make sure there is no resale value of a phone. The good news, in those parts of London where previously there were hotspots and robbery hotspots, by using data from policing, but also working with retailers and others, we've seen a reduction in those parts of London. What we need, though, is not just more police officers, but also working with phone companies to make sure there is no second-hand value of a phone being stolen.
Yeah, and I mentioned gun crime as well, up 6% according to the Home Office across London. You know, these are serious...
Wow, unbelievable. The man is a disaster. He constantly sidetracked his answer, and the solutions he has in place to resolve the issue will continue to have little effect. The man is more concerned about the mosques and gay pride parades in the capital, rather than sorting out the biggest issues. I personally haven't felt safe in London for many years, and when I do need to go to the city, I make a point to leave as soon as possible. A once great city destroyed by growing crime rates, all thanks to that man Sadiq Khan. Let me know your thoughts on this interview. And Sadiq Khan. If you haven't yet, make sure you do subscribe.
Down the side of our house, tip in the garden, Joe.
This is your rubbish. Outside of our garden. Your fella tipped that outside of my garden last night. Yeah, you will be if it happens again.
So can I ask you, do you think there are any grounds on which people should be able to come here and claim asylum?
The only grounds that I think that people should be allowed to come into the country is if they had the sufficient qualifications to do the jobs that we probably need.
And as far as asylum goes?
I don't believe in any asylum. I really don't. I think we have taken more than our fair share in this country. I feel very sorry for the little towns, little villages that these people have been put, where people have lived all their lives and they're frightened.
But
frightened.
Do you feel sorry for the people who are fleeing war? Do you feel sorry for people fleeing persecution?
I think there's far too much made of this, that they're fleeing wars.
OK.
Right. All right. Jackie.
Angela Rayner impresses with her amazing ability to evade simple questions, and unfortunately this has become the sad norm for all members of the Labour Party. In today's video we will witness how a confused Angela makes a fool of herself, unable to name a single company that supports Labour's employment bill. This sight really causes pain and bewilderment.
Now, Reform UK MP Lee Anderson has lashed out at the Met Police after a man who made direct death threats against him on X only received a caution. The 53-year-old man, who posted that Anderson's time was up and that he was going to track him down and kill him, was arrested but never charged. Instead, he was just given a police caution. So, writing to the Reform UK MP to explain the decision, Detective Sergeant David Cryan said, "I have no reason to think the threat was real or viable as a threat to kill." The gentleman in question is a 53-year-old autistic man who has never been arrested before. He's got no previous convictions and is a carer for his elderly mother. Well, this comes after a man was jailed for 3 years back in March for threatening to kill the Energy Secretary Ed Miliband.
Lee Anderson, a member of parliament from the Reform UK party, furiously criticised the police when he learned that the man who threatened his life had escaped imprisonment. In an emotional interview, the Ashfield deputy said that this case is a shocking example of a two-tier system of law enforcement agencies, where some receive protection while others remain defenceless. He told how his parliamentary group in Westminster took up the case, but the police notified him of the death threat only after a whole month. During this time, the attacker could have been hiding somewhere in London, and this is simply unacceptable. Anderson bitterly noted that this man did not just threaten him, he uttered terrible words that could have turned into a tragedy.
Yeah, I think this person would have probably had their doors kicked in, Patrick, and dragged out, chucked in the van and taken away for some probably serious questioning. Another thing which I've not told you about this case, this was a case picked up by our parliamentary team here in Westminster, and I wasn't made aware of this threat by the police until a month after this threat. So, I mean, this man could be lurking around in London. He's made a vile threat against a member of parliament, and it's took a month for police to actually inform me. You know, we're on red alert, some of us MPs are, Patrick. We're always looking over our shoulder, worried about getting to work, and especially in the city as well with things that go off. And I just don't think it's good enough. I don't think they're taking the safety of certain MPs from certain political persuasions seriously enough. Like you just said, I mean, Ed Miliband.
And the police, instead of acting immediately, spent a month trying to inform him about it. Some deputies, gripped by fear, are now constantly looking around, worrying about how to get to work in such an increased threat. He cannot help but feel that the police are not paying due attention to the safety of deputies who hold certain political views. This is a complete disgrace. This is a manifestation of weakness and spinelessness. It is a disgrace for law enforcement agencies. The police sent a letter to a member of parliament from the Reform Party explaining their decision, arguing that they had no reason to consider the death threat real. The man who threatened had no previous criminal record. Now let's move on to Angela Rayner, who gave interviews but was unable to answer the key questions.
To begin with, it is a pleasure to have another exchange with the Right Honourable Lady in this House, our 5th in 12 months. Any more of these and she'll be claiming it as her principal residence. On the issue of no-fault evictions, it may have escaped the Right Honourable Lady's attention, but we will be voting on exactly that matter later today. The Conservative government taking action.
This woman does not know how to be honest. How could she possibly get such a position if she does not know how to communicate with people at all? I know the answer. Almost all Labour members have this pattern of behaviour. For example, Keir Starmer. I don't remember him ever answering questions honestly.
We spoke to many businesses. They've been working with us to get the Employment Rights Bill forward.
Can you name a company, a few of them, that have welcomed these proposals?
Well, we've worked with many of the companies.
Name a few.
I've worked with so many of them on this. I've had many roundtables, as has the business secretary, and they've very much welcomed the work that we've been doing on making sure that people...
You must be able to name a few, because I can name all the companies, the recruitment companies, Hayes, Manpower, Randstad. They've signed the letter saying this is the wrong approach. You're going to put jobs at risk. Which are the companies that have welcomed your employment rights?
Well, like I say, I've spoke to many companies. We've had many roundtables.
Keir Starmer, like Rayner, always avoids answering provocative questions and does it extremely poorly, despite the fact that this manipulation has been practiced by him for tens of centuries. He never learned how to do it beautifully.
Acknowledged that there has to be a balance and broadly welcomed it. We've made changes as opposed to, for example, on the probation periods when we listened to what business said. So we have the probation periods as well alongside the balance of rights from day one.
Will you get me a list of those companies and then we can call them and say, do you welcome Angela Rayner's proposals?
Well, there's been many of the companies that we've worked with, like I say, so many of them.
Angela Rayner has become one of the most scandalous figures. Her style of communication with journalists and opponents raises many questions. She often evades direct answers to the questions asked, which generates criticism and discontent from both political opponents and the public. One of the reasons Rayner may avoid specific answers is her desire to maintain political flexibility. In a rapidly changing political environment, where every word can be used against her, avoiding direct answers allows her not to get attached to a certain position. In addition, evading answers may be a strategy aimed at avoiding compromise. Politicians often face questions that can embarrass them or provoke a negative reaction. Rayner may prefer not to give unambiguous answers so as not to create grounds for criticism or discontent. But nevertheless, because of this, there is even more criticism.
Well, it's been reported that you've received several £1,000s worth of expensive clothes and a posh trip to New York in a multi-million-dollar penthouse. Can this be justified, Deputy Prime Minister?
Right, we got that. You know what? Do you know what, Matt? We started off nice, didn't we? We started off, we did a softball. I like the softballs. And now you're coming in hard. You are coming in. I don't know if I'm at GB News or the P. Diddy Freak Off. I don't know what's going on. But I will say this. You know what? We have answered all of the questions and we've been upfront and honest. And, you know, I don't understand why everybody has to keep going there. Everybody, that instead of asking us about policy and positive stuff that us Labourers have done, you're going in straight away with scandal. I've had enough.
Evasion of answers is often perceived as uncertainty or lack of a clear position. This undermines the trust of voters and creates the impression that the politician is not ready for an open discussion. At a time when transparency and honesty are becoming increasingly important to voters, such behavior is a negative impact on Rayner's reputation. In other shocking news, it has become known that a British man has been arrested in Thailand on a gruesome charge against a 6-year-old girl. This crime was made possible thanks to the tireless work of the British authorities. A 30-year-old man from Leeds, West Yorkshire, was detained at his home on the Pattaya Coast Resort on Tuesday morning. The arrest was the result of a thorough investigation by the National Crime Agency in London, which was able to identify Lawrence based on shocking video evidence pointing to his alleged child abuse. Police conducted a risky operation at the suspect's rented apartment in the Private Paradise area, where he lived with his Thai girlfriend. The NCA investigation began after horrific materials were found on Lawrence's phone. British investigations worked closely with the Thai department to find this dangerous criminal. Thai authorities analyzed the video evidence and compared it with data from various locations in Thailand, and also used social media to track him down. As a result of this terrible investigation, an arrest warrant was issued. What do you think about it? Share your thoughts in the comments. See you.
Live from London, it's Plank of the Week with Mike Graham.
Good evening and welcome to Plank of the Week. It's the one show where you don't have to worry about making any judgments whatsoever because we do it all for you. Some people don't like being judgmental, but we love it. I've got Peter Blexley here with us. I've got Steve and Alan. I've got Matty Edgell as well, of course, and Steve Denyer. Let's kick things straight away, Peter, with the man of the moment, the one and only Sir Keir Starmer.
Well, because life is so wonderful under this Labour government, that I now see everything through rose-tinted glasses.
Is that what you're wearing?
Is that what the surprise was?
Quite literally, so I bought some.
It suits you.
So this week, Downing Street turned on the lights of their Christmas tree.
Yes.
Number one, I don't know why they need such a big Christmas tree in Downing Street.
Yeah.
Because there's a whopping great one.
Most people put it inside the house, they put it outside.
Indeed.
So imagine if you did that.
But there's an enormous great one up at Trafalgar Square
There
anyway.
is, yeah.
So what's the need? You know, they could save a few bob there.
They could.
Maybe not have to nick, electricity money off of pensions.
Off of pensions.
And all that,
Imagine how much it costs to light up the Christmas tree. But shall we have a look at the very, very exciting moment where the Prime Minister counted down to lighting the tree?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey, it worked.
It worked.
I mean,
What a countdown.
and then at the end of that, he also says, there was a couple of nervous moments there, but we're all good. Well, actually, you're not all good, right? But you did see the moment where he was so surprised that something worked. Nothing else works.
I've got to say it, the fella's not quite right, is he?
He's not.
I mean, clearly.
No.
And I've got a theory here.
Yeah, have you?
You know, remember when he was a rabid Corbynista?
Oh, yeah.
You know what, always...
When he was a good friend of Jeremy Corbyn.
Yeah, and by his side in the shadow cabinet and all that malarkey.
Wanted him to be Prime Minister, in fact.
Yeah. Well, I think when he was one of Corbyn's mates, I think the Russians or the Chinese have implanted a tiny microscopic chip.
Yes.
And that they are actually controlling.
That would explain everything.
It would,
He's a sort of Manchurian candidate character.
Because nothing else can explain.
No.
What a frigging oddball he is.
I know. What about Lady Starmer? She looked like she's been held hostage there, didn't she?
Yeah, she did.
She's standing there for all the world like, I don't want to be here. This is really embarrassing. And when he asked everybody to join in with the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 countdown, nobody did.
And no one cheered after, which was the most awkward part. You would just hope someone would have just said, yes!
They'd all gone home. Well, everybody gone home. It took so long.
Well, somebody said on my show, thank goodness it doesn't work at NASA. You'd never get rockets off the ground, you know. But we got a sneak peek at them doing the rehearsal for it. Have a look at this.
3, 2, 1.
That's more like
Yeah.
I was actually confused. I was like, is
I
there really
know.
a rehearsal for that?
There's a lot of AI stuff going around at the moment.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this is also the week, let's not forget, that Sir Keir Starmer has admitted that what everybody else has known for some time, that the government isn't any good and it's not working very well, so he's going to reset it. Except it's not a reset. Don't call it a reset. But he's going to, instead of having missions, he's going to have pledges now. Or, no, sorry.
Milestones.
Milestones, right? He used to have pledges, then he had missions, and now he's got milestones.
Yeah.
It's all rubbish, isn't it?
No, that's cleared it up. That's really cleared it up, hasn't it?
Sorry, next it'll be gallstones, wouldn't it?
Gallstones, millstones around his neck.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, the whole thing is a disaster, isn't it?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But to find out that he can't count backwards with any enthusiasm is the lowest of the low, isn't it? The way he's 4. That is unbelievable.
I know.
How's he getting nervous about doing that? So you can't.
Also, I was talking to somebody about, you know, previous prime ministers, whether they would have done it. And, you know, you can imagine Boris doing it and he'd be quite funny.
Yeah.
You can imagine other prime ministers, Gordon Brown, for example, they would have just got a child to do it or something. They wouldn't have got somebody who's so useless at communicating to do it. They would have, you know, passed it on to, a visiting school choir or something to do it. And that would have been fine. But for Starmer to do it, it looks so wooden.
In an empty
street.
little outside area.
Right.
Don't you think he just seems more and more awkward?
Yeah.
You know, with himself. When he came in,
Yeah.
to see us at Virgin Radio the week before.
I remember that.
He won.
That was when he said he didn't want to work after 6 o'clock on a Friday.
Exactly.
That turned out to be rubbish as well.
But he just looked. He was just kind of glazed over and almost kind of like saw right through us. You know, like a robot.
He's like a rabbit in the headlights.
Just completely unprepared.
Yeah.
That's really awkward.
But it's not his fault. It's the chip inside of him that the Russians or the Chinese are controlling.
Well, I'll tell you what,
he has my absolute sympathy.
That's going to get reset.
Maddie may not get this particular reference, but I don't know if you had the Thunderbirds down in Australia. But
Yeah.
when I did breakfast this week and we had this from the night before, I said this has got to be done pure Thunderbird style. Have a look.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Also, of course, the other highlight of this week from the Labour government's point of view was they decided to outlaw junk food. So they're not going to allow anybody to advertise junk food any longer after 9 p.m. Yeah. Unfortunately, however, they haven't really defined what junk food is, right? So, unfortunately, they seem to have included porridge in the junk food, which, of course, is one of the healthiest things you can eat. They mean, you know, that sort of crappy porridge that you buy, which has got loads of sugar and stuff in it. But actual porridge oats has now been included. So apparently, your child, your child under 16 can't see an advert for porridge.
The number of times you see like kids on street corners doing the oats, it's a worry, isn't it?
It is a worry. Yeah,
Doing the oats.
it
That's
is.
what they call it, I believe.
The entire building.
Is it black
here is up
market
on
porridge? Well, we've managed to find an old-fashioned porridge ad for you. Here you go.
Well, here's a bowl of steaming Quaker oatmeal. And I can't think of a healthier way to start the day. Costs you 1 nickel and 4 pennies. So if you can't be bothered with nickels and pennies, throw them in a jar. Start an oatmeal fund. Quaker Oats. It's the right thing to do.
It was a simpler time, wasn't it?
It was. Though he is dead now, so maybe
Yeah.
it was the oats that did it.
It might maybe put something wrong into the oats.
This government should be dishing out more porridge,
Yeah.
not less.
So, Steve Van Allen, over to you.
Liz Kendall from the people who brought you such great hits as cutting the winter fuel payments for pensioners. Also managed to claim her fuel on the taxpayer.
Amazing.
Well, it was an expense. It wasn't like she actually burnt money that was due to payment to go to pensioners, because she lives in a smokeless zone. Otherwise, I imagine she would have just heaped it up and set fire to
Well, she lives in 2 areas, doesn't she? Because this is for her second home, which I believe is in a constituency.
Yeah, well, they're allowed to claim fuel payments for their second home. But look at the optics. This is so obvious. See this coming down the track. If you're about to cut fuel payments for people, don't then claim... Just have a whip round. Get it paid for. This is like Ed Miliband setting fire to trees and laughing in his back garden. This was always going to look bad. But the problem, she lives in a £4 million property. So if you can't afford
in Notting Hill,
you can't afford your bills, sell it to raise the money. You know, then it's a farm, is what I'm saying.
But this is indicative of the way the Labour government operates, because as long as it's within the rules, they think it's all right. But it isn't all right.
No, well, I mean, it's within the rules for any MP to claim this. It's also within the rules to not suggest cutting fuel allowance for people just over that pension credit limit. So there's an option. The problem is, though, Keir Starmer can't do anything about this. It's not like he can call her in for a meeting and say, Liz, we can't take freebies. He's being measured up for his free suits.
Well, this is, again, an example of Keir Starmer following the rules, because he said he thought he followed the rules by declaring that he'd had these suits. But except he didn't actually declare them until he was made to declare them. But now Liz Kendall doesn't need to change her behaviour because she thinks it's within the rules.
They asked him how many suits he claimed, and he said, 4. And they were there all day. It took him ages.
Yeah, and I've got to confess, Lord Ali bought these roast tinted.
There you go.
Oh, I knew that you didn't buy them.
Well, don't forget to declare them on the way out.
Yeah.
And we'll put them in the fund. But, yeah, I mean, Liz Kendall is married to a very wealthy man. I can't remember who he is. I think he's a lawyer, isn't he?
A financier.
Financier or something like that. But the house is worth £4 million in Notting Hill, which is not bad.
Claimed £3 on electricity, which, to be fair, is the same as my bill, because I think I put the heat...
But some people have said she hasn't claimed actual amounts of money for the bill. She's actually claimed the allowance, which is not quite the same thing. So if you're allowed £3,000 and you can claim £3,000, she's just claimed £3,000. So, you know, she's sort of limited it up so that... because people have said to me, well, if it's a second home and you're not in it very often because you live in London, basically, while you're working as a minister in the Department for Work and Pensions, how much electricity are you actually using?
She should open it up as like a warm bank for all the nearby pensioners.
Well, we've often said this, you know, that if you can claim for your heating allowance, then what are we getting out of it? Should we be able to come and spend a night there, you know, once a year or something?
Sure, I'd fancy that.
Wouldn't it be cheaper if MPs lived within the constituencies that they represented?
Yes.
Cheaper and better, I would suggest. I know some do, but clearly not all. And then when they came to London for parliamentary business, perhaps put them up in a hotel.
Well,
there are inexpensive...
Some of them do that. Some of them do that. I've had many conversations about this going back about 15 years, and my favourite plan that I came up with was to put them on a ship in the Thames. Basically, it'd be like the Bibby Stockholm. Be like the Bibby Stockholm. It's perfectly reasonable. You know, it would be kept clean. It could be like a single cell occupancy, if you like. You only need enough room for probably about 300 or 400 of them at any one time. Easy to do, and they can literally walk off the gangplank into the House of Commons.
Most MPs in Australia represent areas that they live in.
Absolutely right.
It just smacks of the old gravy train, snouts in a trough and all that, which we're forever giving good cause to moan about.
Absolutely, because as more and more of us get squeezed so that you don't have as much money as you used to have because you're having to pay more for your electricity, they don't worry about it because they just claim it back.
Yeah, we're all in this together. We're not, are we?
No.
Turns out some of us get to claim our expenses.
They're all in it together. We're left outside going, what's going on in there? Maddie, over to you.
Well,
Jaguar is still in the news.
Nominating Jaguar, obviously we know that they're going fully electric vehicle from now on.
Yeah.
And instead of, creating a popular design that people would want to actually buy, and keep in mind these cars are £100,000 a pop, they've come up with this absolutely disgusting design. I think that anyone with any, ounce of taste would understand.
There it is.
This is, I guess, the Barbie one. It's Miami Pink.
Yeah. Well, funny enough, when they put it out, right, they had 2 cars. One was blue and one was pink. And given that they've done this huge woke campaign, which involved a video which had a bloke in a dress with a hammer and lots of sort of trans images, somebody said to me, isn't it disgraceful that they're suggesting a blue and a pink car as if there's only 2 genders? Well, I mean, that's a shocking state of affairs.
Yeah. Well, I've got something long and pink that gets my wife revved up.
Right.
There you go. There's my best Greg Wallace impersonator.
I thought you were talking about a tie, actually, to be honest.
Peter, you've changed since you put on those shades.
He has changed, And also, they've been defending themselves, Jacob, haven't they? Because they think that it's actually everybody else's fault They want to be talked about, and they keep. I mean, marketing people are very smart, aren't they? They say as long as we're being talked about. Yeah, that's what they said at Bud Light.
In order if no one's going to buy it.
Yeah, but if everybody's saying it's absolute rubbish, that's not a good thing.
But Ratner's got talked about a lot for a while after Gerald Ratner called all this stuff crap.
Yeah.
Look, where are they?
And look, Bud Light lost something like 25 million off their share price because Dylan Mulvaney was jumping about, celebrating the dawn of Bud Light in a bath. But the car is an absolute abomination.
Yeah, you really want to be driving around like that? But also, I was saying off air before that I was Googling Jaguar cars for the last, 20, 30 years, looking at the designs. I'm not a car person, they were stunning cars.
They really were. I mean, if you go back to the 80s, that was the model. Yeah. I still remember that model.
Well, the E-Type Jag was one of the most beautifully designed cars of all time. That was in the 60s, and everybody wanted one, And then they went all the way up through the Daimlers and Jaguar, sort of the XJ6, and all of those great cars. And what was even more ridiculous was Nigel Farage came out and said, Jaguar are finished. This is the first stage of them going bust. And the head of Jaguar's company actually said, well, we don't want people like Nigel Farage as a customer. Nigel Farage drives top-of-the-range Range Rover, which is made by Jaguar Land Rover, so he's actually one of their customers.
What a dumb thing to say.
I know. And the people who can afford to spend upwards of £150,000 on that ridiculousness of a car are not in their 20s.
I'll never understand why big corporations and big companies think it's a smart PR move to come out and try and disassociate themselves from people who are politically on a different side. Yeah. This is about a car.
Yeah, just sell the cars.
Just grow up.
Well, when they did the first...
customer.
Yeah, well, when they did the first... Because they've been on for about... I think it's their third week in a row, Jaguar, because they launched the original advert, which was so ludicrous. It had no cars in it at all. Elon Musk actually wrote and tweeted Jaguar and said, are you actually selling cars anymore?
But now we know why they didn't put the cars in it. Look at the state of it.
But you know what? The Tesla, obviously an electric vehicle, the Tesla design, I love them.
Yeah.
I think that is a really cool car.
What about the Cybertruck?
No, absolutely not.
You don't fancy the Cybertruck?
I don't like that. That looks like a robot.
No, well, here's where they got their inspiration from at Jaguar. Have a look at this.
A souped-up head is just the tip of the iceberg. The entire chassis is bullet and bomb-proof. Pretty handy when some diabolical villain is up to their dirty tricks.
Oh, yeah. I was about to say, it looks like...
So Thunderbirds gets two mentions this week, so there we are. But yeah, so we await to see the sale. Apparently they're not even going to go on sale with these cars for about a couple of years. It's
a good idea.
You know.
Yeah, they'll probably retract
Imagine James Bond driving something like that. Q would have to put a button in that you press and it makes it less embarrassing.
Yeah, it's like maybe bring back the invisibility car that they had in Pierce Brosnan version. Steve, over to you.
Can we just discuss Greg Wallace?
Oh, do we have to?
We have to.
We already have, Steve.
Guys. I mean, this is...
He has been the story of the week, hasn't he?
I mean, unbelievable. I don't know about you guys. I've heard stuff about him. I know makeup people who rarely have a go at stars, but Greg has often come up in conversation as a kind of like a Sid James character, if you like. Somebody, maybe a dinosaur, somebody who doesn't say the right stuff. And, of course, there's been this pile-on this week and some really... serious accusations, and Greg released...
And they're getting more serious with every day that passes, aren't they?
Absolutely, and not just from MasterChef. Other programmes now and the production company have had to kind of deal with all of this, but possibly the worst bit of PR I've ever seen. Sunday morning at 6:20, he goes on Instagram and makes this post basically saying, these women are middle-class women of a certain age. And as soon as I heard it, I just thought, you've now made this problem.
Somebody asked me if he was using the same PR firm as Prince Andrew. But let's have a look at it.
Now, in the newspaper, I can see the complaints coming from a handful of middle-class women of a certain age just from Celebrity MasterChef. This isn't right.
I thought he was going to address, the coming out naked, covering his appendage, and the other rude comments, but none of that. I mean, it's the most kind of tone-deaf reply, probably since Prince Andrew, actually.
Probably, But then he then the following day, just to make matters worse, he then kind of apologised for it, right? And we've got that clip, I think.
I want to apologise for any offence that I caused with my post yesterday and any upset I may have caused to a lot of people.
And as you can see in that clip, he hasn't really apologised at all. He's basically said that he's sorry for offending people, which is the classic, I'm sorry if you took offence, but, that's your fault.
Sorry, not sorry.
That's basically your fault, not my fault.
I think that car crash clip is a window into his soul.
Yeah.
I'm saying no more than
I
that.
think the problem for Greg Wallace is that the BBC probably should have stopped him from doing the things that he was doing a long time before. So I actually blame the BBC in all of this because, you know, there's lots of different opinions about, you know, whether this is just old-fashioned banter. I don't think it is. I think there's more to it than that. And there's certainly people complaining now that there was inappropriate touching. He denies all of it, we have to say that. You know, but the BBC knew this guy was a problem. Going all the way back to possibly 2009, 2010.
They're already trying to get their defence in the BBC by saying these shows were made by an independent production company that then deliver them to us. Trust me, when independent production companies are making shows for a channel, very senior people from that channel go and visit those shows on a pretty regular basis.
And are we actually all believing that there had been no complaints up until this week, last week?
Well, no, there have been complaints, but
that's what I mean. It's like you can't, exactly. You can't play, you know, wool over your eyes.
No.
It's just happened now in 2024 where you're allowed to speak up. Absolutely not.
No, also I said to somebody this week on my show, you know, whatever view you've got of Greg Wallace, you know, if somebody's running through your workplace naked with a sock over his, you know, Johnson, for want of a better word, you know, that's not normal behaviour.
No.
You know, nothing like that's ever happened here, and this is quite a modern company.
I've done it a few times, but the problem is I can use an ankle sock. So
yeah, there you go. So you're all right. Also, you work in comedy, so you can get away with it.
Yeah.
And,
this is why this story's been going on a bit. I think I've read too much about it because a handful of middle-class women of a certain age is my most common internet search.
Yeah.
So I'm getting these stories through an awful lot. And I think I
think that's good. I like that. But this is the other thing, is that the BBC now, The Sun had a story this week, were editing some of this stuff out. So they knew it was there, but before they broadcast, they were editing some of the things that he was doing out of the programme because they must have known that's not going to look great, so we'll take it out. And the BBC, for me, are more culpable than Greg Wallace in a way.
Yeah. And I don't like his steak bakes anyway.
No,
so I'm boycotting it.
I'm glad that they actually showed this week's programme for the chefs. Because it would have been a terrible shame for those really, you know, the potentially great people who are going to do so well to have their appearance canned after putting so much effort in.
Yeah, but they might be saying, why are we being shown with this guy? They might not want to be shown with him. I mean, they've now cancelled the Christmas specials, which they hadn't done at the beginning.
Seen the food they make? These chefs.
I've never watched any of it.
A long time ago.
I've actually never watched any of it.
I don't think I've ever watched it.
Cucumber shavings with a reindeer jus. What?
Well, this is why they made a mistake going after middle-class people. They're the only people who watch it.
Yeah.
Working-class people, we just have, like, chicken, whereas middle-class people is, like, locally sourced.
Bangers and mash, thank you.
Yeah.
I must say, I love a reindeer jus, though.
I've never even heard of that.
What about a coq au vin? Hey? That's another one.
You leave my van out of it.
Listen, we're going to come back with more. Me with another parliamentary mention, obviously another government minister or former government minister. More trouble with the Home Office. We'll be back with more from Plank of the Week afterwards. So you might remember there's a woman called Louise Haigh from the Department of Transport. She became the Secretary of State for Transport. And the first thing she did when she got in was apologise to P&O, who were, of course, the ferry company that she had slagged off because they'd said, and, you know, if she'd stuck to her guns, you might have agreed that she probably was right to slag them off, but they basically fired all their people and rehired them all. But because there was a problem with what she said, the Qatari company that owned them said, well, we're not going to do business with you anymore. We're just going to shut it all down and nobody's going to be able to work anymore. So that was the beginning. Then the next thing she did was she decided to hand a 15% pay rise to ASLEF to stop them from going on strike. And it turns out that ASLEF are actually not only backers of the Labour Party, but they're also giving her a bit of money in her election campaign briefings as well. And then they went on strike again the next day after they'd been given the pay rise. But she had to resign last week, you might remember, because basically it turns out that she's a convicted fraudster.
Great.
And you just kind of go,
another one.
What's the matter with these people? And apparently when she was working for an insurance company, she said that she had her phone stolen, except it wasn't.
Wow.
And the police actually prosecuted her. And I think we've got a clip of me breaking the news when she resigned. She lied, and she was convicted of fraud, and she's a Minister of the Crown. I find it extraordinary. She'll surely have to resign, won't she? Breaking news, she's just resigned. Are you serious? Louise Haig has just resigned. She's obviously started listening to Morning Glory, and she's 10 minutes in, and she's gone, I can't take this. So Louise Haig... So another one bites the dust. Incredible. So it's 12 minutes past 6. I say she has to resign. 17 minutes past 6, she's resigned. I wish it was that easy for the rest of them.
Are you taking requests?
I am, actually. You know, I'm a bit disappointed that we've got this far into the week and we haven't seen another one resigning. But the big news as well is that as a former member of the Cabinet, she's entitled to a redundancy payment when you lose your job. Now, she's only been in for, what, 5 weeks? And... ridiculously, she's being offered £17,000.
I did the maths on that.
Yeah.
That equates to 56 winter fuel allowances.
That's very good.
You're going to look at how many phones
Peter.
you buy.
Yeah, that is very good.
He's got swagger about him today.
And some people are suggesting, and even some of them inside the Labour Party, Jess Phillips being one of them, she's a Home Office minister, says, I actually don't think that she should take the money. Because if you remember, back in the days when the Tory party were in absolute and utter chaos, and I think Grant Shapps did every job in the Cabinet at one point, from sort of 1-2 month period. When he was Home Secretary, then he was Foreign Secretary, then he was, Minister for the Crown of something or other else. And many of them took redundancy money when they left the job because they got fired and got made something. It's a ridiculous system. So she basically is equivalent. She's allowed to get a quarter of her annual pay as severance. And I just don't think she should take it.
No.
No, if you have to resign... You should get money for resigning. It very much seems like, I've done such a bad job, I can no longer do it. Where's my extra cash?
And also, the other problem with this story is that supposedly Keir Starmer knew that she had been done for fraud, and it wasn't considered to be a big deal because it was not a seriously, you didn't go to prison or anything like that, and it had happened a long time in the past. But so if that was the case, then why did she have to resign when it came out in the Times that actually she had been done and she did have a criminal record?
So it's OK as long as we can keep it a secret.
Yes.
That's exactly
the
what
minute
it is.
it gets out, boom, you're gone.
And these are the same people, by the way, sorry, Steve, I'll come back to you, who were calling for the resignation of everyone in the Tory party because they'd all been given an on-the-spot fine for having a party when they shouldn't.
After she resigned, I thought Starmer's statement, it was only, 5 lines or something, possibly the coldest kind of... he is cold, response I've ever seen about something.
It's the chip.
This actually does explain quite a lot.
It does.
It does. It really
but why
does.
would you pretend to have your work phone mugged?
She said, and it was one of those sort of backtracky type stories, because she claimed to, when she was asked by the Times what happened, she went, well, I had my bag stolen and I was mugged and it was a terrifying experience and I thought my phone was in the bag, but then later I discovered it was at home all the time. Now, apparently, also, there were suggestions that other phones had been taken in a similar manner from her, as if, there was a very unusual propensity for people to steal her phone.
Yeah, and if
what's on there?
someone nicks your phone, you can claim on insurance. I suppose if you really know how the insurance system works.
How
Where
the
did she
insurance
work
system
again?
works. She works in an insurance company.
Oh, wow, because I didn't even know that.
No.
Weird.
But the thing is that also, the reason that they knew that the phone wasn't stolen is because the phone got switched on.
Yeah.
And the picture that was given to the police of the phone that was stolen was actually taken after she reported it stolen. And so you can mark it on the, on the phone. You can know exactly when the picture was taken. The picture of
exactly what she was doing.
The picture of the stolen phone was taken after she reported it stolen, which meant she knew that it hadn't been stolen. She was taking a picture of it,
and she was using it.
And she was using it.
Okay, so
and
it's
it was also used to call a member of her family.
And that's the kind of
mind. Kind of bang to rights. I mean, I'm not a police officer, but you used to be one. In fact, if you were investigating that, you'd be going, we think we've got this one, bang to rights, haven't we?
But when somebody commits such a stupid crime and they are so idiotic in their efforts to try and cover it up, you wouldn't really, surely, recommend them for a senior position in the government.
Let's go back to another department of the government, the Ministry of Justice.
Yes, and the Home Office. They need to get a bit of a cane in as well.
Well, he's going to do the caning in the Home Office, I think. But you can start it off if you like.
OK. So we get figures out of the Ministry of Justice this week. And by the way, there's a very, very sad and sombre twist that I'm going to bring to this story in just a minute. And it showed that 10,000 foreign prisoners released from our jails then go on to commit other offences. When foreigners are locked up in the UK, do you know what, government? Just deport them.
Yes.
Get rid of them. They have abused our hospitality. They have no right to remain on these shores. Get them on a plane and get them out.
Well, wasn't there a story earlier this week as well, or perhaps the end of last week, of the Manchester Arena bomber's mate, who was the guy who sort of radicalised him? He was released from prison, who had been serving some time on terrorism charges. He's a dual citizen with Libya and Britain, somehow. And he was the one that sort of started Abedi, the Manchester Arena bomber, on his journey to, becoming an Islamic jihadist, right? He could be deported to Libya, but apparently they're not going to deport him to Libya because he fears for his life if he goes back there.
Don't we have a problem with overcrowding in jails?
Yeah, we do.
So why are you just releasing these people from the jails into the UK community?
Well, as I said before, Shabana Mahmood, the Justice Secretary, wants to release people out into the community because there isn't enough space for them in prison, and she doesn't think it does any good anyway.
Yeah, really.
I mean, great. Maybe she's not in the right job.
Look at
maybe
the
give her
reoffending
transport
rates.
or something.
These prisoners that are released, whether they're foreigners or whether they're UK prisoners, the reoffending rates are astronomical.
Yeah. So
it's
isn't that
ludicrous.
That's a problem with the rehabilitation kind of process that they're doing in prisons. Wouldn't you be pouring more money into making prisons a little bit better at rehabilitating the prisoners before they let out?
Because there is no rehabilitation.
Right.
Well, nothing like this.
And Keir Starmer's latest line is that, it's all very well saying build more prisons, but nobody wants them built anywhere near where they live. Also, build them where people don't live then.
Yeah.
There's plenty of parts of Britain where nobody lives.
Exactly.
Middle of Wales, for example. It's full of sheep. There's nobody there. And if they want to escape, it will take them like 50 hours to reach any kind of civilization.
Or build an Alcatraz.
Yeah. Well, we've got loads of islands off the coast
Yeah.
of Scotland, some of them uninhabited, which would be perfectly good for either the use of illegal migrants or prisoners. You wouldn't even have to build a prison.
Yeah.
So the Home Office.
Previously, Labour promised to sort out this migration problem, smash the gangs and get fewer hotel rooms being used by asylum seekers. Just a little update on that. The gangs seem to be rather unsmashed, 20,000 crossings and more hotel rooms being used. So what's the plan? Do you get the civil servants doing this to work harder?
Yeah.
How dare you brute? No.
Yes.
What you do is you give them a wellness room.
Yeah.
Because they need a room for their well-being because of how they feel. Apparently,
I didn't think they went into the office anymore. Why they needed a room
this is part of the
in
thing,
the building?
Right? So they have this wellness room to sort out your stress and your anxiety.
Yeah.
They were going to launch it on a Monday and realised we shouldn't do that. No one's in the office on Mondays because they work from home. I thought that was for your mental health and anxiety.
Yeah.
How many fixes to this problem do you clearly need? So they've got this room, which there was an email that went around, described it. It's got kitchen facilities, and you can go in there if you need some time on your own. So they have a space that you can go into, and it's got a border that you can close and prevent people going through that border. It's a concept the Home Office might want to work with a little bit, on a bigger scale.
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of people taking an interest in this story the other morning when I was on, and one person was my favourite who said, we used to have a room like that in my office. It was called the kitchen. And you would basically go there to make your coffee and tea. And you might run into a couple of other people, you might have a little chat, you might see what was going on, you might have a bit of a moan about the boss or something like that, and it was perfectly normal. Now you have to have a special room set aside so that you can go and sit somewhere and chill out.
It's a waste of a room, isn't it? Because with kitchen facilities and furniture, you could house someone there while they're waiting for asylum seeking claims to be processed. I've just got the numbers down.
When I was a detective, we had a wellbeing room. It was called the pub.
The pub.
And I've got to tell you, spent a bit of time in there and everybody felt better.
Absolutely right. It is extraordinary, isn't it? But this is the thing. I mean, what about the poor people who are working down on the border who are getting no help at all?
I know.
Because they're being told... Because I don't blame the guys who are actually in border force. They're being told you've got to let them just wave them in. You know, when they put their feet down on the sand or the pebbles at Dover, just bring them in, give them a blanket, give them a mobile phone, put them on that bus there, and they'll be driven off to a hotel.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I think we've got something for you here, though. This is from America, so it's bound to be quite weird. This is a definition of a safe space.
Can you tell us what a safe space is?
I mean, a place where you're not going to get hurt or ridiculed.
And so on a college campus, if there's people with like Halloween costumes that maybe make you feel uncomfortable, does that make it not safe anymore?
Yeah, that's not a safe place.
So that's violent. It's not safe at all to be just seeing those Halloween costumes?
So Halloween costumes, definitely not safe.
Wow.
I'm terrified just by watching the clip.
I'm terrified of her. I mean, I tell you what, I wouldn't want to run into her in a dark night.
She would hate you.
That's really not something I'm looking forward to. But anyway, listen, we've got more to do. This is Plank of the Week. Coming up, we're going to go across to the United States of America. It won't be surprising to tell you. And Steve's got something about a naughty Santa, I think, which could be very interesting indeed. This is Plank of the Week. Welcome back to Plank of the Week. It's now time for Matty Edgell and Joe Biden.
OK, bear with me because I've got a lot to say on this one.
Yeah, go on.
I'm nominating Joe Biden, obviously, for pardoning his son Hunter Biden after, on multiple occasions, saying that he would never do that, and his press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, also saying that she would never do that.
Yes.
So we've got one incorrect, you could say, lie.
Yeah.
The reason why I think this is a big deal is because it obviously goes against everything he said. He spent a 50-year career saying that he respects the court of law, respects the Justice Department, respects all the procedures put in place in government. The reason this is a big deal is because Hunter Biden didn't pay $1.4 million worth of taxes. Right. Now, that's a lot
Puts
of money.
most people in prison, that, doesn't it?
Yes. It is, I think, it could be 25 years in jail as the max. He would never have gotten that. On top of that, he goes to buy a gun when he's hopped up on drugs, and he said this, he admitted this in his own book. Yeah. In 2018, he goes to buy a gun, and he ticks the box that says, I don't take drugs. Right. Now, there's not a lot to do, not a lot you can't do when you're buying a gun in America, but that's one of them. You just can't be a drug user. Right. So he lies again on that, and he is. So
it's a good system, though, isn't it? Are you a drug user? No. OK, here's a gun. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Got to love America, haven't you?
So Biden, he's facing two... one of them he's pled guilty to, one of them he's found guilty of. He's meant to be facing 2 sentencings this month. Yeah. Joe Biden, his daddy, comes out and says, I'm actually going to pardon my son because I feel like he's been unfairly treated because he is my son and he's had a track history with drugs and and he's overcome that. He's been 5.5 years sober. Now, I'm going to debunk this for you because this is absolutely ridiculous. He says it's unfair because there was a carefully negotiated plea deal agreed by the Department of Justice that unravelled in the courtroom last year. That's your Department of Justice. Yeah. So obviously you did a stupid little plea deal that we've gotten you off scot-free. The second one is he only basically got handed this because he was singled out because he's my son, and that is wrong. That is wrong. You didn't pay millions of dollars worth of taxes because, to quote by the special counsel, Hunter Biden spent millions of dollars on an extravagant lifestyle rather than paying his tax bills.
Yeah, well, we've all seen the footage from the laptop, haven't we?
Of course.
Where he's doing some quite dangerous-looking drugs.
And
hanging about with prostitutes.
If I had a son like that, I would happily let him go to jail.
Yeah, exactly right. And, of course, let's have a look at the White House press secretary saying exactly what you've just described, Maddie, when she was asked. And she gets very sort of, tetchy when she's asked questions she doesn't like answering. Have a look.
Would the president pardon or commute his son if he's convicted?
So I've answered this question before. It was asked of me not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago, and I was very clear, and I said no.
Is there any possibility that the president would end up pardoning his son?
No. It's still a no.
It will always be a no.
It's still a no. It will be a no. It is a no, and I don't have anything else to add. Will he pardon his son? No.
Except that turns out to be wrong.
Yes.
In fact, it's yes.
And the another reason why I just think this is just a ridiculous situation that has happened is because, so with the tax crimes, he hasn't paid an absorbent amount of tax, right? He then pays it back. So Joe Biden says the average person who pays back their taxes that hadn't paid them for various reasons doesn't get criminal time.
No. You don't just get to pay it back. And the other thing is that he's not just pardoned him for the crimes that he's been found guilty of, either by pleading guilty himself or by being found guilty. He's also basically admonished him for any other crime
for a 10-year period
that might come up between up to this moment. So if there's a crime that, say, he's discovered to have committed a year ago, he's already been pardoned for it.
Well, on that,
I think there probably are then, doesn't it?
No, but on that note, there is, right? So this case that was happening over his tax crimes doesn't include the tax years 2014 to 2015 when he didn't pay $145,000. And the investigation was so slow-walked because it had so many outside people getting involved that was left to expire. Yeah. Those years were left to expire. And basically when whistleblowers were at the House Oversight Committee, they were asked, oh, OK, so Hunter Biden could voluntarily pay $145,000 worth of taxes, but he has chosen not to. Correct.
Yeah. And this is the point. And so now, of course, all the people on Donald Trump's side are going, well, all these so-called lawsuits, he's going to get rid of those as well, which I'm sure they'll have to do. Steve, over to you and Dirty Santa.
OK, in a nutshell, Keir Starmer's cancelled Christmas, ladies and gentlemen.
He was just lighting up the Christmas tree.
It's a no.
Mind you, after what happened outside Downing Street with the lights and the tree, I think probably that's when he decided to cancel Christmas.
I first found out about this story on James Whale's show, because this Santa, a guy called Paul Cleary, 70 years old, he dresses up as Santa for a local charity in South Yorkshire. And apparently what he's done wrong is he posted a social media clip of Some Mothers Do Have 'Em with the number 10 Downing Street kind of spelling out idiots behind Keir Starmer. And, you know, this local charity, many of them Labour voters, have said, that's it, cancelled.
So they don't like his views on Keir Starmer, so they sacked him?
Yeah.
Blimey. That's ridiculous. We've got a clip, I think, from James Whale's show. Have a look.
They banned me from the lights turn on this evening. Yeah. And they've told me they don't want me service as a Santa anymore. And they don't want me donations because the food bank is sufficiently funded.
What a bunch of miserable lefties.
I do home visits, free of charge. Just ask for donations.
Down the chimney. Of course you do. No, let's not encourage home visits. Thank you very much indeed, Paul.
I mean, why is he dressed like that?
I can't
be
really
Santa
understand. It's not a great Santa beard, is it? I mean, I've seen better Santa beards.
Yeah,
I love that his lower third said right-wing Santa.
Yeah,
right-wing Santa. The movie Bad Santa. Here's the current version. This is the follow-up.
But this is the problem now of the world that we live in, is that you don't find out about quite a lot of these stories because they happen sort of in little local communities, and there's an awful lot of people who are frightened now to post things on social media, on Facebook, on Twitter, you know, because they don't know whether they're going to get cancelled by whoever it is that's around.
There's something very dark and macabre going on, and I'm sorry to bring such seriousness to the proceedings, but on that very note, people are holding themselves in check and not saying what they want to say, because whilst this government hasn't introduced any new legislation curtailing freedom of speech, they fear that freedom of speech is being eroded.
And it is actually being eroded.
Pervasive.
Yeah, it is being eroded, because once you get to a point where people are starting to self-censor because they're worried about what might happen, then you've already achieved, if you're the government, what you want to achieve. I mean, I don't know what it's
laws that are really vague, so you think, oh, I might be in trouble. It's rather, if you know the definitive line, you can go up to it. If it's this vague,
it is
but
vague.
That's why we get to an election. We get to an election in the UK, in the US, and wherever, and the silent voters come through, and everyone goes, "Oh, how confusing! What do you mean?" Just because you haven't been surrounded by people, you know, plastering it on the internet or talking about it in real life, this is what happens.
Well, he was told, this guy Paul Cleary, that the reason that he got rid of basically was because most of the people in the group were Labour voters, and they weren't happy.
But he's missing a trick, though, isn't he? Because he's Santa, put on a naughty list. Commute your own sentence. Pardon yourself. Learn from America. They literally pardon turkeys over there. So the hint was already there. Get
exactly right.
I mean, it's lawful comments. This is a guy of a certain age. Of course, some of us do have them, you know. You would only be a certain age.
Younger audiences won't know what that is, but it was a very funny and successful comedy show, wasn't it?
It was. Betty.
Betty,
I've heard of
it's like he was in the room.
It was Michael Crawford's kind of first real proper emergence into the sunlight, wasn't it? Way before he did Phantom of the Opera, which is probably now what he's
very funny.
Classic.
What he's more famous for, But this is the thing. I mean, humour is what Britain does. It's basically what we're famous for. I mean, you're a comedian. Are you finding that people... we saw, you know, we've seen it. We've seen it in the Edinburgh Fringe, though. We've seen, you know, shows getting cancelled because they didn't like what they were saying about the trans community.
And it's not the audience not liking it.
No.
It's the people in the venue, staff of the venue, then... young people who've only just been employed, they work the bar or whatever, but if they complain upwards, then the venue's terrified, they just shut down a show.
Right.
I'm sure the pendulum must swing at some stage.
But are you finding that some comedians, I'm not asking if you are, but are some comedians being careful about some of the stuff they do as a result?
It probably always happens, but I bet it happens more now, because we used to just fear the audience, and that's the thing. And you should, because if you say something to the audience and they don't like it, your job was to make them laugh.
Right.
Fail. But this extra, like, who else is listening? It used to be just the Daily Mail printing the words you say out of context. And of course, everything looks offensive if you're not in the room. But now it's this other thing of, like, oh, you've...
But also in the old days, it was all right to have a go at the Tories because they're evil and horrible. But now you can't have a go at Keir Starmer because he's a nice man and he's doing all the good things for the big
Keir
people.
Starling.
And for Keir Starling, for the good of the nation. And, you know...
thought that about Tony Blair, but, you know, you start a couple of wars, the next thing you know, everyone can have a go.
Well, yeah, but nobody really... I mean, Tony Blair... was the master at trying to tell everybody that he was doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And sometimes hard decisions are not popular and all of that. But he didn't start doing that until he'd been in for a while.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy started doing it on day one. You know, this is an unpopular decision. Yeah, you're right. Why are you doing it? Nobody wants it.
He's got a dossier on pensioners in his 60s.
I know. Absolutely ridiculous. Well, we've come to the end of yet another section, it seems to me. Coming up, one more from me, and then I'll have to decide. I may have to seek judgments from all of you as to who we give out. Because we've had, I think last week, we had Sadiq Khan. I think the week before we had Sir Keir Starmer. And I think the week before that we had David Lammy. I think the week before that we had Keir Starmer again. So it's starting to get a bit repetitive. This.
You'll never be Santa at this rate.
No, I don't think it'll be. It won't be the bad Santa, but we shall see. This is Plank of the Week. Back after this. Welcome back to Plank of the Week. We are in the final furlong where I decide exactly who's going to win it this week. But before that, my final nomination, and I'm afraid we've mentioned them in the past, the last few weeks, but we haven't actually put them in as a nomination, and it's The Guardian. Because you might know that in the past weeks, The Guardian have withdrawn from X, you know, because they think it's a bit toxic.
And they've gone on to Blue Sky.
I think they have gone on to Blue Sky, yeah. Where...
Can I... This makes me really...
Have you tried this Blue Sky thing?
I've never even heard of it.
No. So what makes me laugh is all these sanctimonious lefties, right, who told us all that we have to embrace mass immigration.
Yeah.
And if we don't, we're far-right racist thugs, right?
Bigots.
So all those condescending, sanctimonious lefties, they've now gone on to Blue Sky because they want a space where only like-minded people can live.
But you know what happened when Blue Sky got set up? In the first week or so, the system crashed because so many people were complaining about being offended by their own kind, right? Because they're such snowflakes that they couldn't handle anything, you know, and the servers all kind of went, you know, because we're getting so many complaints we can't handle it. But The Guardian, so they've already moved away from X, although they've kept an account there. I don't know why. But nobody was really reading The Guardian on X. So they've gone over to Blue Sky. But they've also been threatening to take strike action. Because,
we live in hope.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to the first day the paper doesn't come out. So far, that hasn't happened.
Would anybody notice?
Well, the BBC would notice, because the BBC buys about half the copies that they produce. You know, if it wasn't for the BBC, they wouldn't exist. But they also happen to own the Observer newspaper, right, which used to be a separate entity, which was owned by various people over the years. The Observer's now kind of just the outrider for the 7-day week operation, except for the fact that The Guardian, who are supposed to look after each other, it's supposed to be a kind of workers' collective. It isn't, right? Because they basically just thrown all the Observer journalists under the bus and gone, oh, we're going to sell it to Tortoise, or Tortoise, if you want to call it that, which is a new organisation, loss-making organisation, run by James Harding, who used to be the former boss of the BBC News, right? So the staff at The Observer and The Guardian are saying, look, we don't want you to sell it because you've got no guarantees that they'll keep it afloat. We don't know whether it's going to go online. It's not going to actually be a paper anymore. Meanwhile, Jay Rayner, who's one of the famous kind of food critics of our time, not a favourite of mine, once blocked me on Twitter. I think I'm still blocked on Twitter.
Oh, wow.
But he said that inside of The Guardian and inside The Observer, he's Jewish, and he says there's been a real problem with anti-Semitism. People really, and he said it's been quite unpleasant, and certainly since October the 7th of last year, it's really got bad. So he's resigned from the paper altogether, refuses to work for them.
Well, then I hope they both go to the wall.
Well, exactly right. But it gets better, right? Because you know how lefties are in support of each other all the time. Well, they voted to go on strike, right? However, some of them have said that they'd quite like to go into work because they can't afford to go on strike.
Well,
and so they've been told that they can have anonymity. So when they go in to write stories for The Guardian, they can give them fake bylines or just not have a name on it at all. So all of this solidarity, brothers, has fallen by the wayside and gone right out the window. Basically, some employees fear that more ardent union members may snoop on the paper's internal systems in an effort to identify strikebreakers. Well, I'm sorry, if you work for The Guardian, why are you breaking the strike?
Yeah.
Isn't that against the rules of sort of socialism?
The left really don't have a sense of humour, do they?
They really don't.
Whether it's Santa Claus or newspapers.
Well, here's an email that was sent to staff, which was obtained by one of my contacts. Any monitoring of Guardian tools to see who is working on strike day would be viewed as intimidation and is not permitted. Sounds a bit Stalinist to me, that, doesn't
it? Just.
You can have an anonymous byline if should you choose to work and if you wish to cross the picket line. I presume if you want to cross the picket line anonymously, you have to wear a balaclava over your head so they can't see who you are. And then The Guardian, of course, who are fully in support of all sorts of strikes normally, are not in support of this one, funnily enough. And they say The Guardian plans to keep printing the newspaper and updating its website on strike days. It will publish a news article about the action online and in print, while a notice will also be explaining that union members are on strike and that some stories have been prepared in advance. What? So basically, it'll be crap, even more crap than usual.
But will it say the website is being updated by scabs?
That would be better. That would be better. And in other news, breaking news coming in on The Guardian, Dale Vince apparently wants to buy The Observer.
Do you know what? Every day that goes by and I don't hear his name, I give thanks to the Almighty.
Yeah. Well, he's put on his own
These
Twitter.
These rose-tinted glasses are really working.
He goes, yeah, those rose-tinted glasses...
I'm going to give them back to Lord Alley. Right? They're rubbish.
The thing is, they only last for about 40 minutes, right? That's the thing. Keir Starmer had rose-tinted glasses when he got into Downing Street on July the 4th. By July the 5th, he was handed them back, going, these aren't working so well. But, you know, I'm finding it difficult, guys, to think beyond Keir Starmer and his tree.
It's Greg week, isn't it?
I mean, it could be that he's the plank, but I think the BBC...
I think he is the plank.
Is the plank.
But he's also the plank.
He made the choice.
The story started with 13 complaints, and somehow he thought, I'll just upset all...
Yeah, there is that.
Yeah.
There is that.
They scare easily.
But then, of course, you run the risk of people taking more seriously his statement about middle-class women than actually what he did with the middle-class women.
Yeah. And he's probably done huge harm to South East London blokes who want a job on the telly.
He has, absolutely right. And people keep referring to him as a barrow boy, right? But he's been on the telly longer than he was ever working in a vegetable market, wasn't he? So you can't even say that. Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess to get away from Keir Starmer, why don't we give it to Greg Wallace then?
Okay.
Can we do that?
Okay.
Is everybody in agreement with that?
Yeah.
I mean, not that you have to be in agreement with it, because I don't really care whether you agree with it or not. But, OK, so we're going to give it to Greg Wallace then. Mr Greg Wallace, in addition to all of the other things you've won, Plank of the Week. I suppose it had to happen, didn't it?
Put a sock on it. Put a sock on it.
What an image. I want to forget that image forever and ever and ever.
Maybe we could do that in post, as they like to say. Peter Bletchley, thank you very much. Steve Allen, Maddie Hale, Stephen Denyer, thank you very much indeed. We'll be back. See you next time for more from Plank of the Week.
Live from London, it's Plank of the Week with Mike Graham.
Welcome to Plank of the Week. Good evening. I'm Mike Graham, and this, of course, is the one place to be for judgment, because we're going to give you the judgment that you need for all the plankery that's been going on all of this week. We've got a fabulous panel. We've got Jeremy Kyle back from last week. We've got Candice Holdsworth. We've got Russell Quirk. We've got Peter Bletchley as well. It's going to be a fascinating show. I mean, I don't know where to start, really, but I suppose, Jeremy, you might have an idea of where to start, perhaps with the Prime Minister.
Sir Dreary, two-tier, free gear, no smear, Starmer. Extraordinary. Like you, and I guess the rest of you guys, I wake up every day and I think, can it possibly, for a new government, get any worse? I mean, this guy spent months and years talking about the Tories were scum and their noses were in the trough, and we're going to do government differently. We're going to do it for everybody.
Honesty.
Really, honesty and integrity.
Yeah.
Two great moments this week. Apart from, by the way, another 16 grand's worth of clothes that you forgot about. Lady Victoria Sponge. We love that.
That's a good
She's
one.
had 5 grand. This week, Rosie Duffield, who I actually think should be absolutely celebrated. I will be slaughtered by the transgender community. This is a woman who stood up and said, you know, I defend women's rights to have their own spaces to change. That's their right, right?
Right, because they haven't got a penis.
Because they haven't got a penis. Rosie Duffield resigned. So you fight an election under a Labour banner, and 12 weeks later, you come out and you say, I am so appalled by the leadership. The leadership that is greedy, doesn't care about the working man and woman. arrogant, just terrible. I am walking out.
Yeah.
No response at all. New Prime Minister. Within 12 weeks, Rosie Duffield does one. I think that speaks volumes to what will happen to him.
How arrogant they are, because they more or less said, good riddance. You know, well, we didn't really like you much anyway.
No.
But let's have a look at what she had to say.
Why is anybody earning the amount of money that Keir Starmer earned as the leader of the opposition taking £32,000 worth of clothes from somebody?
It's a very good question.
How can she not be right?
Yes.
About what
I think she's an admirable politician.
Yeah. And isn't it about time that we had politicians that actually stood by, you know, those things we used to call principles?
Yeah,
absolutely.
But let's ask that question. You know, what on earth is he doing with all the money? Because that's not the only money.
Why do you need 32 grand's worth of clothes?
Yeah.
I know what he's doing with the money.
Do you?
Yeah, no comment.
But if you resign from a party, I think there should be a by-election.
I agree with that.
Now, wouldn't that be fun, 12 weeks after the general election, if there was a by-election in her constituency?
And I suspect, Pete, she'd win as an independent because she is, as Russ says, an honest-to-God politician who is not scared, by the way, because she signed her own political death warrant in the Labour government and party. She's saying these are the values. The other thing that's wound her up and has wound everybody up is a great sort of side story to this obsession that he's got to, like, take away this winter fuel cut from pensions.
Yeah.
I mean, I said 2 weeks ago, this, for me, will be their poll tax moment. I don't believe that people will forget about it because he's got a big majority. I think they're in trouble. There's a wonderful couple from Scotland, isn't there? What are their names again?
Their names are Peter and Florence Fanning.
Nice. They're fanning the flames. They've decided. This is brilliant.
Fanning the flames. I like it.
Did you know what I did there? They are fanning the flames. They decided to sue the British government and the Prime Minister for the damage and the heartache that he will cause to pensions. Let's not forget, by the way, Labour's own advisers have said, hold on a second, 4,000 pensioners could die this winter. But I'll give my union mates 11 billion quid a pay rise. It's absolutely bloody awful.
It is extraordinary.
But they're at opposite ends of the spectrum, I think, Keir Starmer and Rosie Duffield. Very, very different politicians. She's the absolute epitome of integrity. He is a shapeshifter. And I think that he's starting to come apart because people can see that, whereas she will always command respect. It doesn't matter from which end of the political spectrum, because people can see she's sincere and she's authentic and she's genuine.
They used to call him Captain Hindsight and Keir Flip-Flop Starmer because he kept changing his mind. He didn't change his mind, he just told lies. And we're now working out, actually, these never lied.
It's a man of no principles whatsoever. And the other thing, just to add into the mix, of course, is she was asked if she thinks that Keir Starmer has a problem with women. And she said yes, categorically.
Well, because he doesn't know whether a woman has a penis or not.
That is a problem.
It's always a test, right?
Well, let's see what the Fannings have got to say.
The Fannings.
The Fannings of North Lanarkshire.
They intend to sue both the London and Scottish governments, since both are guilty through action and inaction of damaging the welfare of pensioners. It's affected us over the past couple of years by, it's been eating into my savings to pay for things. And as I said, it's been the impact of the whole thing. It's the winter fuel stuff, it's the cost of living, it's the cost of food, it's the cost of petrol, it's all amalgamated.
This really winds me up. We had a woman on this week who was crying her eyes out, disabled, had 3 heart attacks, right? They don't seem to understand, these politicians, this government. These people have paid in, done nothing wrong, never broken the law, given something to the country, and they sit and they look at migrants being put in hotels, prisoners being let out to re-offend, they're put in hotels, and people like those two, and millions of pensioners, are going to be screwed. I believe this Labour government is one term at its very most. I also believe, I said earlier, he will be gone within a year, Keir.
There's worse news. There's worse news coming down the line for dear old Peter there, because he just admitted to the nation he's got savings. And I bet Reeves comes after those.
Not for much longer. And also, Keir Starmer is a man who had to have a special law made just for him in Parliament.
But his £1 million gold-plated
to get his gold-plated pension up to a certain level. So, I mean, not only is he a hypocrite, he's greedy. He thinks he's better than everybody else.
There's a thing about incompetence as well. Boris Johnson got slaughtered for saying that he didn't do anything about Savile when he was Director of Public Prosecutions. You could add Hugh Edwards to that. This man now runs our country. He's got a foreign secretary who says green issues are more important than what's going on in the world. I genuinely am proud to be British, but in the last 12 weeks, I'm beginning to get bloody embarrassed.
The issue, though, I think, is not just the fact that he's taking the donations and, he's living the high life whilst there's a cost of living crisis and so on. It's everything that Keir Starmer said in the run-up to the election. I'm going to govern differently. I'm going to drain the swamp. I'm going to ensure that we govern country first and as a government of service. he's not only not done that, but he knew as he was saying that he was taking donations.
He'd already taken all the free stuff.
And when you've slagged others off and then the light is shone on you, then it's totally different, isn't it?
I
So
know.
Keir Starmer by a mile.
I mean, listen, that may be the winner already. Candice, you've got migrants for us.
Yeah, so this is a crazy story. This week, it was revealed that about 1,400 migrants have been identified trying to be classed as children.
Yeah.
So this is an issue that has been going on for years and years and years, that people have spoken about, people pretending to be children so that they can
It shouldn't be that difficult to tell whether they're children or not, should
No,
it?
it shouldn't. But one of the problems
All right.
is anyone who's tried to say, let's do checks, let's do dental checks, let's find out, they're just shut down as racist.
Must be racist.
Even though the implications for it are huge. If you come in as a child, that means you'll be put in a foster home with children. It means you'll be put in school with children.
Do you know there was a 41-year-old from somewhere like Eritrea who was in a school, right? And he only got kind of rumbled because he kept sexually assaulting the girls.
So let me
in
get this
class.
right. If you work at Border Force and you see a dude who's 40 pretending to be an 11-year-old kid,
Right.
you're not allowed to respond because this country's on its arse.
Mate, I've seen it happen, right? When I've been umpiring children's cricket matches for our local club, right? So I'm umpiring the under-11s, right? And our team against a local team. And, of course, the kids come up to you, you give them the ball and you say, what action you're going to bowl? Oh, right arm over, umpire. Say, lovely. And then the next thing you know, another bowler comes on. Brilliant. Right? You give him the ball and you look up, right? There's this geezer with a beard playing for the under-11s. And
it's a woman. That's even more ironic, isn't it? To be honest.
Yeah, and they say, oh yeah, he's a new, he's a migrant, this, that, and the other. We're integrating him, this, that, and the other. Oh right, mate, what are you bowling? Right arm over. Well, he doesn't do it in that accent, obviously. And you just go, yeah, I'm not quite sure you're an under-11, mate.
So we got to a point in this country where we can't talk about stuff like that or do anything about it because with that, it's just...
This is the thing. So what's happening to these 400 or so kids?
Yeah, so they were caught, so they're not going to get immigration status based on...
But I bet they won't be deported, though, will they?
Well, this is also another issue because one other thing that's happened this week is that they've discovered that Albanian migrants who've come over illegally have basically taken over the cannabis trade in Britain. They've muscled out the Vietnamese. I know. But see, this is the thing. Like, everything that everyone talks about, which is sort of like folk knowledge, then becomes news later on.
Yeah. Well, everything that we talk about on Talk has become true. I mean, I can't remember the last time that something happened and we went, well, we told you that last year.
But
or
this is,
2
bear
years
in mind,
ago.
this is just the 1,470 that we know about. What about all the others that are still in the system as 11-year-olds that are actually 19?
You have to ask yourself again about the system because patently people will say, oh, we need to have a deterrent. The deterrent for me would be to make this country not so bleeding soft, whereby you can come here and pretend to be a child and know that you won't be deported, that actually you don't come to this country and get what the pensioners, the Fannings don't get. You get it.
If your whole application is based on a lie, then ta-da, mate, string your hook.
But you know what's interesting? Because we did some research into this a couple of years ago, and that because Dover obviously is the point of entry for most of these people that come in, and social services in Dover were complaining that they were literally overwhelmed with all the cases they had to deal with, because they count you as a child up to the age of 23. So if you come in age 22. Dover will say you qualify to be classified as a child, and therefore you then enter their system. It's ridiculous.
Well, they're not called border farce rather than border force for nothing.
No, I know. And I mean, as far as the Albanians go, I mean, we've got some agreement now with Albania where we get to deport Albanians back to Albania, but it doesn't really matter because that's why they come in illegally, because they're not supposed to be here.
And isn't there a really sad irony to the fact that 1,400 men have come to this country illegally and pretended to be children, and they've managed to then stay here? And all the bedwetters say to me on a daily basis, oh, you don't understand what it's like to... They're doing that voice again. To be born into a war-torn country. I keep saying it every week. I make no apologies. If I was... if I was in a war-torn country, Candice, and I had my wife and I've got so many bleeding kids anyway, I wouldn't leave them there and bugger off to it. And strangely, I would sort of think it was my duty to protect my wife and kids first, and the safe place I got, first place I got to was safe. I'd go, oh, I wouldn't be going on my own. They're not coming from persecution. They're taking the PISS out of a system that is so soft that the rest of this country is getting, quite rightly, hacked off about
Yes,
it.
because it's not just about them. It's also about the wider system and how it impacts everybody. I mean, the Parsons Green bomber, he came in, pretended to be a child, was in a foster home.
Yeah.
That caused those foster parents so much stress.
The other one, the famous case, was it not, was the guy who stabbed somebody to death in Bournemouth.
That's a famous
who
one.
Who also came in as a child, even though he'd been arrested and charged with murder in Serbia on his way here.
And he was expelled from a school for carrying a knife.
Yeah.
And while we're on this very subject about crime committed by migrants, I'm sure you're all aware of how the Home Office will not release the statistics by country of origin of who's committing the crime in this country.
Why? Yeah.
Where they have done it, in the United States and Denmark, they found that certain people, certain demographics from countries which we can all take a well-informed guess at, the rate of crime that they commit is 8 times that of what an ordinary Dane might
And,
be.
of course, their reasoning is that, we don't want to cause any trouble. You know, that's called concealing the truth.
Yeah,
But that's the very definition of woke, is that you let feelings get in the way of facts. And the other stat for you, actually, is... In data from Paris, France, apparently 70% of those that have actually been caught for rape were not born in France.
Yeah.
70% are from overseas that have been caught and prosecuted for rape.
Amazing. Russell, over to you. You're going to take the showbiz route.
Well, I am, and this might be the winner. I mean, certainly be a close second, I think. So this is former national treasure and runner botherer Philip Schofield. Who has decided that he doesn't want to be on telly anymore. So he's told us he doesn't want to be on telly anymore by going on telly.
By going on telly. Before you go on, let's have a look at what he's actually done. This is this week.
Must we?
Apologies to Jeremy Kyle.
I know that coming out for so many people is liberating, and it's freedom on a plate. But for me, doing it later in life, at the moment, it's just given me more anguish.
Don't care.
So
honestly, I don't care.
He's there to lament what's happened.
Yes.
He's playing the victim like you've never seen anyone play the victim before. I mean, so much so that apparently his daughter now, who's a publicist, he sent her into ITV to ask them to apologise to him. Apparently.
I don't know why you're telling me I was there.
Can I just read you some of the reviews from the media? Because these are absolutely hilarious. The Guardian said he is an incredibly bitter man. The Tab says he's a narcissistic diva. And GQ have said, with Schofield's Castaway TV stunt, British TV slides even further into the gutter.
Right.
So it's not been received very well.
Well, apparently the ratings haven't been great either.
They plummeted, Jeremy was saying.
Yeah, they've sort of lost consistently after one. I mean, funnily enough, I meant to watch it last night because I thought in preparation for today, somebody's bound to nominate Philip Schofield. And I completely forgot.
Cut your toenails.
Yeah, I just completely forgot because that's how ridiculously poor the draw of Philip Schofield is. And let's face it, you know, people say, but he was a really good presenter. Yeah, he was a really good presenter. So he doesn't want to present anymore, so go and do something else.
But that doesn't
I don't
mean
want to
that-
see him on a desert island.
That doesn't mean that he sits there in a higher authority and is not judged by the same moral code that the rest of us are. I mean, let's be clear what happened. You know, he had a relationship with a young man that he may or may not have met when he was vastly underage, although apparently nothing happened. He then lied about that to ITV and the public, being that former national treasure.
Yeah. Although, let's face it, ITV weren't exactly unknowing, were they, about some of the stuff, considering that he took him on awards nights with him, took him on boats, took him in taxis, limos. They didn't all go, who's this bloke?
I mean,
did they?
Yeah.
They all knew who he was.
When they point out that he was a really good TV presenter, may I point out that Peter Sutcliffe, the Yorkshire Ripper, was a very good lorry driver.
Well, all is forgiven.
I mean, clearly that will probably be seen as an unfair comparison. But, you know...
Yeah. But the other thing that you said, Schofield, of course, I mean, in this melee of nonsense from this Castaway Island, which, by the way, I hope it was a one-way ticket. I hope he's there forever, is he? I don't think he's coming back.
I'd like to see him buried up to his head. You know, when they bury people up to his neck in the sand.
Yeah, but the other thing, apparently, he said is that, effectively, because his relationship was a gay relationship, he's been treated differently. And if he'd been a heterosexual, it would have been pats on the back.
No,
it would have been great.
No,
it wouldn't.
I'll tell you, honest to God.
Go on. You've got to give us something.
First of all, if you 3 weeks after it happened, right, he's on television saying, "What do you want me to do?" Right? There is a sort of unwritten rule in life, isn't there, that if you've done wrong, you keep your head down, right? But more than that, you narcissist, the heterosexual thing. There are plenty of heterosexual television presenters, I'm sure, right, who might have done that in the past, and probably you could argue that if it's a heterosexual situation, they'd never work again because of the things they've been accused of. He came out as gay, used ITV when it suited him to do that, and it blew back up in his face. But I'm with you. I don't want to be on television. Why the are you, sorry, why are you doing it then? And also, I just genuinely cannot believe how delusional it is.
Yeah.
I'm nearly doing it again.
I know.
Read the room, mate. At the end of the day, it's done. I'd done another programme. I went through something similar. I came here with people who I'd known, and it's my home, right? But I didn't say Jack for 5 years. I don't understand what this man thinks the hell's going to happen.
But you've also never gone, poor me.
No.
Woe is me.
No.
Pity me. I've just suffered more anguish, and that's all it is.
Let us
He
not
blames
forget.
his brother, right?
Oh.
And says his brother is the real reason he got fired.
No.
Incorrect. Not
No.
correct, right?
Incorrect, Philip. Incorrect.
Yeah.
There's so much to it, but I know that the powers that be in many television...
Let's not forget, though, as well, that the reason he's been castigated in the eye of the public is because of this wholesome image that he strove really, really hard.
This is a very interesting point.
To kind
My
of advance,
dad,
right?
who's dead, which you know about. My old man was very, very straight, old-fashioned, said it how it was. I remember 3 days after it happened, because he was really hacked off what happened to me, and he was but he said to me something that has resonated forever about the Philip Schofield thing. He said to me one simple line, he went, so he lied to his wife for 27 years then.
Yeah.
Now, if you are presenting that image of being, as you said, this wholesome family man, it's all fun, and then it turns out, it's not that you're gay, Philip, it's that you lied to the people that trusted you, and then your wife, you still got your ring on. I don't understand that.
And by the way, his wife has appeared on the first two episodes.
She's on the show, isn't she?
I don't
Because they're
understand
still
that.
friends.
See the barbecue thing?
Did she get paid?
Did you see the Mickey out of Holly Willoughby? Did you see that?
No.
So Holly, when she came back after Philip had gone, said, it's been a very weird time not to have... I hope you're okay.
Yeah.
And at the barbecue, they're going... When he passed the meat and you okay? We all okay? So I think that Philip Schofield should read the frigging room.
Well, he clearly hasn't learned anything, has he? Because he's gone there, he's done this thing. He says, I'll never work for ITV again, as if it's his choice, which it isn't, right? And then he goes, I was fired for the wrong reason. I'm full of anguish. He then tries to have a go at Holly Willoughby. He tries to have a go at the people that he didn't like, who he feels stitched him up. Move on, get over it.
This is of his
I've
own
said
doing.
this before.
You
should have gone, and if you wanted to do something like that, just said, I'm not even going to talk about what happened. I'm just going to be here on a desert island, and now you can watch me catching some fish and cooking it.
I would say, if I was speaking to Philip Schofield, I'd say, you know what, life ain't great. Yeah, there are moments when things happen that aren't great, OK? You've got to take it on the chin. I genuinely don't understand whoever's advised him. The British public, we go back to why this show works so well for Mikey, right? The British public are looking at Starmer and going, we've never broken the law, we've never had any money, we've never had Jack, and these migrants are coming, these criminals. They're going to look at Schofield and go, oh, do one, mate, for God's sake. You've got millions in the bank, so you miss the oxygen of daytime television or whatever. You're on an island, just live with your family. We can't even afford to feed our kids. That's the reality of what's going on here.
Right.
Yeah.
Me.
Candice?
Yeah, I mean, people right now, I think, just really value authenticity. And, the sort of fake persona, people just aren't interested anymore. They don't want that. They want people who are real.
Yeah, and as that critique of the show said, he's just a narcissist. Yeah. And he doesn't get it.
Yeah.
The end.
Not one favourable review.
No, of course not. Peter, over to you. PC Julie Smith.
You had an accident.
Have you had an accident? You had some curry last night. What's going on?
I'm very pleased to say that I'm fine. My bowel movements are all perfectly well, thank you very much. But
that's a lot of toilet roll, Pete.
PC Julie Smith may not be able to say the same.
Right.
She worked for Leicestershire Police. She's subsequently resigned from the police service after it was alleged that she'd been regularly removing toilet rolls from the police building in which she worked. Now,
why?
Well, that's a very good question.
Was they're expensive?
There is a misconduct hearing, and we're waiting for the outcome of that at any moment.
I'm just surprised the police actually caught her, because they're so bad at the
misconduct hearing.
Doing anything. They launched an undercover operation to catch her, which I'm all in favour of. What they did was they took toilet rolls and they covered it in an invisible dye.
Are you winding me up?
No, this is a true story.
You are joking.
Forget the rapist, we're going to catch the toilet licker.
Tissue of lies.
It's a true story. Hey, boom, boom. And then, when they searched her car, dye on her hands, dye on the toilet roll, in the boot of her car. So the allegation is she's a serial toilet roll thief.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think it runs far deeper than that because, of course, you know, what was she stealing it for? Was she impoverished? Quite possibly. But I need to say something here because I don't want to sound like a rank hypocrite. Me and fellow mates back in the 70s when we were kids, on the way to football, used to go into various toilets and steal toilet rolls. Because, of course,
just used to throw them.
When the mighty Queen's Park Rangers would score a goal, we'd go, way!
So you probably didn't need 3 then, did you?
And so
Oh, yeah. So the police in this country...
Now, I mean, I was going to say, I'm old enough to remember when people used to throw toilet rolls at football. Can you imagine now with VAR? You'd be throwing the toilet roll, you'd have to take it all back again.
No.
It's been
You
disallowed.
might touch somebody and you'd be done for health and safety. So in this country, the police who allow Wayne Couzens and people like that to be in their organisation, Grassy, all those people, and don't mark their own homework very well, an undercover operation to find out the bog nicker. That's brilliant, mate, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, also, it must have
That's
been
the winner.
It must have been some kind of sharp-eyed character that noticed that the toilet rolls were going missing. I mean,
yeah, but you imagine, right? You've been doing a long shift. You've caught a load of criminals.
Long what?
Shift.
Oh, sorry.
We've done Schofield, right? You've done a long shift. You run into the toilet, you know, you're desperate to do something, and then there's no paper there.
I think...
I mean,
was she that stupid? Did she rinse the whole place, did she?
Well...
Every last didn't leave one behind.
Well, no, she didn't rinse. That's why she had to use the toilet paper. I would suspect...
Unbelievable.
That was quite good as well. I would suspect that I could defend her brilliantly if I was a lawyer. You just say got irritant bowel. And spent so much time out and about, you know, doing stakeouts and everything you should do when you're a copper. What was that for? That's why she needed all the toilet rolls. I could defend myself easily.
So has she been placed on indefinite leave of...
She's already resigned.
OK.
But as we speak, her misconduct hearing is taking place.
What's happening?
Hence, I had to use the word allegedly.
Yes.
But anyway, she's out of policing now.
If she's resigned, what's the misconduct hearing going to do? Make her pay them back or something?
Well, there could be a finding, for example, which would lead to her being barred from ever coming back into policing. You know, but...
Well, presumably it's a criminal charge as well, possibly, isn't it?
Well, they haven't charged her criminally yet, so I don't know.
Stand before me accused of stealing 11 toilet rolls. How do you plead?
What are you
I need the toilet.
Yeah.
Even more strangely, as you might expect from this show, we've got a clip of a man stealing toilet paper.
Is it Pete and...
New video tonight of a guy walking up to a house in Fort Myers and taking toilet paper off the porch. But toilet paper is not the only thing he got away with.
Rosalind Bass checked her Ring camera video and sees this man on her porch. He came back a second time after noticing the camera and put a shirt over his head. Then Rosalind yells at him through the camera.
Get up before I call the police.
He got away with toilet paper, paper towels, and a speaker box. Rosalind said she's never experienced this kind of crime near her Edison Avenue home before.
Now, coming up, what have we got next? You've got me, I think, next. So we're going to do the BBC, one of my favourite subjects. And also, Ed Millipede, he's on the show. He makes a return to Plank of the Week as well. It's all coming up after this. Welcome back to Plank of the Week, and I'm going to give you my first nomination, guys, which is a familiar subject, a familiar nominee. It is, of course, the BBC. I mean, I could nominate the BBC for being hopelessly anti-Semitic. I could nominate them for still not really understanding what about Hugh Edwards they should have known, and still not getting back the 200,000 quid that he supposedly is going to give them. And they haven't really given him a deadline for that. But no, it's not for that. It's for Question Time, which I don't know whether you watch anymore. I mean, I've sort of given up watching it, but if I happen to be around on a Thursday night, I'll give it a quick look. But it's so biased now that they say every time at the start of the show, this is representative of the voting public. And, of course, it never is.
Where, in
right?
Islington?
Well, they say wherever it is they're doing it from, and I can't remember where this one was from, but they say they basically, you know, they pick the audience, they hand-pick the audience. It's always full of Labour activists, strangely enough.
Always.
But they actually got into a fight and a row with Zia Yusuf, who's the new chairman of Reform. Let's have a look at this particular clip.
Clearly another representative BBC Question Time audience, given Reform won.
OK, I'm just going to stop you there. Zia. We have a representative proportion of people in here who voted Reform. And now, I don't know if any of you want to put your hands up.
How many people
let's
voted
hear
for
from one of
Reform?
them. We're going to get an answer to your question, but let's hear from...
3.
So 3 people. in the question time audience, despite the fact that they had
got
4 million
votes.
right? So they should have quite more substantially Reform members than that. But the point is, at the end of the day, everybody knows. I mean, whenever anyone from Reform goes on what you would call a BBC mainstream programme, they get pilloried, they get harassed, they get shouted down, they get spoken over, you know. Meanwhile, Michelle Hussein, I think it is, who represents the Today programme, she's been hauled over the coals for actually taking some propaganda from some Iranian talking about, you know, the problems in the Middle East without questioning anything at all.
5-minute rant uninterrupted.
Yeah. Nigel Farage was on, you know, a couple of days ago with one of the BBC interviewers, and they were just not really allowing him to say what he wanted to say, basically trying to make out that he was a troublemaker.
Absolute fear, isn't it?
Yeah, they absolutely can't play the game straight at all. And I think the trouble is they don't even know they're doing it.
I saw this Iranian professor. Okay.
Oh, this was last night.
Who was based in Lebanon.
Yeah.
This is the guy last night who said Hezbollah are played by the rules.
Yeah. It was a complete and utter rant in support of murderous terrorist organisations.
Yes, incredible.
The BBC is an extraordinarily biased, useless organisation.
Yeah.
I wouldn't...
It gets worse. It's like the Labour Party, isn't it? It gets worse every day.
It's almost that self-belief, that misplaced self-belief, the Labour Party. I said to somebody in Labour the other day, do you not understand the optics of what you're doing? Do you think you're better than the Tories? You called them scum quite rightly. You said that they had their noses in the trouble. You lot are doing worse. The BBC don't seem to give a toss, but what the BBC doesn't understand is that we're the reason that they exist. We pay that bloody ridiculous fee. And people, again, like with Labour, will go, hold on a minute, this is ludicrous.
Yeah, and there's certain issues where, you know, impartiality doesn't mean not taking a position.
Right.
You also need to have moral clarity. I mean, they
both sides, don't you?
Well, you had the documentary they just made about the Nova massacre, and I think the filmmaker was told not to refer to Hamas as terrorists.
Right.
But you watch that documentary and all it was slaughter and murder.
Yeah.
I mean, what else would you call it?
They still don't call Hezbollah terrorists. They call them a prescribed terrorist organisation.
They're a proxy organisation of the mad mullahs of Iran who give them money to murder people. That's a bleeding terrorist organisation. What is wrong with these people?
By any description.
Right, let's have a look at Julie Hartley-Brewer.
Must we?
Having a go.
It's now a source of national shame because the BBC broadcasts not just to us, it broadcasts around the world. It's seen internationally as a politically neutral source of facts. So this has got to stop. When you don't challenge the terrorists, when you don't challenge their defenders, you are not doing your job. You're not openly taking the side of the terrorists, of the medieval mullahs in Iran, against our democratic ally in Israel. You're taking sides against the truth. Stop it.
You better stop it if Julie Hartley-Brewer tells you to stop it, but I don't know whether they ever will. Let's have a look at a bit of a parody of Question Time, which actually isn't that far from the truth. This is Harry Enfield.
Gentleman over there in the funny beige jumper.
Wouldn't it be better if the government just admitted they got it wrong? If the BBC spent more or less money on better programmes, then it wouldn't be such an insult to the licence fee payer.
Next week, our panel includes the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Chairman of BP, and Dappy from N-Dubs.
No one would notice.
You wouldn't know that wasn't real, you know, because they've had all those ridiculous sort of, you know, supposedly trendy guests, haven't they? I think they had Russell Brand once,
Freddie
who was
Flintoff.
completely useless.
Yes.
Freddie Flintoff they had. I remember when they had put on the...
Piers Morgan.
Piers Morgan every now and again. The leader of the BNP, Nick Griffin, he went on, and actually he made a complete fool of himself. But whenever Nigel Farage is on, or whenever anybody from any sort of right wing of the Tory party is on, they just get completely pilloried and completely,
but in a way,
down.
Spoken to Nigel about this, in a way that's great.
Yeah.
Because in a way, these sort of self-satisfied bedwetters, as I call them, don't understand that real people who listened and watched this station repeatedly because they get common sense and they get a chance to have an opinion, they're not going to be ostracised.
Right.
These people, I'm not going to say they're going to rise up, but it's everything we talk about on this show. Your average Great Britain, who's worked hard all their lives, is just going, this is... I wouldn't even... I'm allowed to say it, but why would you pay your bleeding licence fee?
Well, fewer and fewer people are, actually.
But why would you?
But I'm afraid I'm not sure they will rise up. I think what you end up with is apathy, which is why only 20%
I don't agree
of people
with you
voted for this government.
Don't agree with you
And the fact that people just switch off Question Time, it's probably got an audience of, what, 2 or 3 million?
Seminal moment in the next 5 years if reform continues to grow seriously and massively.
I hope there is legitimate protest, I really do. What I'm saying is I think a lot of people have this tendency instead to switch off and they just think, I can't be doing with it.
I think Fiona Bruce, while we're at it, is appalling at that job.
She's dreadful.
She's incapable
Stick to
of
Antiques
marshalling
Roadshow.
that show.
Not very good at that either.
No.
I'd like to see him
This
do
is an
it.
antique.
I'd like to see
I
Mike
think
Graham
he'd be
do it.
great
He
on
should do
Question
it.
Time.
I would, yeah. But they've never asked me.
There's about as much chance.
No, I mean hosting it. Not just
I think I know a
No,
little
just
bit about television. Can I just say, I
hilarious.
think there is as much chance of the 5 or any of us lot working for the BBC as there is of Schofield presenting This Morning tomorrow.
Yeah.
But it's sad because you think about Christopher Hitchens' like legendary appearance on Question Time, and I think that for many people my age sort of defined our attitude to free speech.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, he said, like, Salman Rushdie, we need to stand up for him, but he had to go against the audience.
Yeah.
You had to be someone so tough. I mean, he almost like cheered being booed.
Right.
And so many people aren't like that, though. They won't be able to do that.
Yeah, they're absolutely right. Now,
Taken too soon, unfortunately.
I'm afraid so. Now, we're running a bit over at the moment. So,
Gotta be
Jeremy,
quick.
over to you. Just Stop Oil. Back in the news.
I mean, the day, we'll make this very quick, they're just pillocks, aren't they? I don't understand the whole Just Stop Oil thing, and I've said repeatedly on these sort of shows that I still don't actually know what they stand for. They've never actually sat down and said, I had a terrible experience at Earl's Court when I got off the tube about 6 months ago, and I walked down the road and they were lying there, and they said, will you join us? Don't be ridiculous. I wanted to kick one as I walked past.
Absolutely.
But this week, of course, as quite rightly, some of them were jailed for throwing. Was it soup?
Vandalising some other
the Van Gogh. They went and did it again. These people, that's not even...
What's the point?
Precisely, mate. I would just lock them all up, Pete.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think...
Well, they've
started
locking them up, which is a great thing.
They are.
Some of them quite like it. Some of them don't like it. But let's
Do you
have a
remember
look
that
at
woman? Do you remember that woman whose mother said, she's not... Oh, there's a picture.
Oh, here we go.
She's going to miss her brother's wedding.
Her brother's wedding. Oh, yeah, I know. Isn't it awful?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For demanding an end to new oil and... Oh, shut up and have a wash.
And the bizarre thing is, this government has announced no more oil or gas licences in the North Sea. So their original claim has been met, but still they do it. They started on the motorist. Then they went for sport, arts, culture, and recently tried to stop people going on holiday. They are undoubtedly the enemy of the people.
They are. There's no question about it.
Yeah, look at that. Honestly, look. And I'm not wrong, are they? They're all middle class.
So they got
upper
called.
class.
They've got
Dissatisfied.
sentenced to 2 They've all got ridiculous names like Indigo. And,
treble-barreled name.
And they're never there in the holiday period because their mummy and daddy's in Mallorca. I mean, honestly, it's that ridiculous.
Well, Christmas, because they're all in Aspen and
Aspen, yes, Barbados.
Yeah.
Just Stop Barbados.
Absolutely unbelievable. Right, Candice, not that dissimilar to Just Stop Oil, Ed Miliband, or
Yes.
Miliband, if you prefer.
Yes. So Ed Miliband, who has this ideological crusade against fossil fuels. So this week, EDF, one of the executives, have said his mad rush towards decarbonisation, and he wants to do it by 2030, is going to destabilise the energy grid in this country.
Yeah.
I mean, this is someone who knows what they're talking about.
There's going to be blackouts,
yes,
in other words.
Yes. The thing is what he's trying to do, trying to rush this through in basically about 6 years.
Yeah.
No one thinks it can be done.
No,
I mean,
it
various...
can't be done.
No, other countries like Canada and South Africa, for instance, they've said there's no way we're going to meet those targets. I mean, South Africa went through a massive energy crisis, so they're burning more coal.
Right.
I mean, the problem is when you get people like this, like those people, from Just Stop Oil, they cannot be pragmatic.
No.
They think like fanatics.
Yeah.
And modern economies depend on reliable sources of energy.
If you talk, help me out, because I'm not very good at this green thing. I've admitted to you. So if you've got oil and gas in abundance, right, which will save your country money, why are we going with this rubbish and then it doesn't work and we then import that stuff from other countries for more money? I mean, I'm not a financier, but that's crap.
Just like the fracking argument, where
crap.
we've decided that we don't want to frack, but we do buy already fracked gas from the United States. Of
course we should
Which
frack.
not only is
Exactly.
fracked
Of course we
gas,
should frack.
but then you also have the transportation costs and the carbon footprint of that on top of that.
Well, only this week they stopped, I think, at the last remaining coal mine and the last remaining power station, which was actually,
Miliband was applauding it.
powered by coal. Miliband said it was a great day to celebrate everything that the coal business had done for the country.
What about...
But now it's time to close
Is
the
he
chapter.
admitting that I thought it was really interesting last week when they announced that GB Energy's headquarters would be in Aberdeen. What they didn't tell everybody was that there's going to be 100,000 jobs going because of his mad wind farms rubbish, and that was probably a tipping of the hat to that.
But also, GB Energy is another absolute and utter shibboleth of a
what
thing.
a word.
It is.
But GB Energy is not even an energy company. It's a hedge fund.
It's not an energy company. It doesn't own any energy. It doesn't. It won't sell. It won't buy energy. It won't sell energy. All it will be is a quango.
It's going
full of people
love
appointed.
bloody
Another
quangos.
quango.
They love
It's going to invest in energy elsewhere there, what you're going to end up with is a load of foreign investors, just like we've got in water and gas.
I thought they didn't agree with that.
It's ludicrous. And isn't it ironic that in the 70s and 80s, when Margaret Thatcher closed down the coal industry because she saw that it was uneconomic, the left rioted on the streets? You'll remember that. And
What are you trying to say, that he's old?
Now, no, because it was a pretty famous kind of police dynamic, I think, wasn't it? In terms of...
Remember the flying pickets?
Flying pickets. But now the left closed down coal. Now the left closed down coal, and the left applaud themselves for it. Which is it?
Although the trade unionists absolutely hate it.
Yes, they do.
And it just frustrates you so much because it's like, if we had fracking, imagine what an industry we could have.
It's the same as
so
the
many
house
jobs.
thing.
Well, Miliband also wants to push this idea of heat pumps. I know somebody's got a heat pump, and it doesn't work. It does not heat the house, right? And so he's going to take away people's boilers. Millions and millions of people who've got perfectly good gas boiler.
Can he take my boiler away?
He can empower an agency to do so, right? And that's what he's going to do. That's what he wants to do. They haven't got the legislation in place yet, but they will, because they want to fine energy companies for not replacing your boiler.
Oh, we got to get rid of this.
Because the majority of Parliament will allow them to do whatever they want.
Yeah. But if you ask any of them, and I've tried this, whenever you get any politician on or any one of these green maniacs and you say, what actually happens when we hit net zero? You know, does the world become a great place? Do butterflies suddenly appear? You know, does the sun shine stronger? You know, is everybody happier? No. Nobody knows, because actually it won't make any bloody difference. There's been fires all week, apparently, in the Arctic. I didn't know you could have fires in the Arctic, but the Arctic's on fire. Yeah, apparently it's loads of brush.
So that's it. Get rid of the boilers.
They've created more CO2 in the last 5 days than I think the whole of Europe driving around in diesel cars.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's a hiding to nothing.
He's a dangerous human being.
The most dangerous.
I think he's the worst type of ideology.
Well, also, how can you trust a man that doesn't know how to eat a bacon sandwich? I mean, there it is.
I mean, honestly,
somehow we are in tune, Chuck, today.
If that was my child, I wouldn't let him out in public.
No. And I mean, this is what happens when you have a vanity photographer, which Angela Rayner's got. I'd like to see her trying to chew on a bacon sandwich, wouldn't you?
I'm not answering that question.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's move on to Ed Miliband.
You didn't need to say that. We left it there.
Yeah, we left it.
We left it. You're just too far quirky.
Ed Miliband. Here he is at Labour Party conference. Have a look at this.
So wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't...
Anyway, we've got through another section. Coming up next, what have we got? We've got a great section next, which might involve chicken. Chris Russell Quirkin's got a chicken to talk about. And also some more police action from Mr. Blexley. It's all coming up next. Welcome back to Plank of the Week. We are nearly through with the show, and then I'll have to decide who's going to be the winner. But this is a very unusual one. Might I say it's a bit quirky, Russell?
I hope so. I hope so. So yeah, my second nomination is DEFRA, for the Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs.
Yes.
As if the government...
Is it food?
Well... Kind of. Yeah, kind of.
I suppose it is. I thought it was fisheries and stuff like that.
Food and rural. I bet they keep changing.
Yeah, they keep changing.
For £150,000 worth of new logo at a time, they keep changing it. So as if the government didn't have anything to worry about at the moment. Because there's nothing really going on, is there? Economically, prisons, immigration, nothing like that. So what they've decided to focus on is the mandate, which literally this week has now become law. I kid you not. All chickens in Britain must be registered with DEFRA. Even if you have one chicken in your garden, I kid you not, one chicken in your garden, laying a couple of eggs a week or whatever.
What about foxes?
Has to be registered. So, I had
Stand
a look at...
There we are. Cock out.
Very good, very good.
You waited all day for that, didn't you?
That's my OnlyFans page.
Yeah.
Link below. What is hilarious about this, apart from the fact that obviously this is nanny statism, like you wouldn't...
Gone mad.
It is Tesco's finest. You can have it afterwards, Sharon. So nanny statism...
Other chickens
on
are
the
available.
basis that they want to know everything that we all do all of the time, including basically how many chickens there are. It's some effort or endeavour to try and somehow prevent bird flu. Not quite sure how it does that. However, when you look at the DEFRA website and you fill in the forms...
what are we getting now?
Right.
The forms, it doesn't actually say...
Is that for one chicken?
This is for one chicken, yeah.
But not when you're eating, when you're keeping.
Well, this is the thing, right? So it doesn't actually say that it's live chickens. It basically says that every chicken...
Sunday lunch,
every chicken in Britain...
forming.
I kid you not, every chicken in Britain has to be registered. So I bought this for my Sunday lunch, and I'm assuming that I have to register it. So I've given it a name, which is Gertrude, at the top here.
Nice.
And I am going to register Gertrude as my chicken. And then next week, I guess, once I've eaten it, I've got to do it again.
But it goes further than that, because another part of this legislation says if your birds are taken outdoors at any time, for example, to be exercised, trained, or taken to bird gatherings or shows,
where's he going?
They must be registered.
Where's he going?
Well, my wife loves a night at a West End show, and she likes a girly night as well. So I mean, it's never ending.
You can't call your wife a bird, can you? You'll be in trouble. Oh, that's great.
Well, you've got to make sure that DEFRA know about your wife's exploits then.
Yeah.
So every time you have roast chicken, you've got to register the bird.
Well, I might have misinterpreted
What a
that
load
slightly,
of
but
old...
what I'm saying is that typical government, they haven't made it clear. It doesn't say it has to be a live bird.
Well, there's been loads of comments made about this, right? Including some of the stuff that I saw on Twitter this week, which was things like, so you have to register every single chicken that walks the earth in Britain, but we don't know who the migrants are.
Yeah.
And we have no idea where they're from.
Yeah.
You don't register any of them.
We can't do that, but we want you to register
chickens.
every
So effectively, we've got
literally, so here, how about this scenario, right? So imagine a guy makes his way here from Eritrea. I don't know why I think of Eritrea
With
all
a
the time.
chicken?
He brings a chicken with him.
Yeah.
When he lands at Dover, they go, we'll have to register that. You can go.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what had happened. I mean, what's going on?
You've got kind of chicken ID cards. ID cards for chickens, but not for illegal migrants.
It's such a
absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, I'm not making this up. This is
Now, I've got this clip
this.
here, which is described as Peter Blexley's chicken. I'm slightly worried what we're about to see.
Oh, this is brilliant.
But
My
let's have a
wife
look.
was enthralled by your chicken.
Let's have a look at this.
Anyone want a chicken?
Are you auditioning for a really bad version of Only Fools and Horses?
Well, no, there's a black market.
Victor Meldrew there.
There's a black market in chickens, clearly, isn't it? Unregistered chickens, you see, and I might have just got a few.
I don't
I used to keep
understand
chickens, when I was a student, because we went through this period of, I don't know whether you want to know this story, but one of our housemates decided he wanted to become self-sufficient because he quite liked the good life. Right?
I had a crush on Felicity Kendall.
Yeah, well, so did we all. Yeah. She was a member of my golf club, actually. That's another story. So we got 2 chickens in, and one of them mysteriously stopped laying eggs, right? So we took a collective decision that we'd have to execute the chicken because apparently it wasn't any longer contributing. It was like communism in writ large. We had to import a killer from Southampton. We were living in Bath at the time. And he came and I held the chicken upside down and he chopped its head off like that. And we ate it. It was the best tasting chicken I've ever had.
You've triggered vegans all over Britain.
And then, do you know what happened? At the end of the week, we went down to the end of the garden and found all the eggs.
Yeah, but you can end up with like 1 million eggs sometimes.
Chicken execution remorse.
At least by murdering the chicken and eating it, you didn't have to register.
I didn't have to register it though, because those were simpler times.
Oh, hang on, sorry, it doesn't say that. Doesn't actually say you don't have to register
me
dead
that
chickens.
migrants don't have to be registered, but you have to register a bloody chicken.
So,
I swear to
and
God,
how many
that's it.
people are being employed by DEFRA to check all these registrations?
Yeah, absolutely.
And
how
who's
many
the boss?
chickens?
Who's the DEFRA secretary now?
I don't know who the Environment Secretary is.
Steve Reid, isn't
Somebody with red. Oh, it is Steve Reid, yeah.
Or is,
It is. Yeah, he's another one. He's a bit of a failure. Unbelievable. Absolutely ridiculous. Over to you, Peter Blexley. Superintendent Helen Breer, it says here.
Right, so this is the second female police officer I've picked on this week.
It's
so
not a misogyny
I am a
problem here, is it?
misogynist.
Yeah, you
I'm
are.
going to get hate mail and all that kind of
Yeah.
stuff. I'll probably live with it.
Yeah.
Anyway, Superintendent Helen Breer of West Yorkshire Police.
Oh, right.
She's an experienced police officer. She's got about 28 years' service. So it's not like she's new to the job. Anyway, she gets a new posting and she's so full of pride that she goes on social media and posts, "I'm excited to announce my appointment as Head of Recognition for West Yorkshire Police. Looking forward to formulating recognition strategies aligned to the Forces People strategy, developing and reviewing procedures, policies to ensure they meet the needs of our organisation."
Yeah.
No wonder there's a bloody crime wave.
Can you translate?
No, I can't.
mean?
What's a
I don't know.
recognition
What
officer?
is that police for? I mean,
I don't know.
Is some language that you learn in the police force?
It's Head of Recognition. I can tell you that.
So the head of
Right?
recognition should be told that all you need to recognise recognise, you stupid woman, is that we aren't arresting enough criminals on the streets.
Exactly.
Because there's too many people like you doing ludicrous jobs.
Non-jobs. It's a non-job.
Say non.
It's a non-job, definitely. But bearing in mind that a superintendent's pay scale is £77,000 to £90,000 a year. Right. She's got a lot of service. She's probably at the top of that. 90 grand a year for head of recognition. But there is a good ending to this story.
Oh, I hope so.
Go on.
Because this afternoon, I'm delighted to say, I've been appointed head of recognition at Talk.
Good.
On 90 grand a year. They're following West Yorkshire Police's lead.
What are you going to recognise?
All of your wonderful efforts, and in order, because we have a strategy to deal with this, I've developed a strategy for it.
Are you excited?
We're all going to go down the boozer and get bladdered.
Yeah, good.
What about the chicken? We got to register it to bring it with us?
Look, I think we've discussed people's cocks enough this afternoon.
Yeah, unbelievable. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Absolutely incredible stuff. No wonder we are in the state we are in. Coming up, though, my final nomination. It's got something to do with the European Union, and I'll be choosing the winner as well. This is Plank of the Week. Welcome back to Plank of the Week. We are in not just the final furlong, in the final kind of, 50
100
feet,
yards.
100 yards of the race. Now, it may have escaped your notice at the weekend, but there was an event that took place in London called the National Rejoin March.
What does that mean?
These are people who are so deranged that they would like to rejoin the European Union, right? And they meet up every now and again. They come on buses from places like Exeter and Dorset and, Suffolk, places like that.
We should have to register.
I live in Dorset.
They should be registered.
Dorset there is really worrying.
Yeah, with a
Dorset.
This particular march wasn't very well attended, though. Have a look at this.
Plenty of tweets.
But they do this repeatedly and have done it ever since 2016. Yeah. And it's really quite extraordinary. And so much so that Peter Core, who is one of the founders of this organisation, Rejoin the EU, appeared on James Whale's show this week. Have a look at this.
He's brave.
Yeah.
No, you can't ask him that. Producer saying, can we ask him about the march and how many people are going to be there? I couldn't give us flying fart how many people are going to come on his stupid march, and I'm annoyed about it.
Are you not coming?
No, I'm not coming.
Go on,
Bunch of idiots.
Come with us.
And you're saying 80% of young people want to rejoin the EU.
Yeah.
They don't know. They don't have life experience.
James Whale.
Anybody goes, I'm going on James Whale's Saturday Night Show, which is legendary. He taught us all right. You're going to go, I'm going to beat him. No, you're not. No. I'm going to throw you out.
They keep trying. They do. But, I mean, what a ludicrous notion to rejoin an organisation which is dying on its backside, quite frankly.
And proven to be corrupt, inept.
Has never once passed its audited accounts to anyone.
That's why we decided to leave.
That's why we decided to leave. That's why in every single country in Europe now, almost every leader is turning to immigration has been a bad idea rather than a great idea.
100%.
Changing the Schengen rules, shutting their borders and giving two fingers up to the idiots in Brussels.
Well, Nick Clegg, who was the ultimate Remainer, recently criticised
He now lives in California, by the way.
Yes, now he's in California at Facebook. He criticised the EU because they want to regulate the technology they're developing. And he's like, this is such a pity, we wanted to train our AI models and you wouldn't let us do it. And everyone's like, yeah, that's why we wanted to leave the EU. Hello, ding, 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 ding.
It's unbelievable, that whole EU thing.
It is incredible. And, of course, this week, our good friend Sir Keir Starmer is over there trying to reset the relationship with the EU. Well,
he's trying to reset a relationship.
He claims that what he wants to do is to be in lockstep with the European Union. One, I don't even understand what lockstep means, but surely leaving something doesn't mean you're in lockstep with it. It means you don't want to be in lockstep with it, doesn't it?
They want to be all things to all people, don't they?
Yeah.
That's what they want to be.
Well, I think he's got a secret agenda, Keir Starmer. That's what worries me about him.
He's got a secret lot of things.
He has, yeah. Some people will tell you, some people will not. Nobody will know. But I tell you what, I mean, Keir Starmer would appear to be the obvious choice this week, would he not?
And it was my one. I honestly, short show, but you've got to give it to the chicken.
I think the chickens.
The chicken's got to win it, man.
I think the chicken's got to win it. Let's have another look at the chicken.
You want it back?
Just, honestly, I love when you said, Mike.
Can I hold it aloft?
If you come to this country from Eritrea with a frozen chicken, they'll make you register the chicken and you can bugger off and get whatever you want.
You hold it aloft. The QPR fan, it's the only thing you'll ever be able to hold up as a trophy.
It's like a trophy, and slightly heavier. Plank of the week goes to Defra. I mean, Keir Starmer is always going to be in this. I think every single week he's going to get it. This is Plank of the week, though. We'll see you at the same time next week.
Live from London, it's Plank of the Week with Mike Graham.
Good evening and welcome to Friday Night on Talk TV. I'm Mike Graham and this, of course, is Plank of the Week, the show where you don't have to worry about judging anything because we do it all for you. We're going to find the biggest plank of this week and we're going to award them the plank, obviously. And I've got a fantastic panel with which to do so. We've got Alex Phillips here, we've got Peter Blexley, we've got Isabel Oakeshott, and we have Will Geddes, still wearing your poppy, I see. And now, this is what you're going to be getting if you win. We've had an awful lot of nominations for the Metropolitan Police of late, funnily enough, and we'll see whether or not they get one. But, Alex, why don't you kick us off with somebody we love to hate?
Jeremy Corbyn.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Jezza loves a Tezza.
Jeremy Corbyn. Yes.
Jezza loves a Tezza, but he doesn't like saying so, does he?
He doesn't, no.
He was interviewed on this here incredible TV channel and was asked 40 times whether Hamas were a terrorist organisation. And he just couldn't seem to squeeze out the fact that he thinks they're his friends.
Yeah, by Piers Morgan, no less. Let's have a look at the first time it happened.
Are they a terror group?
Piers, can I
answer the question?
Can I speak?
Are they a terror group?
Piers,
No, then, no.
If you let me speak,
Are they a terror group?
If you'll let me speak, I'll say something.
Go on, then.
A ceasefire means both sides.
You said that. Are they a terror group?
Listen, I said that because
Are they a terror
that is part
group?
of the process.
Are they a terror
and
group?
Clown.
I mean, unbelievable. He's sitting, of course, exactly where you're sitting, by the way. So you don't get infested with the Corbynitis, which you might suddenly become a raging lefty and start speaking at Palestinian rallies and all that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, funnily enough, it started out as he refused 15 times to answer the question. Then somebody reported it was 25. And I think it's actually the actual number, something like 47 times.
I think it's going up. It's like that sort of debt calculator, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's probably,
It's
people
like
asking him every day. And
you
it's
should have a
just
little
going
bell
up and
that
up and
goes
up.
off, you know. It's unbelievable because I was listening to John McDonnell being interviewed, you know, who used to be his shadow chancellor, who was his sort of brother in arms, and he quite clearly said it. He said, look, I'm not going to speak for Jeremy. He said, but I can quite clearly tell you that Hamas are a terrorist group. It's not difficult, is it?
The bit that I find astonishing is, if you really listen to what he says in that interview, is when Piers is saying, are they a terrorist group? Are they a terrorist group? At one point, he says, it's part of the process.
Yes, what's that?
Yeah.
What is part of the process?
Yeah.
Beheading and gutting and stabbing and raping
he also
completely
and utterly denied that he'd ever said that he was friends with Hamas, right? And he'd said that he had only said about a friend from Hamas because he had left the room when they were having a conversation inside Parliament. And in fact, that turned out to be complete cobblers because we've got the original clip right here.
Tomorrow evening it will be my pleasure and my honour to host an event in Parliament where our friends from Hezbollah will be speaking. I'd also invited friends from Hamas to come and speak as well. And the idea that an organisation that is dedicated towards the good of the Palestinian people and bringing about long-term peace and social justice and political justice in the whole region should be labelled as a terrorist organisation by the British government is really a big, big historical mistake.
I'll tell you what's a big, big historical mistake. It's that. From 2008.
I'll tell you what nearly happened. The British people very nearly made a big historical mistake by electing this guy Prime Minister.
I mean,
it is absolutely terrifying to think how close that man came to the heart of power.
But it is his people, if you like, who are marching around London now, basically terrorising people and making life incredibly difficult for Londoners because they're now not only doing it every bleeding weekend, they're now doing it midweek as well. They did it this week on a Wednesday night and started desecrating. We'll talk later about war memorials and stuff. You know, the thing is, it's his legacy that people think this stuff.
Right. And, you know, everyone always thinks he's sort of quite benign and benevolent with his vegetable plot and his Oxfam suit jacket and things like that. This man is sinister. And what staggers me is, you know, I think a lot of people in politics must have known he was sinister for a long time. And yet even our
Keir Starmer
potential future Prime
called him his
Minister,
friend at one point.
Yeah, happily sat in his cabinet. Most of the Labour Party happily sat in the shadow cabinet of this terrorist sympathising nut job.
Yeah. Yeah, but there is somebody who actually makes him look quite sane. Do you know who that is? His brother.
Yeah, exactly, that's true.
It's Piers Corbyn.
Yeah.
Do you deny that 1,400 Israelis were butchered by Hamas?
Yes, I do deny that.
You deny it? You say
There's
it's a
no
lie.
evidence for this stuff. The whole thing was a setup from start to finish to justify an invasion and a genocide to take the oil and destroy Palestine and make an Israeli superstate. That is what it's about. It was a fake operation.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
No. I don't, actually.
Imagine
and when he's not doing that, he's shouting at pigeons in a bar.
Imagine Christmas with the Corbyn family.
Oh my God!
You know.
I'd imagine
this whole thing. You shouldn't be doing that.
Unbelievable.
Merry Christmas.
I think, according to his own logic, his mum, when she was, you know, pregnant, was probably growing up too close to a telephone mast or something. what
That must be
produces
what it
that?
was. Yeah. Unbelievable, though, that two people could come out like that. And I mean, they just.
I mean, there's usually one sane one, isn't there? But they're both.
I think there is a third brother.
Oh,
maybe
no.
he'll be like
I
half.
think
Maybe
we
be
need to
half.
find
we
him.
need to
Find
discover him.
He'll be like halfway Mars.
So wherever he is, just leave him be.
Doesn't speak.
Don't disturb it.
Anyway, Peter, let's move on to your one, which I rather think has been a big story this week, actually.
Well, I'm told that endometriosis is a very unpleasant condition.
Yes.
And anybody who suffers from it has my sympathy.
Yeah.
But in order to have this wretched condition, you have to have been born a female.
Right.
Because you have to have a uterus, as I'm led to believe.
And a womb.
Yeah, and a womb.
Yeah.
Yeah. And consequently, there are many organisations trying to increase the research for it and do very laudable things. There is an organisation called Endometriosis South Coast that this week have appointed a trans woman as their head.
Yes.
Now, I kind of struggle to think, why on earth somebody that was born with a male body, I trust I've got the language right, I don't want to get thrown into jail.
Yes.
But somebody who was born biologically
I think
male...
the correct term is assigned at birth. Is that what you're looking for?
Assigned. Assigned, as if like somebody
what do you
had some
fancy?
say.
Male, female, non-binary.
Goes on.
You know, bit of both.
Yeah, male, female, or Corbyn.
Right.
So a baby boy
Athletic.
was born once upon a time, grew into a person that has now transitioned into a female by the name of Steph Richards, who is now the head of Endometriosis South Coast.
Right.
But as far as I think, it's impossible for Steph Richards to have endometriosis.
Yes, that's right.
Because they do not have the physical...
No.
Blah, blah.
Yes.
So I think it's a bit of a daft thing. I think it's a bit of an insult to women.
Most women think it's an insult to women as well.
It's just really unnecessary. There are millions of women to choose from for this job. Why did they have to do that?
Capable,
Just
professional.
trying to make a point, isn't it? It's just,
It's just making a point. And also,
That's
the
all
thing
it
that
is.
people have become quite upset about is the fact that this Steph Richards character is a trans activist, you know, who has been quite sort of controversial in various different ways in other roles, and has come to this charity as a kind of activist rather than as somebody who's an expert in anything.
Fundraising.
And there was an interview on Women's Hour, Steph Richards with Emma Barnett. And Emma Barnett's been getting terrible abuse ever since because she's been called a transphobe and a bully. But she basically was asking, why do you not use the word woman in any of your literature?
Yeah.
Because now they've taken the word woman out.
Talking about literature, I've heard of a room with a view. What we've got now is a view without a womb.
Very good.
Hey.
Very good. You've been working on this, haven't you?
I've said it about 5 times this week
Excellent.
already.
No, but I mean, the thing is, it's very, very. I think, as Isabel says, it's very obvious what's going on here. They've just decided that this is what we should do because we're an activist organisation, and they've made the argument that, well, the woman who is the head of the prostate cancer charity can't get prostate cancer. Well, it's not quite the same, is it? And they've also argued that female gynecologists aren't any necessarily better than male gynecologists, otherwise there wouldn't be any male gynecologists. That's not the same either, is it?
It isn't really the same, and it just comes back to just the sheer unnecessary element of this. That's what it comes down to.
Right.
I just think it rankles, and you don't even need to be too analytical about it. It's just obviously provocative.
Yeah.
It's designed to get a massive reaction,
Yeah.
and actually I think it will backfire because whatever it is this charity thinks they're trying to do by doing this, I don't think it's going to encourage a rush of money for the cause.
And when they announced the appointment at first, and I think they've since made it clear that this was not Steph's quote, but the quote that was next to Steph's picture, which I don't know if we can see, but Steph Richards looks like a trans woman. I know that's probably a terrible thing to say, but does look like a trans woman. The quote is, she's on the bottom of the screen there, yeah. The quote is, "I can't believe that it took until I was in my 40s before anybody mentioned endometriosis to me." And you're like,
great.
Right, well, that's good. Up until your 40s, you were a bloke.
Yeah.
That'll probably be why.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a good one. Isabel, one of your favourite characters, I guess, for your first nominee.
I'm still struggling to put the words together to explain.
I've never seen you quite so speechless as you were the other night.
Genuinely, when David Cameron appeared on Downing Street, I actually thought it was just like an old library clip or something. But no, David Cameron is our new Foreign Secretary. This after Rishi Sunak promised that he was going to be change and this was the party of change and all of that. No, he's wheeled out Dave from he's prized him out of his shepherd huts in Chipping Norton, and here he is, and he's now running our foreign policy. And this is plankery on so many levels.
Really, yeah.
But let's just begin with Dave's success rate on foreign policy. It's not stellar, let's put it this way. I mean, this is a man that completely screwed up the referendum as far as he was concerned on Brexit, because he fought for Remain, which was totally at variance with what the majority of the country wanted. So that was a complete mess in relation to our future in Europe as far as he saw it. He completely screwed up on Syria, holding a seminal vote, a historic vote that went the wrong way, which then set all sorts of other bad things in motion, not least President Assad of Syria's ability to keep on bombing and gassing his own people. He organised this Libyan intervention, which was another catastrophe, basically because our Dave wanted a good war and he wanted to be ahead of the curve on the Arab Spring. So he sprung into action to try to help remove Gaddafi with precisely zero plan for what would happen afterwards. And then there's a whole cozying up to China scenario, which
is still unresolved.
Kind of doesn't look too good right now. And that isn't even an exhaustive list of our Dave's foreign policy disasters.
Well, I've got to take issue with you, Isabel. Actually, I think Rishi Sunak has made a very good appointment here because the Tories have vowed to get the benefits bill down, and that's got Dave off of universal credit.
Well done.
Well, he was a bit down on his luck, wasn't he? He didn't have much to do, so floating around, and now he gets to kind of ponce around in the House of Lords.
I think at the very least, you know, if the phone goes and it says, oh, you know, UK sending their foreign secretary to come and meet you, Hamas, and they're like, who is it? Who is it? Oh, do we have to? Oh, go on, just let some hostages go.
Call me, Dave.
But where's his first visit? To Zelensky.
Yeah.
His
Which
first
is just
visit
an
to
easy,
Zelensky.
It's a tap-in.
Trip.
Give him some more money.
Exactly.
We've got a little clip here. We asked the good people of Dudley, exactly what they thought of Cameron coming back.
He's back in government. You're joking. No. He's the Foreign Secretary now.
Oh, is he? Oh, I missed that. I saw already the other one was fired, so I got glad on that one, but...
All right, are you happy to have him back?
Not really, no.
He's a waste of space. They got rid of him, fetched him back, so, you know, they don't know how we live. We live in council houses and whatever. They live in mansions. They haven't got a clue how the other half live.
Yeah.
Love that.
You're going to get it straight from Dudley,
But that's exactly what most people think.
Well, exactly.
Right, why do you need to wheel out David Cameron? If he is the answer to the question, you're asking the wrong question.
Exactly right.
I like the comment that came out that said, oh, look, Rishi's brought his dad in.
Yes. That was a bit of a weird one for me. People were calling him Daddy's home. I'm kind of going... That's a bit like that horrible House of Cards bit, isn't it? You know, when she was like, Daddy, called called the chief whip dad. It was all very
But
weird.
they're not like
it
us,
is a
these
Conservative
people, are they?
party.
No.
They're all a bit wonky, the lot of them.
Yeah. Do you think there's something strange going on underneath the suit that he's wearing? I'm not going to go there. Anyway, Will, would you mind getting us out of the mire?
Oh, yeah. I'll bring you into the land of cheeriness.
Bring us out of the gutter.
So I feel that my inbox has been lacking in death threats recently, so this is obviously a nomination for me, and that is the pro-Hamas protests that are going on in London right now. And the reason why I call it a pro-Hamas protest is because there is no condemnation of Hamas. A lot of these people who are out protesting, I don't have a great deal of sympathy for, and that's for a couple of different reasons. I don't disagree that the Palestinian issue is a serious issue, and the plight of the Palestinian people is important. However, what I don't agree with is those people that went out immediately after October the 7th, one of the most horrific, barbaric attacks, and I have seen all the stuff all the journalists have seen, plus more of some of the barbaric actions that took place against 1,400 Israel citizens, and citizens, not members of the IDF, not military. And Hamas is also in contravention of a number of war crimes, using civilians as human shields and using various other facilities. But the point I'm getting to is, if the pro-Palestinian mob want to get people behind them, start acting in a non-anti-Semitic way. Start condemning the actions of Hamas. And most of these people...
How about the odd sign asking for the hostages to be freed?
Well, exactly. But also not pulling down posters of hostages that are out there. People will get behind them, people will support them, and this is why I'm highly suspicious of the vast majority of people who turn up for these protests who have absolutely no idea. If you gave them a map, they probably couldn't even point where Palestine is.
Absolutely.
They have no idea what the history is between Palestine and Israel. And I know, in many cases, because of what's been coming out in the news, the first victim of any conflict is always going to be, or the first casualty is always going to be the truth. But the fact of the matter is, when you start coming into this protesting, defacing and disrespecting national days, national monuments, I've been in the Middle East enough to know that if I did that in any one of these countries that I've been to before, including Saudi Arabia, the UAE, I would be thrown in a prison and I would not see the light of day.
Well, funnily enough, I thought of you the other week because I saw an interview with the foreign minister of the UAE, who actually was kind of slightly making fun of the West because he said they think they know us better than we do. Because in the UAE and in Saudi and all of these places, they know what Hamas are all about. They know precisely why Egypt doesn't want the Palestinians to go anywhere near Egypt or indeed Jordan. Because every single time that's been the case, unfortunately, terror has gone with it.
And of the 20 nearby Muslim countries, how many of them have taken in Palestinian refugees?
Well, this is my point.
Zero.
Because they're worried that they're going to import Islamic jihad, and that's why they don't do it. But as far as Britain is concerned...
Real risk.
but as far as Britain is concerned...
And Denmark has seen that already.
The police have been nominated and won, I think, twice out of the last 3 weeks because of their complete and utter inactive ability to do anything about these marches. And people now, the one that was on Wednesday night, they were just walking around freely at will. They took over Oxford Street, they took over Trafalgar Square, they went after various war memorials, jumped all over them. And, you know, I was reminded this week, and I know that he did some other things as well, but do you remember David Gilmour's son, who swung off one of the flags of the Cenotaph? He went to prison, right? They didn't leave him alone and say, well, we don't know what to do, it's not really against the law. And then school children in London were marching for Palestine, took the day off school. And that was this week as well. I mean, because
we could get
teachers
into the
are
whole
on these
police
marches, university lecturers are on these marches, socialist worker parties.
It's about optics. It's about optics, and it's about getting the
Extinction
point across.
Rebellion are on it as well.
If the pro-Palestinians, the protesters, went out and said, we condemn this barbaric attack by Hamas on the 7th of October, then I think they would have a heck of a lot more support. They'd even get my support.
If they'd said last Saturday, we won't do the march on Saturday because it's Armistice this weekend, they would have won a lot of friends, but they didn't do that either.
I don't think for many of these people it's even about Palestine. You know, I think, frankly speaking, this is like the race baiters Glastonbury Festival.
Correct.
A lot of people walking on these marches are the first to scream racism, and they're being very provocative. When they fly black flags with Arabic script, I don't know whether it says free chicken nuggets at the end of the road or whether it says death to Jews. I don't read Arabic script. But they know what they're doing. They know that it's provocative. When they're they're shouting Allahu Akbar and other things. We don't know what they're shouting, but it sounds provocative. They'd be the first person to talk about the West persecuting Muslims. They're trying to invoke a reaction. That's what they're trying to do.
Peter and I both know that there's, we had this discussion earlier. There are laws in place that the police can implement.
Completely.
There's the Monuments Protection Act. There are various other, laws out there.
Mark Rowley, apparently the chief of the police in this city, claims that it's not illegal to climb a monument. I don't think that's right. I don't think he's right. In fact, he's been a plank as well, but that's another story. Coming up, we're going to talk about prisons, we're going to talk about the Tory party and the National Trust, which has gone very, very woke, I'm afraid. This is Plank of the Week. More after this. Welcome back to Plank of the Week. A very good start, I'd say that was, the first 4 nominations. It's time for my first one now, and I'm going to nominate the National Trust. The National Trust has been nominated before as Plank of the Week on this show for some of the weird things that they've done. This one particularly, though, is even more weird. Christmas is coming, and, of course, the new year is upon us. And if you want, you can get a National Trust calendar. But the National Trust calendar, which marks when you can celebrate Eid, Ramadan and Diwali, unfortunately does not list Easter or Christmas.
Oh, wow.
What?
Wow.
And their excuse is that they need to focus on other things.
What?
And that while they still include Easter and Christmas in various other publications which they print, the special calendar they're putting out is designed to help broaden the range of events offered at attractions.
I see.
I mean, this is the problem, isn't it, with the world? It's like, it's all very well, let's talk about inclusion and diversity and let's mention Diwali and Eid and Ramadan, but why do you have to get rid of the Christian bit?
I went to a
Why
National
can't you just
Trust.
keep them all there?
I went to a National Trust gaff the other week with my wife.
Yeah. It's not cheap, is it? It's quite
They
expensive.
charged us £4 for car parking.
Yeah.
Right? And then we walked down this bit where you can start the walk. They wanted 17 quid each from us to have a walk.
17
To have a walk?
Each.
How far?
So that's
Each.
40 quid for you two of you with a car.
Funnily enough, we swallowed the £4 obviously because we'd already paid it, got in a car and went somewhere else and had a walk for free.
Yeah. How much to walk around the car park? It's time for your... you've eaten into your own time now, so you're going to do the Conservative Party.
Well, I'm sorry.
They
This
also
is just,
don't know how to run anything.
This is literally... this cannot be beaten. I'm sorry, this cannot be beaten because this is the mothership from where all evil comes. We've had the Conservative Party for well over a decade, in which time we've had 5 prime ministers, a gazillion housing ministers, chancellors. They fight like rats in a sack. It's worse than the communist era and the revolutions and the Trotskyists. It's worse than a junior common room at a Mickey Mouse university where people have short fringes and blue hair and can't decide which is more important, trans rights or this or that or the other. One Nation Tories, ERG, the New Conservatives. If they had spent even 2 minutes just focusing on governing the country, things would be a lot better. The ill discipline in the country, the failure of the police, our rubbish economy, all of it, to me, comes down to the fact that we've had a government that are playing like little kids not wanting to share a sandpit.
Yeah,
it is
I think-
embarrassing to them,
I mean, I said this-
embarrassing to me, and embarrassing to the UK on a world
Yeah.
stage. Get rid of the lot of them.
Well, even before this latest debacle, I was always asking the question, can anybody name something that they've actually done in 13
No,
years?
but you've got it wrong because they are determined to
Oh,
do
yes.
things. Yeah, remember that?
Yeah.
It's not about actually having done
Yes.
them, but we're determined
Right.
to do them. That's it.
Yes, because only this week Rishi Sunak thought it might be a good idea to change the law after losing the court case that he thought he was going to win. And I don't know why he thought he was going to win it, because nobody else did. You know, the Supreme Court is never in a month of Sundays going to give the Tories anything, ever.
Everything's terrible and everything feels irreversibly terrible. The extreme levels of immigration, irreversible. The fact that the police are saying we don't have legislation in that, irreversible. The economy tanked, national debt, lack of growth, really hard to reverse, let's be fair. Our standing on the world stage, we could have done something with Brexit, we didn't.
Although you
The
say this,
fighting between,
you say
know,
that it can't get worse, because the people do, but it can, actually, because Labour will not be any better.
I don't even believe that anymore. I think old Lego head and his troop of wokists would be actually better than this lot we've had for the last 13
I don't think so.
years.
Are you serious?
Were you not cheered up by your email from the Chancellor saying, you know, hey, Alex, have you checked out our promises recently? We've just, you know, met one
Failed on all of them.
Yeah, and we've now halved inflation. Were you not cheered up by that?
There is
As you
nothing
went to get
about
your-
that.
But this is the thing, they
ridiculous
haven't halved
party.
inflation, have they? No, nothing to do with them.
I mean, what upsets
just
me is that
happened.
I'm right-wing. I'm right-wing. I want a right-wing government. And what we've got is a circus
Well,
of
let's put it this way.
buffoons.
Let's put put it this way. You should have the opportunity to vote for a right-wing party that could get into government, but that's what you don't have.
No.
Does anybody else want to talk? Because we just let Alex take it. Feel free.
Doing a good job, though.
Feel free.
I think she's run out of steam now.
Yeah, that's it. That's
What about
it.
you?
Come on, Will. Tell me something about the Tories.
What can I tell you?
Well, tell me something
about
that's
the
good.
Conservatives?
They're only 27 points
Nothing,
behind. Come on.
other than they're never going to get into power again for the next, certainly the next couple of terms. That's for sure.
I think they'll do. I think Labour will do one term, won't they?
Yeah.
And then the Tories, led by Farage, will go into the.
No, they'll be led by Suella Braverman, won't they?
You reckon?
Won't they be led by Suella Braverman?
I think Suella Braverman will get possibly leader of the party, but she won't get prime minister. I think maybe a Penny Mordaunt.
You now sound like Tories. This is the point. I want to march down the street with a placard saying "Free Sir Graham Brady." That poor man's locked in a stationery cupboard, counting envelopes every 5 seconds.
I mean, I'd rather have Suella Braverman than anybody else, to be honest.
Yeah, to be honest, she was saying 90% of what everybody else was thinking.
But the rest of them. I mean, I don't think Farage is going to do it. He's going to make his money in the jungle, and that'll be the end of that.
That's it.
I don't think. I mean, I don't blame him for not actually wanting to be on frontline.
No, I don't blame
because
him
people
either.
are so horrible about him that he's just putting himself out there on the firing line. Why would you bother? And I suspect if it's somebody like Penny Mordaunt or one of those other sort of grey people, it'll just be more depression for the rest of time. She's walking around with that sword everywhere. That'll be the only thing anybody thinks she's any good at. Anyway, Peter Blexley, it's back to you.
Feel free to join in.
Yeah.
It's called body percussion.
Body percussion, yes.
I didn't know it was a thing.
It's clipping your fingers and all that. In fact,
and stamping your feet.
I thought it was smacking heads together.
Now, before we show you a clip of what people are taught how to do, tell us why you're doing this.
Dartmoor Prison. Yeah. I don't know if anybody's been to Dartmoor.
I've been to Dartmoor, not the prison.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I was outside the prison about a year ago, and it looks
It's bleak, isn't it?
Grim.
I mean, it looks
Grim.
Dickensian. It was built, apparently, just after the Napoleonic Wars, when they used to have those prison ships, because they had so many prisoners that they didn't have enough room on the ship, so they built Dartmoor.
So is that not how a prison should be?
Yeah.
Bleak.
So prisoners within Dartmoor Prison are having body percussion lessons.
Yes.
Because apparently it's going to reduce offending when they get out.
Yeah.
So, feel free, leave your front doors open, leave your cars unlocked, right? Leave your purse or your wallet within plain sight.
Yes.
Because an ex-con will come past your house, tapping their feet, licking their fingers.
Does this mean, though?
Clapping and leaving everything be.
This is pervasive in our public services. You're reminding me of this conference I went to. It was an NHS conference. And there were a bunch of NHS types, standing in a circle, singing, "Remind to be free, remind..." It meant nothing. They were just singing some weird ditty that each one of them had contributed one line to. It was utterly meaningless, and there was literally a guy there with bongo drums.
Oh, that's an immediate exit button
But
for me.
never mind the millions of people that are on NHS waiting lists. Let's just, bong our bongo drums and sing.
Well, this is what's happened, isn't it? Because now what's happened is it's not about punishing people sent to prison. It's about, making them feel welcome and included and not stressed out. You don't send people to prison to be not stressed. I want them to be stressed out. I want them to think, this is such an awful experience, I never want to come back.
Do you remember that whole thing about the pink walls? There was this research that was done that showed that they might be less stressed out if they have pink or pastel-coloured walls. So I don't know whether that was ever implemented in your prison experience.
I wonder how stressed out the victims of their crimes are.
Yeah, well, you do have to
where
wonder.
my thoughts always lie.
Indeed. Well, let's have a look at what you are talking about with this percussive therapy we're talking about. Look at this. This is apparently what they're getting taught.
Excellent.
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 I mean, always you have to do it in a group as well. Yeah.
Really good.
Really good.
Put that knife down.
You know what? This gives me flashbacks to the League of Gentlemen and the legs akimbo.
Yeah. Where's that bloke from that was here at the beginning? Oh, and he's just got to rob your office while you're teaching him how to play the drums. Apparently, 10,000 quid. It's quite a small amount of money, actually, considering how much we wasted the public sector.
How much?
10,000 quid.
What?
For this particular they've hired, because of course they've had to hire specialists to teach people how to clap their hands.
They've hired this company to come in and do it, so how much are they charging per session?
Well, I mean, the story I read said 10,000 quid, but I'm sure it'll be more than that. It'll be 10,000 quid at a time. I don't think it's
that's the budget for it. But even
honestly, I fear it could be, actually.
It could be.
If they were doing it every day for the next 50 years, they've still been overpaid.
Exactly. Because you could have, I mean, if you want to do stuff like that, do you really need to bring experts in so that they can do it right?
Maybe this is a particular group of prisoners who liked robbing musical shops.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or campsites.
There's that
Christian
man with a
gatherings.
bassoon running down the road. Yeah, it's a very strange world we now live in. I mean, that story about the Home Office this week was quite shocking to me, where this unidentified Home Office employee basically spilled the
all gleeful
beer
about how they're never going to do
just
what they're
about how
told.
they're never going to do anything at all about immigration. That basically they don't go to work more than one day a week in the office. And most of the time they spend on seminars about Black History Month and whether or not there's enough diversity and whether or not there's enough kind of inclusion going on, whether you should put your pronoun on your email sign off and all of that sort of stuff. They don't actually do any work at all. I don't think there's any public sector organisation now that does what it's meant to do.
I mean, woke runs through the public services. Like the word Brighton runs through a stick of rock.
Exactly.
From end to end,
Worry,
it's
we've
everywhere.
now got Esther McVeigh. She's going to be the minister.
Oh, she's the Minister of Common
Does
Sense,
that make you
isn't she?
feel better?
Oh, I'll sleep easy at night.
It was quite funny when Jacob Rees-Mogg turned around and said, I don't believe in these made-up honorifics, that the former Minister of Brexit opportunities.
I mean, everybody knows what a common sense is. It's here at Talk TV, because we are the home of common sense. Coming up, we've got some more people from the political world, and also the BBC makes another appearance. You will not be surprised to know. This is Plank of the Week. More coming up. Welcome back to Plank of the Week. It's quite a rowdy bunch this week, but we managed to keep it all under control. We're going to go straight back to Isabel Oakeshott. Isabel, who's your second nomination?
I am wheeling out another relic, even more of a relic than David Cameron himself. I, ladies and gentlemen, nominate one Lord Michael Heseltine.
Oh, my God, yes.
And this is a reaction of, I think, much of the nation whenever he reappears. So periodically, this nonagenarian gets wheeled out, perhaps literally. I'm not being anti-old, but he comes resurrected into his living room, where he will pontificate on what a disaster everything has been and how the only solution is to go back into the EU.
Yes.
And the reason for him being brought out again this week was the return of David Cameron. And honestly, it was so cringe to hear his whole analysis of the situation, which is that everything has gone to pot in the last few years, which I think we can all agree with. But this was all down to the disastrous decision to vote to leave the EU, and that the great British public was completely duped. They were sold lies, as he put it. And that all this is now going to be resolved because the grown-ups are back. And David Cameron has brought Lord Heseltine the first ray of hope, he said, the first hope that he's had for a long time in this dark clouds of this terrible situation that we're in. So I hope you all feel suitably uplifted by his encouragement.
If anybody ever asks me, as they often do, these Ramonas, well, what are the benefits of Brexit? And I'm like, well, just keeping Lord Heseltine annoyed is absolutely one of them, because he thinks everything is down to Brexit, doesn't he?
He does,
and every time when I once interviewed him in the Tent of Shame, he had no idea who I was. He accused me of being impertinent. And I said to him, well, I can only be impertinent to you if I consider you to be superior to me, which I obviously don't. And he'd never been spoken to. He was quite shocked. He'd never been spoken to like that before in his life. And he was kind of like, I can't believe you're speaking to me like this.
Because he has a massive superiority complex. I remember I interviewed him on this channel, and it went viral afterwards. And, just because he just basically acted as if I was a sort of very small and completely irrelevant person.
Well, everyone is
relative to his enormous sage.
Well, I've got some
wisdom.
even better news for you. I don't know if you might have spotted this, but Matt Hancock was also vocal on the return of David Cameron.
Was he?
And he tweeted out, brilliant decision by the PM to make David Cameron Foreign Secretary. Superb for us, bringing his experience to guide us through difficult times. Excellent for the Conservatives, showing Rishi Sunak will fight the election on the centre ground.
I mean, head in hands. Head in hands. Fighting on the centre ground is precisely what is going to lead to the disaster.
I don't feel very well.
We've spoken about Heseltine, Cameron, Hancock. We mentioned Esther McVeigh, Rishi Sunak. What are they all in? The Conservative Party. This is why I'm going to win. Obviously.
Well, I said earlier this week that they should already order up the DeLorean because they're going back to the future. They're actually literally going to go back in time and recreate the really, really, really awful Tory party before sensible people got hold of it and managed to get us out of the European Union.
Yeah.
You know, it's gone back to where it was.
That was the thing about the whole return of David Cameron. It smoked out all those people that you thought you'd seen the back of several years ago. Yeah. All that whole Notting Hill set, the Chipping Norton set, they all come back again and they think they're going to have some kind of extraordinary renaissance. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint them, but I don't think they're going to be around for more than...
Do you think they're all hoping for an invite to Chipping Norton? Probably are, right?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go back to Chipping Norton for the weekend. Will, you've got the BBC.
So, OK, on a serious note, everything is just based around this whole inclusion and diversity and wokeness. And the BBC, true to form, are keeping, obviously, the standard flying in so much as they've come up with a cracker, which is a new programme called, for women, called the Female Self-Shooters. But all they've managed to do is shoot themselves in the foot.
When you say a new programme, you mean a new television programme?
Correct.
A programme for the staff inside the building.
And it's Female Self-Shooters. And in fact, now they've turned around and said, and this is where I really worry for women, for can I say normal women? But the fact that they've now included trans men, trans women, men that have converted.
It's difficult to know.
I don't know.
So
I don't care.
Right.
But long and the short of it is, the women, inevitably, this is supposed to be for women.
This is a training programme for women.
It is. And they've turned around and they've said...
I don't understand.
Women self-shooters. Well, I've no idea.
It's going to be people who film, right?
Probably.
Yeah,
I don't
video
know.
journalists.
But the issue is they're allowing trans men, women, whatever, coming into it. So it's not for women. And I really do worry for women because I think you are being cancelled in the truest sense. In so many different ways.
Yeah, you try and continue the human race without us is all I
know.
Say.
Well, hey, I'm all for you. You know that.
Well, apparently, I'm told that the aim of it was to try and get to recruit more female camera operators, effectively.
Right, yeah.
I nearly said cameramen there for a minute, but
yes.
I suppose that's one of the problems with the word. Camera people. So that the aim was to recruit more women to operate the cameras.
Yeah.
But by then asking for trans people to apply, that kind of defeats the object.
It does kind of, yeah. I think it kind of traverses this whole area where, regrettably, there isn't a female-only environment anymore. Yeah. This is an environment that's now being invaded.
It's tough being a cis woman, isn't it?
I
Alex?
know.
You know this whole
I hate that.
How do you feel?
I don't even know what cis means.
Are you happy to be a cis man? Just basically.
I've no idea.
I don't even. Does it stand for something? Is it like CIS?
I don't even know what it stands for.
Yeah. And whenever all I know is whoever says it is a plank.
Yeah.
So therefore, it's quite a good. It's
Tonight nominated as a below shot then.
It's quite a good guide, isn't it? If you meet somebody who says that, you go, cheerio.
Yeah, red flag.
See you later. I'm over there.
Yeah. Someone else has come in the room I need to talk to.
Yeah, exactly right. But the BBC have not just blotted their copybook there.
Oh, really? What have they done?
Because they've done something else, which for me is a lot more heinous, actually.
Yes, it's disgusting.
And this is the BBC News Department, who have once again, for the third time, count them, misreported something that happened during the Israel-Gaza war, which is going on. You know, we've already had the misreporting of the hospital being hit by supposedly an Israeli rocket. If you remember, the reporter who was live at the time said this couldn't be anything else but an Israeli rocket because of the damage. It turned out that not only was it not an Israeli rocket, they hadn't hit the hospital at all. It had come from Islamic Jihad. They'd misfired, and it was a car park explosion, and 500 people didn't die. But here's what they reported earlier on this week.
Israel says that its forces are carrying out an operation against Hamas in that hospital that we had just heard of. They are targeting Arab speakers as well as some of the medical staff there. And they are asking all Hamas operatives in that hospital to surrender.
So basically the report suggests that they're targeting people, meaning they're going after Arab speakers and they're going after doctors inside the hospital, which would clearly be something which most people would be horrified.
Yeah.
But of course, it turns out that wasn't what was happening at all. So let's have a look at their apology.
And now an apology from the BBC. BBC News, as it covered initial reports that Israeli forces has entered Gaza's main hospital. We said that medical teams and Arab speakers were being targeted. This was incorrect and misquoted a Reuters report. We should have said IDF forces included medical teams and Arabic speakers for this operation. So we apologise for this error, which fell below our usual editorial standards.
Yeah. Included, targeted, included,
targeted. The editorial standards now, they're kind of as shallow as a car park puddle.
The serious part about this, though, is that when they reported the hospital being hit by an Israeli missile, there were literally rallies all around the Middle East, from Tehran to Cairo, all the way through to Yemen. You know, people were absolutely horrified that Israel would do such a thing, and it wasn't true. And I'm sure that this kind of thing feeds into that narrative about Hamas supporters. But this is what they're doing. No, they're not.
Going to my previous nomination, it also feeds into all of those individuals that are turning up for these pro-Palestine protests.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, they're working to a distorted and untrue agenda.
And the BBC is not the only one on this, I have to say, because the reporting by Channel 4 on Saturday night was quite extraordinary. You know, they were literally reporting that the march was largely peaceful and implying that the only violence came from the far right. That's what they did, and it was shockingly
And they had to delete the tweet that referred to it as well, didn't they?
Well, I made a right old fuss.
I'm glad that you mentioned that, because I nearly put Channel 4 in as a plank, actually, for doing that. But this is the thing, you know, we've now got news organisations which are riddled with people who have an agenda.
I was watching a bit of BBC.
I don't know when it started, but it's definitely happening.
I was watching a bit of BBC News the other night, and they propped up this news reporter from their BBC Verify.
Oh, yeah.
OK? And this is supposed to be the gold standard. This is indisputable. This is absolutely accurate. And this woman, whenever she mentioned anything that was in any way connected to the Israeli forces and what they were doing, she pulled her face like thunder.
Really?
No.
She delivered everything else in a very kind of monotone with a staid face. The minute it got to talk about Israeli forces, it was like, and then Israeli forces. I mean, she literally.
That's probably Mariana Spring, isn't it?
Wow.
Isn't that Mariana Spring,
who lied
about her experience on her CV?
One thing we need to do, I think, is we actually do need to do an inquiry into the BBC, because we kind of judge them by what we see on the English language channels. They've got an offshoot, BBC Arabia.
Yes.
And that is basically now a pure propaganda channel. You've had people singing anti-Semitic songs, chants. I mean, it's
They had journalists on that channel liking tweets that were in support of the Hamas terror.
This is paid for by the licence fee and also their commercial entities. But, you know, as you're saying, it has, as Isabel was saying, a huge influence around the world. And when a report was done into the BBC about their opinions and their stance towards Israel, guess what? The report was buried. It's never seen the light of day, and it doesn't surprise me that they rolled out that apology at the exact
peak time
moment, when everything was falling apart and the news was on fire.
Look,
they're dangerous.
The thing that really grips and grinds my gears is the whole issue of the fact that none of the media are accurately reporting about Hamas in terms of how Hamas operates and how they victimise and persecute the Palestinian people. I've got Palestinian friends, and they have turned around and said, they're not getting the message that they were not democratically elected, and their manifesto is, you oppose us, we chuck you off a building. Simple as, or we kidnap your children, or we torture you, or whatever.
But I think the same goes for journalists who are inside Gaza. It's very difficult if you start reporting what they don't want you to report. I don't think you're going to be around for very long. You know, so I'm afraid that's the way they do it. Coming up, though, we've got one more to go, and it's going to be my final nomination. We're going to go north of the border for that. This is Plank of the Week. Welcome back to Plank of the Week. We are into the final section of the show, which is when I decide who's going to win it. And notwithstanding what Alex said earlier, nobody from here is going to walk away with the actual plank, because it's the only one we've got, apart from anything else. But anyway, my final nomination is from Scotland, and it is from the SNP government up there, because they're always doing weird stuff in our devolved nations. They think they've got their own money to spend when they don't realise it all actually comes from us. The SNP have decided, in their wisdom, Scottish civil servants, of which there are probably I think about 4,000 more than there used to be.
Yeah,
well, do you remember when they built that building down in Leith? They built this new sort of Scottish office. When they used to have the Scottish office in London, they built this new one, which housed something like 3,500 new civil servants to run the Scottish Parliament. They've decided to give them a well-being hour so that every week they can have a well-being hour, so they can take an hour off their work. This is assuming they're actually in the office in the first place.
From home?
Well, I presume if you're working from home, you can also get it.
Schedule it in.
Because otherwise that would be discriminatory. But civil servants can choose how they spend their additional free time, which means that they'll basically cut their typical working week to 36 hours, which is nice, isn't it? We don't want to work too long.
Nice.
And it's been worked out that this will cost the Scottish taxpayer, or the British taxpayer, if you like, £7 million a year. Because we'll be paying them basically literally to do nothing.
I mean, it's just so galling,
well,
isn't it?
It's so woke, isn't it?
I mean, is it like a free period in school, you know, where you get to go off and, like, you know, buy some snacks at the local petrol station and like, roll your skirt up? Or do they have to go and, like, stroke yoga goats or something? Like,
There's no goats involved, as far as I know.
I've never heard of a yoga goat.
I don't think they're a thing.
No wonder you're such an angry man.
I'll tell you what, you won't be surprised to know that, do you know where they got the idea from? Our friends in Wales. Because they started doing it first.
Yeah, they definitely do go stroke some goats there.
They came up basically with an idea that you could go walking in the woods. Now, you might remember Ron Davis. He used to like doing it. He's former Welsh secretary. He got caught walking in the woods one time. In fact, he got caught walking around the toilets around the back of the service station at the Bath exit off the M4. But that's another story. Apparently, this is from one Welsh civil servant back in the day, a couple of years ago. I spent my hour today with colleagues in a lunchtime group walking through a shady wood on the outskirts of Aberystwyth, admiring wildflowers in bloom, wood anemones, wood sorrel, celandine, and a few early bluebells. It left me feeling calm, refreshed and ready to face the afternoon's work.
Exactly what I want my taxes to be spent on.
I mean,
it's exactly what I want.
You couldn't script this if you write comedy. You know, these are people who have office jobs. You know, it's not like he's going back to the coal mine. He's not going for a really, really hazardous, difficult job. He needs to be calm. He's working behind a desk with a computer.
Well, it's high stress, mate. High stress.
You know, he's probably giving people fines for driving more than 20 miles an hour. Anyway, does that mean I've got to decide who's won it? Blimey, the winner already. Well, I think it's pretty obvious. I mean, I'd quite like it to be the endometriosis woman, man, stroke, trans person, but I think it's going to have to be. I think it's going to have to be the Tories, isn't it? Because, I mean, at the end of the day... See, look at her. She's insane. Plank of the week, it's got to be the Tories. I mean, it kind of encapsulates David Cameron as well, and Michael Heseltine, and Rishi Sunak, and the whole bloody lot of them. Because they're all ruining it all for everybody else.
Everybody.
Get a life, you people. Find out how to do your jobs, run the country, and get on with it. Thank you very much indeed to Alex Phillips, Peter Blexley, Isabel Oakeshott, Will Geddes. Get your hands off the plank. I'll be back at 11:30 with The World According to Mike Graham. Coming next, it's Friday Night with Nadine.
How y'all doing, everyone? Happy Friday and welcome to The WAN Show. We've got a great show lined up for you today. We'll be talking about, okay, this is not a major topic, but it's pretty unusual and comical. A woman was caught trying to smuggle CPUs into China under a fake pregnant belly.
Like a lot of them.
We'll be talking about that. Intel Arc GPUs are getting a massive upgrade in performance, particularly in games that use older APIs. We're going to be talking about that. What else we got?
And
This one's a big topic. Why don't you care about this topic?
Wait,
you
which
have no
one?
love for this topic at the
Where
top.
are you?
The highlighted
Oh,
one.
yeah. Nintendo DMCA's YouTube documentary about a dev's pitch for a 2004 Zelda game that didn't even get made. And there's like reasons why this is really weird. We'll talk about that for sure. I don't want to talk about the Bill Clinton thing. I'm going to continue conversations about GPT because you're stuck here with me no matter what, so I'm going to do it. All right?
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah.
Captive audience.
Yeah.
It's not like they could just go to a different tab in their browser.
Illegal.
The show is brought to you today by Vessi Footwear, Brilliant, and Newegg. I think the first one has got to be the CPU smuggling story. Okay. The pictures are just wild here. All right.
This was so random. I jumped onto the forum to check out the tech news section, as I do sometimes, to see if we can find anything more for WAN, and I came across this.
Posted by Big Stroons. Thanks, Big Stroons.
Tries to enter China with over 200 Intel Alder Lake CPUs hidden inside fake pregnant belly. This wasn't like a couple. That's so many.
Okay, these are Alder Lake CPUs. So these are high-end chips. We are talking somewhere in the neighborhood of, hold on a second, calculator, 200 times, let's say they're not even top tier chips, like maybe like $400 or something like that. We're talking like with the iPhones, nearly $100,000 worth of merchandise under this fake baby bump. And apparently the way that they caught her was that she claimed to be 5 months pregnant, but obviously
someone well informed.
Yeah, obviously had neither ever actually been pregnant nor ever seen a 5 months pregnant person, because her belly was absolutely huge and she was apparently walking effortlessly, which caused a lot of suspicion.
Interesting. Okay.
So after careful inspection, the customs agents discovered she had used duct tape to fix and hide smuggled goods beneath the fake silicone belly. So 202 Alder Lake CPUs and 9 iPhones. Not a baby. The original source here. Wait, where's the original article?
This is
Overclock 3D is at least one of the sources, so we've got that.
The next paragraph goes in to say the strangeness about this situation, aside from the obvious, is that customs would have eventually noticed the components and phones once Zhao walked through a metal detector. Do they have pregnant women walk through metal detectors?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, like, what the heck?
Yeah. There's nothing about a metal detector that would cause any kind of...
your baby is metallic.
Yeah. Exactly. Right. How could she have possibly thought this was going to work? I think that another really kind of key part of this conversation is, what is the deal with sneaking CPUs into China? There are a couple of answers here. Let's talk about the more traditional reason to smuggle electronics into a country. One of the things that I heard through the grapevine, allegedly, was that the online site, which I don't believe exists anymore, or if it does, it's under completely new management. Like, none of the people who would have been involved in this scheme would still be there anyway.
Okay.
But allegedly, Tiger Direct, okay, e-tailer that you guys probably remember from the days of Zip Zoom Fly, M-Wave, all right, back in the day I'm talking about, okay? The big four were Newegg, Tiger Direct, Zip Zoom Fly, and M-Wave, like back in the early to mid 2000s. And allegedly, Tiger Direct, one of the ways that they were so successful was through taking advantage of Intel's MDF programs to a degree that just no one seemed to be able to figure out or care why they were doing so well. Okay, so they were based in Florida. As far as anyone outside could tell, they weren't really selling that much online. Newegg was based in California, and as far as anyone could tell, was selling a lot online. But Tiger Direct always seemed to sell a lot of Intel CPUs. And what was really unusual, so said the word through the grapevine, what was really unusual about it was that it was a really different SKU mix from all the other major online sellers. Because typically, especially back then, high-end would sell really well online. Like at NCIX, our best-selling cards were like your 70 series, 80 series cards, like on the NVIDIA side, like your high-end GPUs. Whereas someone like, I remember talking to my Zotac rep way back in the day, and he was saying, oh yeah, you guys are like the biggest seller of of high-end cards for us in the country. And I'm sitting here going, we sell almost nothing. How do you even have a job? And he was like, oh, well, we sell a ton of like tier cards, but it's all through like Best Buy or whatever else. And that's pretty typical. That's why when you walk into a retail store, they don't have like $6,000 AVR receivers on the shelf.
Yeah.
Because just the density of customers who are going to buy that sort of thing is not high enough. They're not just walking into a store for that. It goes through installers, like VARs, value-added resellers, or it goes through online, like online boutiques, where if you're able to cover like half of a freaking country, you could afford to keep 3 or 4 of those in stock. You know what I mean? You can't just put them at 250 locations.
Yeah.
And just one each? You're going to have at least 2, or it's not really in stock, is it? So it was typical for online sellers to sell a lot of enthusiast tier hardware and for retail sellers to sell a lot of low end. Now, Tiger Direct had retail stores, but so much of their sales was like Celerons, Pentiums, like low end stuff. And what I heard was that the reason for that is that anytime they needed to hit an MDF target or pump up their volumes through Intel so that they could get marketing funding, is they were buying like literal containers of CPUs, and then they were going on to container ships down to Brazil.
Oh, okay. So bit of a different operation, but same idea.
Different operation, same idea. And the reason for that is that Brazil has absolutely, like, I don't know how to say this without using cuss words.
Isn't it just crazy import?
Just unbelievable import tariffs
Yeah, I've heard about
on
this.
electronics.
Yeah.
If you see a Brazilian, like an actual Brazilian who lives and works in Brazil holding an iPhone, they are a baller, because everything, all electronics, just have these wild import tariffs. And it's so frustrating because you look at it and you go, why?
Yeah.
Like, okay, sure, you want revenue for your like government or whatever, like, but maybe how about something more reasonable? And then people could actually afford any of this stuff, and import volumes would go up, and like probably it's a net gain all around. And then you have better technology in the country, and that's good for entrepreneurs. Like, there's obvious reasons for less friction when it comes to international trade, particularly around electronics. But I don't know. Anyway, the point is the smuggling operation that allegedly was taking place out of Florida was at least understandable, because if you could get those CPUs into the country, even though you were going to have to find people who were going to buy them like cash price under the table or whatever else, the difference in cost between a smuggled one and an officially imported one is like double or something like that.
A-Prime is saying that it's apparently been to promote in-country manufacturing.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen.
It as far as my understanding goes, it didn't really work.
I mean, they've been at this for how long now? It's not happening.
Time. Yeah.
Intel ain't putting a fab in Brazil. It's not.
I remember really old school, like I watched this really old school like mini doc on smuggling Xboxes into Brazil, like original ones. Like this is an old topic. Yeah, not a new thing.
Anyway,
but so someone brought up that this is maybe to get around some of the Trump introduced.
Well, there's no single American administration to blame for this at this point.
Yeah,
but there are
significant
export restrictions
Yeah.
on electronics into China.
Yeah.
And so if you simply, whether it's a high import tariff that drives up pricing, or whether it's a shortage that means you simply can't get them. I mean, we've seen around the world, never mind just in Brazil or just in China, we've seen around the world what people are willing to pay to get their gaming fix if there's a shortage of something like, say, for example, GPUs.
Oh, yeah.
So this $80,000 worth of CPUs, I don't know about the iPhones. That one I can't really figure out. Apple sells in China. I don't know. There's other stuff that I really don't get. Like, it always kind of blows my mind when people will travel to Vancouver and like go shopping downtown at like Fendi or Gucci or whatever. I'm sitting here, what, you don't have Gucci where you're from? Like, Maybe I'm totally off base here. Maybe it's just like a mindset thing. When you're traveling, you're just like, yeah, I already spent $4,000 to be here, so what's another $2,000 on a bag? Like, I don't know. I don't understand the rationale behind it.
Apparently, Apple is now assembling the iPhone 13 in Brazil, but not the iPhone 13 mini.
Okay.
So they won one.
They won one.
They got one.
How's the rest of it going? just ridiculous.
Sweet. But yeah, I just thought that was funny.
Yeah, so we've seen what people will pay when there's a shortage. So it's possible that this $80,000 worth of CPUs is worth, I don't know, 100,000, 150,000. I mean, clearly there was money to be made if she was going to risk, jail time, making an attempt like this. Can I help you?
Sorry, I got it. We're fine. Yeah, no, it's and this has got to be like pretty much guaranteed jail, right? Trying to smuggle over $100,000 worth of something into a country.
Yeah, I would think so. The amount of money involved.
I'm pretty sure that would throw you into jail here.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. So I don't know what kind of desperate situation she's in that she feels like she has to do this. But I hope for the best for everyone involved. And I think it's time for us to move on to our topic number 2.
Yeah.
What do you want to talk about next?
Intel Arc. There's some
right.
stuff going on.
Yeah,
Arc
let's talk about
GPUs
it.
get DX9 support.
Luke refuses to update his drivers.
I do, actually.
As part of the ARC challenge.
I am taking
Let's
a
talk
stand.
about that first. Then let's talk about how much better these drivers are.
Okay, so we got an email from Intel. It was not, I'm not complaining about the fact that I got an email, just to be very clear. The person who sent it is a very nice person. It was worded nicely. There's no issues with the email. But we got an email telling us that there was this new driver. So I was like, okay, cool. I clicked on the link, went to go download it, and then I was like, wait. I complained about ARC control, Intel's overlay software thing.
It's very annoying.
It's extremely annoying. Don't you just love how when you turn on your computer, you just can't use it for a while until ARC control decides to load, and then you can make it go away, and then you can use your your computer.
Even Microsoft's own built-in notification pop-up things in the bottom, they sit over top of the expanded system tray. You cannot interact with anything in your system tray. So if your computer's been to sleep for a while and it's like ba-boom, 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 I'm trying to use my computer. Nothing should sit over top of me interacting with my PC. Anytime I am doing something, like I run into this with like text input, for example. If I am typing right now, you do not put a focus window in front of me with a highlighted OK button, for example, in the event that I maybe press spacebar or enter, either of which will activate it, and have no idea what just happened.
Yeah.
That may not happen, and yet it does. Sorry, that's an aside.
No,
Carry
that's
on,
completely
please.
fine and very valid. But yeah, okay. So I left the email. I went to ARC Control, went to go check if I could get an update. I also wanted to make sure that it didn't like automatically update without me being at my computer or something. So ARC Control does display in the top corner what version of the driver you currently have. Okay, I'm still on the old one. Cool. First one, check. Then I go to the driver page on ARC Control. This page has not changed at all. There's still the big banner. I complained about this in the video. There's no like update button that you would expect from a piece of software like this that updates your driver for you, which is like the entire reason why most people would install these types of pieces of software, because that's the main value add that they have. But that button doesn't exist. There is a banner image that says like download here thing, and it talks about Warzone 2.0 in the banner image. So I clicked on that, being like, maybe they forgot to update this picture, because that is the same picture that has been there since I installed my card. I click on that, it brings me to an article about the Warzone 2.0 driver update thing that they had, which is the same page that was there when I first installed my card. So I'm like, okay, so they haven't updated anything. I must have gotten like an early email notification. That's not 100% fair to a user experience, so I don't really want to update right now. But just out of curiosity, I clicked the download now or whatever it was called button, and it brought me to the correct download page. So that link was working. It brought me to the new driver, but I was like, there would have been no reason for me to click this because nothing led me to think that there was a new driver until I clicked this button. So I would not have done that if I didn't receive the email. So I exited out, informed them of all that kind of stuff. A few different web review sites, written sites, wrote articles on it. So maybe if you were quite the techie and followed a few review sites, you would have seen it that way and been able to update. That almost justified it for me, but I was like, I still haven't been told by Intel as a normal user that this thing exists. So if I just followed tech to get my parts list and then built my computer and then ignored it, which is pretty normal.
That's very normal. We see a lot of that.
There's a ton of that. That's what I used to do.
Yep.
I would not know that this driver update just happened. 100%. There's no way that I would have known. They told me that I would be getting a notification for it. Maybe I did. I loathe the ARC notifications, so I purposefully ignore them as much as possible because it makes me really mad. So maybe I got one. Maybe I got one while I wasn't at my computer.
Yeah.
Like just sending one notification is not good or acceptable. A way that I've seen some things do it before is your tray icon updates with a little exclamation mark or a dot or something, like some
That's
kind
a
of
better way to
indication of
handle it.
there's something here. And then when you click on that, it should tell you when the screen comes up like, hey, there's a new driver update.
Because the driver update is basically the only thing that I want to hear from you about if you are a graphics card manufacturer. Nothing else matters to me.
Not at all.
No.
And you can pack some other stuff in when you send me to your driver update.
Sure.
You can have some billboards along the way.
Yeah. While I'm installing the driver, you can tell me about some game bundle you're running. But realistically, if I'm installing your software and you are a first generation company, right? So this is Intel's first generation of GPU. If I own your product, there's nothing to upsell me to. I already own it. You don't have to market to me. Like with NVIDIA, I kind of get it. You install their drivers and it's like, the new RTX blah, blah, blah has blah, 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 or whatever. And it's like, yeah, sure, fine, fair enough. But with Intel, I already have your one f***ing card. So unless you're making it better, I'm not interested. Like, or you know, they'll have, or like, we have a game bundle now, buy a whatever and get a whatever. I don't care. What, I'm going to go buy a second? No, I'm going to go buy the game.
I even thought this was kind of funny. If you have the ARC control software, there's a giveaway that they were doing where you win a computer with an ARC in it. And I'm like, I have one of those.
It's like being at Disneyland and the prize is a ticket to Disneyland.
Do you want a ticket to Disneyland that you have to use today?
Yeah, it's like, I mean, to be clear, sure, I'll go stand outside Disneyland and scalp it, like, I guess. But you might as well just give me the cash at that point.
Yeah, like you're giving me another ARC card that I can sell. It would have even made more sense to me if it was a system without a GPU. And they were like, hey, you get to upgrade the rest of your rig now.
Here's the latest rig to put around your ARC.
Yeah, like that would have made more, but it was like, nope. The main selling feature was that it came with an ARC. And I was like, I have one already, come on. But I mean, I'm not going to dog on them for giving away free computers to people.
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
cool.
It's a good thing.
It was just funny, that's all. But okay, so yeah, I still have not updated to this new driver, despite knowing that it's apparently actually super awesome, and we'll get into that in a second. But I'm kind of holding on to the stance of that I'm not going to do that until ARC Control, my arch nemesis, as far as I can tell at this point, is going to inform me in some reasonable way that there is actually an update, which it hasn't done so far, so I'm just going to keep trudging around on the old driver.
LB725C in Floatplane chat says, Luke, do you have Intel Support Assistant? Every time I boot my PC, it tells me about the new ARC driver.
I'm pretty sure I do,
but
again, like ARC Nemesis, that's pretty good. Okay, first of all, the ARC control notifications cover all other notifications. So if it's informing me,
it's true
when I turn on my computer that that's happening, what's the point in that? Also, I have learned that Arc Control just disables my whole computer while it's loading. So when it does that, I leave. I'm not kidding. I leave my computer. And that's not me just being like, I'm going to ignore this notification. That's what I've been doing the whole time. Before I got this email, everything.
Yeah.
I wake up in the morning. I do work from home. So one of the first things I do is I turn my computer on. Just so I can make sure, like, I don't know, it's gonna boot because I need to be there for meetings or whatever else. So one of the first things I do is I turn my computer on and then I go, like, get breakfast. So what I've done since I installed Arc is I get my computer to the point where Arc Control is going to rip control of my own computer from my hands until it finishes loading. And I leave and I grab breakfast and I come back to my computer and then it's done booting up and I eat.
Some people are calling Luke petty over this, but I actually disagree. Luke is trying to experience the product as he would experience it if he wasn't a member of the tech media.
If I did not directly get emailed that message, which again, I'm not complaining about receiving the email.
Yeah.
I'm just saying if I didn't receive that email.
Thanks, Trout.
Yep. It's good. And it was well explained, it was well written. Like, nothing went wrong there. My whole complaint is purely with Arc Control.
That he wouldn't have known. So the idea is actually just to maintain the integrity of the challenge.
Yeah.
Which is that if he wasn't on an email list, then he wouldn't have known.
Because, like, when we did the Linux challenge, we didn't take help from Linux community members that would not have given us help.
Yeah, we could have. I would have. Come on. Like, think about the way that the Linux community wants to promote Linux, and they do, and that's a good thing. It's it's overall a good thing for the world to promote Linux, which is a big reason why we did the challenge in the first place. So, but with that in mind, so through that lens, consider with the reach that we have and how much attention, how many eyes were on the Linux challenge, how much support the Linux community would have thrown at me personally to fix a problem that I had. But that was not the purpose. The purpose was to experience it as though I was not me and not broadcasting these challenges to 1 million or 2 million people. And I think it's an important perspective. With that said, looking at these numbers, I will be installing that driver first thing when I get home.
And I want to, because this is sick. And I have to give them props where props is due. I mentioned in an email back to them about this stuff because I informed them of everything that I just said because I want to give them the opportunities early and often to do cool things. But I informed them that, like, we actually played Star Citizen. I straight up did not expect it was going to work, like, at all.
Yeah.
When we were loading it, I was expecting that we were, like, throwing it under the bus, and then it was fine.
Well, it was as fine as Star Citizen ever is, but
yes,
it was.
Yeah, it was a little choppy here and there, but it was on my old card as well.
And I almost got stuck in my ship again.
But that's normal. Like, there was nothing that I was like, okay, this is Arc's fault. It was just like, okay, this is playing Star Citizen in 2022. So I was quite impressed with how well it did that. It's been completely fine in Halo since I turned off reflections. I've actually had very, very few problems in game over the last little while. And this is a huge performance jump.
Yeah. I mean, on the one hand, like, I kind of want to talk about Intel's 1.2 gigabyte driver downloads and
that is pretty wild.
The slow servers that they are serving them from.
Okay.
But on the other hand, man, if they're going to pack this kind of feature improvement into these drivers, I guess I'll get over it.
I'll download 5 gigabyte driver updates if you're going to do that.
What we're looking at here is DirectX 9 games and their relative performance going from driver 3490 to driver 3953. This is based on 1080p high and 1440p ultra settings across 6 games. So over here, this side is 1080p, this side is 1440p, and it's not clear if we're looking at, 1 percentile minimum frame rates or if we're looking at averages or whatever else. But there's no denying that these are substantial improvements. I mean, CSGO has been an extremely sore spot for Arc performance, really since the very beginning. And a 1.79 times performance improvement is enormous.
Massive.
Like, we joked in our review. We said, like, hey, Intel, couldn't help noticing, bud, that your brand new GPU is getting outperformed by a card from, I forget what it was, from like 8 years ago or something like that. And yeah, it was a high-end card, and this is a mid-range GPU. But still, yikes. Well, this at least puts Arc within, modern GPU performance, even if it's not going to be at the top of the charts. This is enormous. The bigger news, though, the cooler news, is how this happened. It's not like all of a sudden they managed to make the architecture of the 700 series cards better for DirectX 9. It's actually still running. I guess it would be Vulkan, I guess. Yeah, it's still running Vulkan, which is a modern API, and Arc has always been solid for DirectX 12 and Vulkan games. It's just using a translation layer. I'm not sure if it's Vulkan. It might actually be translating to DirectX 12. Don't quote me on that.
DXVK?
Yeah. No, it would be Vulkan, right?
I think so.
Oh crap! I hope I'm not getting this wrong, guys. Jump in if we're getting this wrong. But I'm pretty sure. So sorry. It is Vulkan. Oh, good. Yeah. Okay, so they're using what is actually like one of the foundational components of, what would you describe it? How would you describe it? What's Valve's name for their
Proton?
Proton. Do they still call it Proton?
I think so.
I thought they might have rebranded it. Anyway, but it's one of the foundational elements of Proton, which is what Valve is using to take DirectX games that were never designed to be run on Linux, convert them on the fly as you are as you are playing them into Vulkan. So is that wild or what?
Yeah, DXVK, Vulkan-based implementation of D3D9, D3D10, and D3D11 for Linux/Wine.
For Linux/Wine/Windows.
Apparently. Yeah.
So
that's cool.
Linux API hackery being used to make Intel's
like 79% performance increases in CSGO on Windows.
Imagine
that's sick.
Imagine anything else in the world whereby instead of running it natively, running it through a translation layer gets you an 80% performance improvement.
It's pretty wild. So I think what we saw, I don't know if it was one like first percentile, whatever stuff. But apparently it was a 2.3 times boost in 99th percentile FPS in CSGO.
Okay, Pete Torres says they aren't just using DXVK, but their code contains some components of DXVK. Yes, and no, it's not related to Proton, other than that Proton also uses DXVK. I know, I said that DXVK was one of the foundational elements of Proton. That is open source cool or what?
That's pretty sick. This is a very, very good use of it. I'm very happy about this driver update, and I hope it treats you well, and we'll see if I get to use it at all.
Apparently, it's an even bigger boost to 99th percentile FPS.
That's what I was just saying.
Shrout tweeted about it. It's
2.3 times.
Oh, did I totally miss that?
You did. That's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was checking what people are saying in chat.
There was some... Okay, I want to address that really quickly. I'm going to go off the rails.
Actually, hold on. Can I go off the rails really quick here?
Sure.
It's not that I ignore him.
Okay.
People thought I was so... Oh, are we talking about the same thing?
Go for it.
What? No, you do it. You do it.
I was going to say, it's... people keep saying, like, oh, like, there was a lot of comments about this on our GPT chat. They were like, oh, Luke's talking about stuff and he's ignoring them. That's not how it works. We both do the same thing, and it's always worked this way. And I'm sorry, but it's always going to work this way. If the other person is talking... The other one is going to be trying to either listen because they know they're going to throw back with something and they know they can continue the conversation, or they're going to be doing something to try to find ways to continue the conversation after that person is done talking. During the GPT conversation, he was typing stuff into GPT, getting examples to show on screen, learning about it.
I was
doing all
creating
this
an
type of
account.
stuff. Yeah, he's like doing things in order to keep driving forward. It's not that we're ignoring each other. We don't just sit here and like think about bananas or whatever.
Like if I'm on my phone during the show,
he's doing something.
I can tell you, you can be damn good and sure that what I'm doing is either something that is on fire.
Yeah.
And I must be aware of.
Yep.
or it is related to the show.
Yeah, so you might not be like dragging on the every word of the other person.
Yeah.
But we're still engaging.
I would never drag on every word you say.
That's probably fair enough.
I think the word you're looking for was hanging on.
Draw on? To hang on? Sure, there we go. I got there. It's probably good that he doesn't, because then there'd be more of those.
I would tease him so much more.
But yeah, like don't worry about it. It's fine. He's not like, I know. I had so many people diving to defend me, and I'm like, there was never a problem.
Like weird gamers.
Yeah. Like I appreciate that you care, but I'm fine. It's gonna be okay.
Oh man.
But yeah, like and there was some people that pointed out, like, yeah, I mean, he was writing prompts to GPT, whatever. But like, yeah, those things happen. It's okay. It's fine. I do the same thing. He knows. Everything's all good.
Yeah, we're actually okay.
Yeah.
One of the other things that's okay is the best way to send messages to the show is using merch messages. Why don't we do a couple? And then if you guys have anything you want to pick up on LTD Store, or if you just want to pick up a gift card so you can send in a merch message, don't use super chats, don't use bits, don't use anything like that. Use merch messages, because that way you can throw money at us just like any other live show, but then magically you will get merchandise in the mail in a while.
Yeah.
I mean, it's December, so
Yeah.
like, you know, but it'll show up. It'll show up. And we do have something to talk about on the show today. Linus plushies have been moved to the bonus bin.
Whoa.
It is unlikely we will bring these back, so you are going to want to tack one onto your order while you are there. For those of you who have forgotten, Linus plushies are... Oh, actually, you know what? I might as well show you how to use the bonus bin. So if you were going to pick up a screwdriver, it would add to your cart. Look how wonderfully this website works. Oh, yeah. Then you would expand the bonus bin, and you can grab anything from the bonus bin. We've got cute little shoelaces that come in a power supply thing, the 2022 sticker pack, and the Linus plushie. Go ahead.
You get one.
Throw that in there. Yeah, you only get one.
Everybody gets one.
One bonus bin item, and that's it. You can see the thing goes away. So that's the promotion for this week. Go check it out and send in a merch message if you want to interact with the show. All right. Oh, yeah. Want to throw us a merch message, Dan?
Sure, I got one here from Dimitri. Linus, how's your knee after the fight? I've had a torn meniscus repair surgery in the beginning of this year, and recovery wasn't fun.
Fortunately, it wasn't torn again. It just felt like it's been a bit of an ongoing thing for me. It just felt like the existing not perfection of it was aggravated. So there was a span of, I was limping for a day or two, in enough pain that it was hard to sleep for 3 to 5, and in enough pain that it was hard to enjoy myself properly for a couple of weeks. Now I have pretty much forgotten about it, and I'm pretty sure I can do my thing. This is my knee okay test.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what this is.
Yeah.
Are they going to be able to see very well?
I don't know. So I basically
That's good
go, okay, how we feeling? Jump on the knee. Okay, I should be able to go all the way down and all the way back up.
So that was, just in case you can tell, there was like a single foot squat.
Yeah. If I can do that without agonizing pain, then it's great, and I will not complain, not even a little.
Yeah.
But there are times, like, it's definitely not 100%. And particularly when what kind of force would like this be called? Like lateral force, or like
so.
Yeah. So if there's lateral force on it, every once in a while, because it feels so good day to day, every once in a while I will do something. So there was a big hunk of ice at the back door there, and I went to just like kick it with my left foot from the side, and I went, nope. Not that.
Not 100%.
Yeah. But as long as I don't do that, it's like really good.
That feels really similar. This is not a tech topic, but that feels really similar to my shoulder thing, where like it feels fine all the time, and then I'll draw really far back to throw something, and I'm like, oh yeah, I can't do that. All right.
Yep. When I say enjoy myself properly, I mean I play badminton recreationally. That's my main game. And if I can't play badminton at the level that I want to play it, it's pretty frustrating for me. I don't like being injured, so I'm always like, I'm one of those people that I'll be like I had a rotator cuff problem that that one plagued me for a long time. It wasn't until my my brother-in-law actually like told me how to fix it, because like doctors I talked to were just like, oh yeah, I don't know, it's like sore, I don't know, massage and just like wait for it to get better, and it would just never get better. And finally he's like, oh yeah, that's like okay, as long as it's not like a, you know, career-ending like horrible one, that's a super easy fix. You just have to be on top of it, like zero weight, like do this, just do this, do this, do this, do this, just forward, backward. And so I'm the kind of person that's like obsessive when it comes to trying to recover from an injury. So I'd be like driving. I'm like, like literally all the way to work. Because you need like many repetitions with zero weight in order to like build up the muscle so the thing can actually even recover. So I tend to be the same way about everything.
Yeah, actually, someone just said this in chat. This is not medical advice.
This is not medical advice at all. Not even a little bit. It worked great for me. It might completely destroy your body. Consult a doctor, consult a physio.
Yeah.
Put them together in a room and have them argue
Make them duke it out, yeah.
Yeah, to figure out what the best approach is for you. All right, there you go. This is not financial advice either. I am not a financial advisor.
For legal reasons, he actually said nothing. He was silent for the last 10 minutes.
Negev says, I'm surprised BC doctors didn't know what to do. Well, it's not that. It was that at that time, I didn't even have a family doctor. It can be quite challenging getting a family GP these days, and there's a number of complicated reasons for that. But the point is that, as far as I could tell, the clinic physician that I was seeing just didn't care. There you go. I have a good doctor now, though, which is... For hopefully she doesn't like get hit by a bus or something.
Yeah.
But
yeah, too. It's just hard
great.
to like, appointments are all 3 weeks out, whatever else. But
oh no, people want legal and relationship advice now. No. The show's over. Dan, end it, cut it.
Linus legal tips?
No.
Do you want another one?
Sure.
Sure. I got one here from Austin. Luke, Linus, when you first started having extra cash to spare as an adult, what was your first luxury purchase? For example, mine was Spotify Premium, and he really wants to hear Luke's answer.
You know mine, actually.
Hold on.
You might have forgotten. It's been a long time. We've known each other for a long time, but you know what it is.
PB monitors.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes. Well, you should probably give them a little more detail.
So my like one of the first things
I'm good.
I had these 2 really old monitors. You can actually see them, I think, if
Newcastle United games, her beloved team, for holding gender-critical views. Now, what are gender-critical views? Well, it basically is the belief that transgender women are not women. Well, wait a minute. That's not gender-critical. That is gender-factual, because transgender women are not women. But saying that will get you cancelled. It got Lindsay cancelled from her favourite football club. And let me give you some context. This poor woman has survived sexual abuse. And she said, if I see you as a male, I see you as a male. The LGBTQ plus movement erodes safeguards and all boundaries like bathrooms and other female-only spaces. And I'll take no moral lectures from your average Premier League footballer that wears the armbands. These are men who may be married, but who all too often head off to their local Holiday Inn Express with a female fan after the final whistle. Arbiters of moral rectitude, they are not. So, fair play to the lawyer for calling out these double standards from the FA. Fair play to Ipswich Town captain Sam Morsey, who refused to wear a rainbow armband due to his religious beliefs. And fair play to the truly heroic Mark Gahey of Crystal Palace, who wrote, "I love Jesus," over the rainbow armband that he's forced to wear. Hilariously, Gahey was formally reprimanded by the FA for doing this, but he did it again on Tuesday. If they ban this devout Christian over Christmas, the irony will be a delicious thing to behold. This madness has got to stop. It's time to show this whole rotten idea the red card. Why? Because it's balls. So the BBC can't find 100 actual women for its best 100 women in the world. And the FA make people wear these rainbow armbands. Your reaction, gbnews.com/your say. First up, tonight's top pundits. We have the founder of the consumer finance website moneymagpie.com, Jasmine Birtles, farmer and former Conservative MP, Neil Parish, and the ex-executive editor of the News of the World, the one and only Neil Wallace. Neil, where do we start with this story?
Do you know what? I've been thinking about this a lot. And this actually seriously drives me nuts. It has really enraged me, this story. I think you may have shown the picture of the new woman who has been allowed to join this list.
Brigitte?
Yes, Brigitte. You should put it up again.
We might be able to. We'll see if we can dig it out.
Really offends me. And I know that all those people watching now, watching this programme, the tens of thousands of people, they are appalled by this. I don't have the slightest doubt. I'm so insulted for people who pay the BBC licence fee. Some people sat in a room somewhere, paid by you and me and everybody out there who is paying the BBC licence fee, right? They paid for this idiot, this group of fools, to come up with this appalling, insulting list. You know what? My good lady deserves a place on that list rather than him. This lady here deserves a place on that list rather than him. The two lovely ladies who are directing this programme, the women who are running through here sorting this out, they deserve a place on that list, not this person. This is outrageous, ludicrous, but the biggest insult is we're all having to pay for it. I don't agree with defunding the BBC generally, but I have to say, this is just so outrageous and gratuitous, just like the football.
Which, in a sense, we're also paying for because fans buy tickets.
Absolutely. It's just such an insult to ordinary people, because you know what? We know about this. Ordinary people don't believe any of this coverage.
No.
It's nuts and it's an insult.
It is.
Jasmine, your reaction?
Well, yeah, as a woman, I think, oh, yet again, we are, as you say, we're being trolled, we're being pushed out. And 100, as you say, is not a big number when you look at the millions of women just in the UK alone who could be on that list. And it's happening very much in sport. It's happening in just life generally, where these men who want to identify as women literally are, physically pushing women out. I mean, I'm thinking about the Olympics, where that horrible moment when the boxing, exactly, everybody knows that.
And the Italian female boxer said she'd never been punched so hard in her life.
Yes, exactly. And, Sharon Davis has done a lot of work on this,